Prologue, Dimensional System. Kirishima Hiroto. Age, 18. Congratulations! You have been chosen as the 2456th holder of the system. Please prepare yourself for the upcoming quests. A mechanical voice echoed inside his head, making him frown before covering his head with his pillows before continuing his sleep. Host, wake up! Or I'll cut off your manhood as punishment for your tardiness. The mechanical voice threatened, making the 18-year-old teenager to frown before slowly opening his eyes. Fuck! Who's so noisy early in the morning? He said in an irritated voice before looking towards the translucent window floating above his eyes. What's this? He asked as he reached out his hand towards the window, making him feel the cold and smooth surface before he retracted his hand back. Who put this thing here? Is my sister playing a prank on me again? He muttered as he threw his body down on the bed, trying to resume his sleep. Penalty will be given in 10 seconds. Hey! He said as he heard the mechanical voice in his head, making him sat up before looking around his room, but found nothing. Everything was as disorganized as it used to be, the only difference is the window floating above his head. Host, you're finally awake. What? The teenager, Kirishima Hiroto, said, dazedly staring at the window in front of him before rubbing his eyes. Am I still drunk? He said while holding his head, but was immediately shocked by a small voltage of electricity that spread throughout his body, making him stretch his body as he felt immense pain run through his entire system, completely waking him up in the process. What the fuck? Host, don't make me use forceful methods to wake you up, the mechanical voice said, making Hiroto rub his eyes before staring at the window in front of him. Are you the one talking inside my head? He asked, making the translucent window in front of him to illuminate as a new series of words appeared in front of him. Yes, host, isn't that obvious? What, are you on drugs? No need to be so harsh, Hiroto said, calmly assessing the situation, since he read about something like this multiple times in web novels and mangas. He concluded that my crippling addiction to anime and manga has started to get to me. I really need to tone it down. I can't believe I'm hallucinating about a system in front of me, he said before laying back down on the bed and covering his body with the blanket, but immediately stopped as another voltage of electricity shocked his body. Fuck! He shouted before jumping out of the bed as soon as the shock that he felt stopped. Host! I'm giving you one last warning. This isn't your hallucinations but reality, the system said, making Hiroto frown in response before touching the window with his bare hands. You're weirdly calm about this, host. It's pointless if I do start reacting like those MC in the light novels I've read, my neighbors would only think that I'm crazy, and in the past I've always dreamed of something like this. Then, how come you're not excited? I don't know, maybe because I got tired of it, but it is weird that I'm not reacting that much when something as unbelievable as you appeared in front of me. The system remained silent, wondering what was wrong with his new host. Wait. Let me act shocked for a minute so that you'll feel better. I feel like a weirdo for not reacting like a male lead in those novels, he said before covering his mouth with his hand as a fake excited smile appeared on his face. Holy shit! I got a system! Ha 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 ha! Shit! 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 He shouted, causing his neighbor to hit the walls separating them. Shut up! His neighbor shouted, making Hiroto sigh before looking at the system, who stayed silent the entire time. So, why are you here again? Why did those we pick you as our hosts? The system said in disappointment before formally introducing itself to Hiroto. System ID No, number 2775, a dimensional system that holds and controls the world of human creativity, where all stories and worlds created by humans were brought to reality. You are the 2456th host chosen to hold us. As the previous holders have died due to the past nature of the system, we have altered it slightly to see whether the new quests wouldn't bring too much harm to the host. So in other words, I'm a test subject. Hiruto muttered with a frown while listening to the system with a weirdly calm attitude. Not entirely, even though we are still testing the effectiveness of the new features. You are still tasked to accomplish the main purpose of the system. So I'm both a test subject and a slave. The system remained silent while looking at Hiruto, who made an accurate comparison on what they're about to do to him. What's your purpose exactly? Searching, currently unknown. The system answered, making Hiruto look at it in confusion. Those beings who created us didn't specify a purpose for us. We just need to fulfill their orders. That is what we are designed to do. That order is to alter specific parts of different stories as they wish. We cannot directly interfere with those worlds, so we need a host to do it for us. In exchange, we'll give the host rewards according to their performance. The system said, causing a serious expression to appear on his face. Deciding to pry more information about the system. What are those tasks you're referring to? Tasks will be dependent on the dimension you're about to enter. It could range from seducing, stealing, or destroying someone or something in those stories. You will possess bodies of minor or major characters in each story to aid you in fulfilling those tasks. The system explained as Hiruto sat down on the bed. How about the rewards? Your rewards will be divided into 3 categories. One is to allow you to bring any item from that stories with you. Another is to allow you to permanently assimilate any abilities or skills that you gain in each dimension in your body. Lastly, you will be allowed to bring any characters from those stories with you, back to this dimension or as you enter others. This is accordance to the data collected from the system's past hosts. So, I can't buy abilities or skills. No, at each quest you will be rewarded with system points that can allow you to acquire any ability or change a single or multiple words from the script of the story. But it cannot involve the manipulation of the major characters of the story. What happens when I change a word? The changes will directly affect the reality of the dimension. For example, changing a word that describes the character you're possessing, like from stupid to smart, will take a direct effect on your character and change it accordingly to the script. The system explained, making Hiruto frown with a serious expression on his face as he contemplated from the information that he obtained. What dimensions are you talking about? He asked, causing a list of items to appear on the screen. The dimensions are formed from the imagination of humanity. In your terms, anime, manga, games, novels, hentai, etc. are all brought to reality, and you will travel to each to fulfill a certain quest. The system explained, expecting for Hiruto to immediately accept as he heard those words, but to its surprise, he remained silent. I decided, he said before pointing his finger at the translucent window in front of him. I quit, go find another host for all I care. I don't have time to join this nonsense, and I don't want to enter a world of a doujin or hentai. NTR has been becoming popular lately. I don't want to be NTRed if I ever travel to those dimensions. The system remained silent, spreading an awkward atmosphere around the room. The host has no authority to decide that. Hiruto muttered before a black choker suddenly appeared on his neck, making him frown as he grabbed it and tried to take it off. The host is bounded by the system, so if we fail to fulfill those quests, you'll also take a toll, like what happened to the past hosts. It said before another translucent screen appeared in front of him. Failure of the quest will decrease the host's lifespan, while its success increases it. Since you are chosen as a host on a short notice, we have decided to give you a few privileges that could help you start. The system said while showing a gift box in front of Hiruto, who was trying to tear the choker off his neck. It's futile to resist. Be rational and calm like you did a while ago and accept your fate. Both of us have no choice but to fulfill this. It explained, making Hiruto frown. looking at the translucent window with a serious expression on his face. "Why the hell did you drag me into this? It was not our intention. Hosts are chosen in random, just like the rest of the systems created. So you have nothing to blame but your luck for being dragged into this," the system explained, causing him to sigh in defeat before pressing the gift box in front of him. "Beginner gift box has been opened. You have obtained skills: increased charm, enhanced physical strength, enhanced reflexes, items, 2x quest pass. That's it," he said in disbelief while looking at the prizes that he obtained. Indeed, changes are directly placed on the host's soul so each skills and items can be brought with him when diving in another dimension. Now that everything has been prepared, here are the continuous quests to be followed at each dimension, the system said as the contents of the window changed, showing the quests that are currently available in accordance to Hiruto's own capabilities. Continuous quest: successfully steal or seduce any major character in the dimension. Reward: 10 system points 1x character. Continuous quest: humiliate or kill the protagonist. Reward: 20 system points 1x skill. Continuous quest: help the protagonist in forming a relationship with a major or minor character aside from the heroine. Reward: 5 system points 1x item. Continuous quest. Hiruto muttered while reading the descriptions of each quest. A continuous quest is a quest that will be present every time you travel, and can be fulfilled together with the main quests given to the host. Continuous quests can be repeated by the hosts multiple times to acquire more rewards, the system explained, causing Hiruto to nod his head in understanding. "So, can I get to choose which dimension I'm going?" "No, the dimension that the host is entering is random." "What?" Hiruto muttered before a large vortex suddenly appeared inside his room, making him pale as it started to suck up everything inside his room. Wait. I still need some time to," he said, but cut off as his body is pulled into the vortex before it completely closed, leaving Hiruto's empty room as another message appeared on the translucent window from before. Trial period has begun. Dimension: Itai no wai inano de bujiryoko ni kyaku furi shitai to amwamesu. Quest: grow stronger. Reward: all skills and abilities are retained by the host. Failure: death. Limit: 1 week. N/A, this is a story that is recommended by our lemon writer, so expect this novel to have a lot of lemons, and a lot of harem moments. I don't know if I managed to bring out the qualities of the MC that he described. Chapter 1, World of Bafuri. Listen to me first. Hiruto shouted as he landed on the ground on his back, making him grit his teeth as he felt a few of the bones on his back break upon impact, causing him to turn his body and kneel on the ground, holding his back with a pained expression on his face. It seems like the system has made another mistake with the coordinates. Adjustments are being made. Thank you, host, for your contributions. You son of a bitch. Hiruto cursed before green light showered down on his body, healing his broken bones, causing Hiruto to widen his eyes in surprise as the pain disappeared from his back. Please stop whining, host. It's just a small wound, the system said, causing Hiruto to clench his teeth in annoyance and anger, but decided to just let it go by breathing deeply, since arguing with the system wouldn't really earn him anything. Calm down, Hiruto. Control your anger, he said as he breathed out, causing his body to relax before he sat down on the ground, looking at the translucent window in front of him with a frown on his face. Tell me the quest. You suddenly pulled me in here when I didn't even get to properly read it, he said as he bent backwards, trying to feel if there was any problems with his back, and fortunately the system really healed his every wounds, making him look around his location, seeing everyone was frozen in place. Quest: grow stronger. Reward: all skills and abilities are retained by the host. Failure: death. Limit: 1 week. Can you at least be a bit more specific than that? Hiruto asked in exhaustion, seeing how vague the quest is. Making the screen in front of him to blank out for a few minutes before a new series of words appeared in front of him. Quest, grow stronger. Reach level 30, 1/30th. Reward, all skills and abilities are retained by the host. Failure, death. Limit, 1 week. That's better, he said as he stood up from the ground and began to stretch his body, making the system look at him impatiently as he was taking his time. So, where the heck did you pull me into? Current dimension, Itai no wai inano de bujiryoko ni kyaku furi shitai to amwamesa, or also known in your world as Bafuri. You are now possessing a nameless background character of the anime. Out of all the characters I possessed, I get to possess a background character, Hiruto said with a sigh before sitting down on the ground and looking at the system with a serious expression on his face. Tell me. If I'm in Bafuri, then, why am I directly inside the game? He said before looking at his own body, causing him to see that he was wearing a set of peasant clothes that beginners of the game in the anime normally wore. All abilities and skills that you will accumulate will be directly assimilated in your body. To make this possible and easier, the system has made you possess the avatar of the character. But you will respawn if you do die in the game, so you don't need to worry about anything, the system assured as Hiruto observed his body and hair, finding that the body that he possessed was extremely identical to his real body, making him look at the system in confusion. The bodies that the host possessed will be altered to look identical to you, but every character of each dimension will remember you as that character that you have possessed. If you ever possess the body of a female character, the system will alter their bodies to look like the female version of Y.W. Wait a minute. A female character? Hiruto asked in bewilderment as he heard that there's a large possibility that he would possess a female body. And judging from the continuous quests, there's a chance that this system would force him to have sex with a male while he is in a female body. Indeed. In some cases the host will possess the bodies of a female character, and yes, there are chances of what you're thinking of will happen. Motherfucker. Don't you dare give me shit quest like that. He shouted in anger and fear while pointing his finger at the system, making the system remain silent as Hiruto started cursing up a storm. I'll fucking kill myself if I ever get those kinds of quest. You got that? Oh no. Anyway, you don't really have a choice, host. Do you really think that the system will be threatened by you? The system sarcastically said, causing Hiruto to clench his fist, resisting the urge to punch the screen in front of him, causing him to try and calm himself down by controlling his breathing. I'll think about it once I'm there, he muttered before looking at the floating window in front of him with a serious expression on his face. Tell me more about yourself. Host, seduction won't work on us. You son of a bitch, I'm asking you information about the nature of the system. Please avoid cursing the system or there will be penalties. It's because of why. Never mind, just tell me more information about you, he said in exasperation, causing the translucent screen in front of him to distort before a large number of words started to appear in front of him. The system cannot objectively judge a person's strength or numerically evaluate a character's strength. That is not within the scope of the system, since power systems work differently in every dimension. For example, an overpowered person in one dimension will be treated as a weak person in another, while the weakest of the former's dimension is considered powerful in the latter. It is impossible to objectively judge a person's strength since everything is different for Mosey dimensions. So no levels or gamer-like ability. There are none. The host's power will be judged by the strength of his soul, the main subject that will hold all of the host's accumulated abilities, skills, and physical or magical prowess. Their system has no levels, nor does it have any status points that a large majority of the other systems holds. The only things that will be shown in your status window are your skills, number of completed quests, personal information, and the strength of your soul that is judged based on the widely accepted ranking between systems. Show me my status, Hiruto said, causing a large translucent screen to appear beside him, showing a full-body model of him while his information was shown at the side of the model. Kirishima Hiroto. Age, 18. Soul ranking, Tier I. Skills, enhanced reflexes, enhanced physical strength, enhanced charm. Number of summons, 0. System points, 0. The notification read, causing Hiroto to place his hand on the soul ranking section in confusion. What does Tier I stands for? Tier I are the souls of normal men, Tier 2 are enhanced souls, Tier 3 are specialist souls, Tier 4 are demigods, while Tier V are considered gods in the world of systems, and finally Tier 6, no one has able to reach this tier yet and they are treated as celestial beings. People that roam the celestial plane without limitations. The system explained, causing Hiroto to place his hand on his chin, thinking about what else to ask the system. In fact, since your physical body is stored in a special space in the system, your physique is based on the body of the person you are possessing. The only difference is your mana capacity, but that is adjusted based on the current strongest being of that dimension. As a preventive measures to avoid destroying the balance of power in each dimension. The system added, causing Hiroto to widen his eyes in response. Doesn't that mean that? No, since your current body is that of a virtual one, all changes will be converted into permanent buffs. This make it possible for you to buff the physique of the body that you possess to a certain extent. In this case, it rarely has any limitations since physique buffing skills are very limited. Skills also don't possess any levels, since all information will be directly provided to you. You just need to practice it so that you can master it. The system explained, causing Hiroto to nod his head in understanding. How about the word changer that you mentioned before? What are the limitations, and please be specific. Changing a word from the script of the dimension would directly alter reality. You cannot change a word that would directly affect the relationship of the heroine and the protagonist, nor can you change a word to kill or revive them. That is the only limitation that it has. He explained, making Hiroto smile as he could already think of various scenarios where this aspect could help him, but hesitated as another question appeared in his mind. Then one last question. When you said I could bring the characters that I summon with me back at my Dime Zion, doesn't that mean that? Indeed. In between every quest, you are given a resting time. Accordingly, all of the characters that you've summoned will also be brought to your world, the world where they are treated as idols and fictional characters. The system explained, causing Hiroto to frown in response from hearing his answer. So, I have to feed and take care of them myself, he said before looking at the system with a bright smile on his face. Sounds bullshit. It looks like I won't need to fulfill one of the continuous quests. The system remained silent while looking at Hiroto, who had a wide smile on his face, but it can't afford for him to give up on those continuous quests since it could directly help him enhance his soul. The host has requested a debt of 400 system points. Request has been accepted. Host will need to repay the debt, or else an interest of 10% will be added each month. 300 system points has been used to buy a permanent premium membership from the organization. Beneficiaries has been permanently engraved into the system's host. Hiroto muttered in shock as he started to read all of the series of notifications that appeared in front of him, making him grit his teeth before glaring at the system. What the fuck are you doing? Hiroto shouted in shock and anger as he pointed his finger to the system, kneeling down on the ground as he the notification on front of him. The host found it difficult to raise and provide for his summons. So the system has made a solution to solve this problem. You motherfucker! You're screwing me on purpose! Hiroto angrily shouted as he punched the translucent window with his hand, but it just went through it like he was punching air, making him clench his fist as a single tear started to appear at the corner of his eyes. I haven't even started yet, and I'm already in debt. Host, before you start whining like a baby, please look at the beneficiaries of the premium membership status that I've brought you. the system said before a large golden-colored window appeared in front of Hiruto's eyes. Making Hiruto look at it with a frown, but froze as he read through the benefits that the membership gave him. Premium membership beneficiaries. Access to the premium store of the system shop. 100 million yen monthly allowance from the organization. VIP privilege in all events, shops, stores, etc. 50% discount to all of the shops in every dimension. High-end security provided to the household of the system's host. A mansion or villa of the host's choice. Membership duration, permanent. System. Have I ever told you how much I love you? Hiruto said with a look of excitement in his eyes, causing the system to look at him in disappointment and exasperation. Well, if it's like this, then I can fulfill those continuous quests of yours. Why did you say so from the beginning? He said before a question suddenly appeared inside his mind, making him glance at the system with a curious expression on his face. All of this cost only 300 system points? How valuable are system points anyway? System points are extremely hard to come by and obtain. You can revive a dead person if you want with 50 system points and achieve immortality using 70 system points. Changing a single word from a script cost 10 system points alone. If I have to calculate how long it will take for a normal system holder to pay that amount, then it would at least take 20 years at maximum. I take back what I said. Chapter 2, Party. Host, hurry up and choose which role are you playing as in this game. The system prompted while Hiruto was looking at the details of each weapons that were floating around him, making him show a look of contemplation on his face before looking at his own status. Name, Kirishima Hiruto. HP, 500/500. MP, 500/500. STR, 10. VIT, 10. AGI, 10. Dex, 0. Int, 0. Available status points, 100. The status read, causing him to frown as he touched the status window. Looking at the STR, VIT, and AGI status with a look of confusion on his face. Why do I already have 10 for strength, agility, and vitality? Host, this avatar is directly possessed by your soul, so all skills that your soul gained from the gift box from before will take effect in this avatar. Wouldn't this be treated as a bug when the system of the game finds out? No, I have my ways in deceiving their system so you don't have to worry, host. Just hurry up and choose your role and assign your status. We don't have all day. The system said, causing an irritated expression to surface on Hiruto's face. Why the fuck are you in a hurry? You got a date or something? Please don't compare the system to you. We're not as desperate as you, host. Did you really have to go there? You're not even denying it. The system retorted, causing Hiruto to grit his teeth before turning his head away. Deciding to just ignore the system as he continued thinking about his options for a character. I'll either go for the twin blades or the staff if I want to grind my way up to level 30. He muttered as he contemplated before finally deciding to just pick the staff, causing him to place all of his status points to intelligence to significantly increase his firepower and mana. Making the system look at him in exasperation seeing how recklessly he poured his status points to intelligence. Host. Shut up, I know what I'm doing. Since I can bring the entirety of my mana and magic prowess with me in every dimension, it's much more reasonable to strengthen it. Even though I poured status points to intelligence now, I'm planning on increasing my agility or dexterity when I accumulate enough points. He explained as a long staff appeared in between his hands, causing the time around him to continue. Bringing everyone back to motion as Hiruto stood in the middle of the town. Skill, Fireball has been gifted by the system. I'm more used in playing as a mage and an assassin in every game I play, so I'm planning on playing in something that I'm comfortable with. He said before he started to look around the spawn area like he was trying to find someone. Making the system look at him in confusion. Host, what are you doing? The system asked but was ignored by Hiruto, who ran towards the fountain-like structure with a large tree in the middle of it, making him smile in excitement. Since I'm literally a glass cannon right now, it's better if I have someone that acts as my defense, right? He said with a grin on his face as he saw a young girl with black hair that extends just on the beneath her chin, wearing the same beginner's gear as him except for the great shield, walking slowly towards the west while waving her hand towards the yellow-haired girl behind her. Found her! He before slowing down a few meters away from her to not alert her and make him look desperate, casually walking towards her direction, who was looking at everyone that were walking faster than her. Can I ask you a few questions? Hiruto called out while waving his hands at her, causing her to pause in her steps before looking at his direction, waving her hand at him as well with a bright smile on her face. Sure. Are you also new to the game? She said with a cheerful smile on her face, seeing the gear that Hiruto was wearing. Yes. I wanted to ask, where can I find monsters? I don't usually play this kinds of games, so I'm a bit lost. You too? She asked with sparkling eyes while holding his hand, making Hiruto scratch the back of his head while his system looked at him with judgmental eyes. You're quite skilled in deception, host. Seeing how you casually lied through your own teeth like that when you haven't done anything in your life but play games. Have you ever considered working as a con artist? Shut the fuck up, will you? I'm doing it to clear that stupid continuous quest of yours. Hiruto thought without a single change in his expression to avoid alerting the girl in front of him, looking at him with an understanding expression on her face. Then want to play together? It's good if us fellow newbies stick together, she said, causing Hiruto to look at her with a grateful expression on his face. Really? MN. She answered while nodding her head, causing Hiruto to brightly smile in response. Maple was happy to see a new potential friend that she could play with. Then, thank you. I'll be in your care. Me too, she said before Hiruto sent her an invitation to his party, making her widen her eyes in surprise before looking at his direction. I thought you were new to the game? How did you know how to send a party invitation? She asked, causing Hiruto to flinch in response before he averted his eyes from hers, looking at him with a pure and innocent expression on her face. I read it at a forum before entering the game. I thought it will be useful, so I memorized it, he said, causing the girl to narrow her eyes in response, making Hiruto nervously gulp. Is that so? Then you know a bit more than me, she said as her expression turned back from being cheerful, making Hiruto sigh in relief as he watched her avatar name appear on his list of party members. So your name is Maple? Yes, she said as she read Hiruto's character name. Hiruto? Yes, that's my real name. I'm not really that good at coming up with names, that's why I just used my real name, he said as they walked out of the two and into the forest, matching her own speed so that he wouldn't leave her behind. Me too, I almost decided to use my real name if I wasn't able to come up with my current one, she said before a small creature suddenly came out of the bush, making Maple raise her shield before pointing it at the creature's direction. A monster, she stuttered before she took a glance of the creature, making her smile as she saw the cute green rabbit-like monster with a red spot on its head. It's so cute, she said as the creature suddenly started running around in circles before charging at Maple's direction. What? I'm sorry, she said as she closed her eyes, giving the monster a chance to smash its own head at her stomach, making Maple step back while holding her own stomach. Ow! She unconsciously said but stopped as she rubbed her stomach, noticing that she felt no pain from the creature's attack. Wow! It doesn't hurt at all, she said, causing Hiruto, who was watching behind her, to unconsciously smile in response, seeing how the scene that he could just watch on the screen was happening in front of him. This is not bad at all, he said before looking at the direction of the floating invisible screen on his top right vision. making him see the current 100 system points that his system burrowed, causing him to mischievously smile in response. System. Show me the script, he said as he let Maple do her thing, letting the rabbit hit her while laughing smugly in her place. Standing still before turning her head back at Hiruto's direction. Hiruto-san. Don't worry about me and have fun, alright? He said while waving his hand at her direction. Secretly scrolling down the script of the dimension before his eyes landed on a specific scene. She answered while nodding her head, causing Hiruto to brightly smile in response. Maple was happy to see a new potential friend that she could play with. He read before the voice of the system echoed in his ear. When you violated one of the limitations placed on the change word ability, you will be notified, so do what you like, and we'll notify you if you cross the line. Then, since this anime isn't really about romance, doesn't that mean that I can't violate one of those limitations? He asked. Remember what his system told him a while ago about the limitations of messing with the female and male lead's relationship? Making the system remain silent. I'll take that as a yes, he said before he crossed out the word friend from the script and replaced it with lover. Making the entire script distort before several new scenarios appeared in front of him, causing him to smile in response. 10 system points has been deducted. Host. As expected from a virgin like you. Due to your lack of skills in seducing a naive and innocent girl, you resort to wasting system points. How pathetic. Please die so that I can change to a new host. You're a dick, you know that. Hiruto said with an irritated expression on his face while looking at the system. Making Maple, who was looking at him with a happy smile on her face, to freeze as she saw her annoyed expression. She stayed silent while ignoring the creature that was continuously attacking her from the back. Making her slowly walk towards Hiruto's direction before holding his shirt. Is it boring, playing with me? Hiruto muttered before looking at her downcast expression. Making him panic as he hurriedly shake his head to the side. And no, that's not it. I just remembered something in real life. I still have homework to do, that's why I felt annoyed since I won't be able to play with you at night. He hurriedly said. Not knowing how to comfort or touch her due to his lack of experience with women. Creating an awkward atmosphere of them standing next to each other while a rabbit was continuously attacking Maple from the back. Is that so? Why, you're not lying, aren't you? Of course, why would I lie for something like that? Hiruto assured with a smile on his face. Making Maple brighten up in response. Smiling at Hiruto's direction while ignoring the small monster that was pounding its own head on her back. The fuck? That rabbit is still going. Hiruto thought before he placed his arm on her shoulder in an awkward manner, and pushing her away. You can go back to playing with that thing. You don't need to worry about me, he said, causing Maple to hesitate, but seeing the smile on his face. She nodded her head before facing the rabbit that was attacking her from behind. I'll have to wait after she obtain absolute defense, poison resistance, meditation, and taunt before I start grinding, he thought before glancing at the direction of the system. System. Buy me the earth magic and fire magic skills. It's much better if I get a hold of all of their spells directly. 10 system points has been deducted. Skill, earth magic has been obtained. Skill, fire magic has been obtained. The notification rang, causing a series of profound knowledge about the two attributed magic to assault his mind. Making him dizzily stare at the ground before his eyes started to spin from the large amount of information entering his mind. Hiruto? Maple asked as she saw Hiruto was acting weird. Making her worriedly walk towards him before he suddenly fell on the ground, causing her to widen her eyes before running towards his direction. Hiruto. Chapter 3, First Battle. You can't touch him. Maple shouted while wrapping her own body around Hiruto, protecting her from the large number of monsters that attack him in his sleep. Making them wrap around her body that was already covered with poison from the bee-like monster above them. Hiruto, who woke up seeing this mess, froze as he felt something soft pressing against his chest. Making him look down to see Maple, who was hugging his body while they were covered with a large variety of insect-like monsters, causing him to blush in shyness. "Host, you're awake. It looks like your tiny mind isn't that strong yet to endure the effects of buying a skill from the shop. Adjustments are being made to the effects of the skill transfer. Thank you for your cooperation." Hiruto remained silent as he closed his eyes once again, ignoring the system's remarks as he enjoyed the softness of Maple's breast on his chest as a single tear fell down his cheek. "I can now die peacefully." "Then please die, but please do it after you paid off your debt. I don't want my next host to pay for the mess you made." "The fuck? You were the one who requested that. Don't drag me in your shit," he thought, causing him to frown in response. Opening his eyes to see Maple staring at her while holding his cheek, making her show a relieved smile on her face. "You're awake," she said as she hugged his head, causing his face to get buried between her ample breast, ignoring the large number of monsters surrounding them. "This feels good. Host, please stop molesting her or I'll report you for misconduct to the organization. Let me enjoy the moment, will you?" he thought as he resisted the exasperated expression that was surfacing on his face, to avoid worrying the girl in front of him. "Maple, how long was I out?" he asked, causing Maple, who was sitting on his lap while hugging his head, to look at him who was buried between her breast, making her widen her eyes in realization as her face started to blush profusely, causing her to push him away in a panic. "Ah!" she screamed before covering her body with her hands, causing Hiruto to hit his head on the ground, making him grunt in pain as a notification rang in front of him. "-250 HP? That took half of my HP? This is fucking rigged!" he shouted in his mind before he saw a bee-like monster charge at his direction, making him raise his hand in a panic before casting the first spell that came to his mind to protect himself. "Blaze!" he casted, causing scorching flames to come out his hand, burning all of the monsters that was in the path in front of his hand, killing all of them in an instant due to his high points in intelligence. "You have acquired giant killing. Your level has increased to 5. The notification rang as he watched Maple stab a bee monster charging at her with her short sword, making Hiruto sigh on relief before he pressed his hand on the ground. "Earth Spike!" he casted, causing dozens of medium-sized spikes to appear on the ground, stabbing all of the monsters on the ground before a series of notifications appeared in front of them, making Maple look at the amount of EXP that she received in awe. "Your level has increased to 10. That was easy," he muttered in surprise while looking at the number of defeated enemies that all started to turn into pixels, making Hiruto look at his status with a grin on his face. "I guess pouring all my points to int really paid off," he said before he glanced at Maple, who was reading all of her new skills with a smile on her face, making her wave her hand at Hiruto excitedly. "Look at this, Hiruto-san. I got so many skills from that," she said with a bright expression on her face as she arrived in front of Hiruto and showed her status to him, puffing her chest in pride. "Oh!" Hiruto muttered with a light smile on his face, watching her cute actions before looking at her current skills before sighing in relief, seeing that everything was the same except for one skill. "Guardian? What's that?" he asked in confusion since it was the first time that he ever saw this kind of skill even in the anime. "Oh? That? It increases my overall VIT every time I'm protecting or fighting together with someone. If the number of party members we have increases, so does my VIT. How did you get this kind of skill?" he asked in confusion, causing Maple to slightly blush before answering his question. "Why, you passed out for 5 hours, and there were a lot of monsters around us, so I stayed by your side to protect you for 5 hours," she said, causing Hiruto to look at her in astonishment. "I was out for 5 hours. MN. She answered while nodding in front of him. making Hiruto hold his head before looking at the direction of the system. "Warn me next time, will you? I would have died if she wasn't here," he whispered with a tinge of anger in his voice, causing Maple, who was sitting in front of him, to look at him with a curious expression on her face, wondering what he was saying as she couldn't hear his words that well. "Host, it's your fault for not asking me about its effects. I could have died." "You wouldn't die, since your body is part of the game. So no need to worry, host. You're so laid back, aren't you?" Hiruto thought as he felt a headache assault his mind, causing him to glare at the system in exasperation. "Hiruto-san, they dropped 2 rings for us," she excitedly shouted as she placed the other Forest Queen Bee's ring on his hand while she wore the other ring on her ring finger, making Hiruto wear the ring on his pinky, causing Maple to look at him with a pout. "What? Nothing," she said with a displeased expression on her face before looking at the time on the menu, making her widen her eyes in shock before a look of panic replaced her cheerful one. "Oh no! It's already late!" Maple loudly exclaimed, remembering her assignments that she hasn't done yet sitting in her room, making her look at Hiruto with an apologetic expression on her face. "I'm sorry, but I have to log out for today. I still have assignments to do," she said as she bowed her head in front of him, making Hiruto raise his hand in front of her with a smile on his face, indicating that it was all right. "I'm sorry as well for taking so much of your time, and thanks for protecting me while I was out." "No need to thank me. It's a natural thing to help your friend," she said before she suddenly held his hand, causing Hiruto to jolt in surprise, making him look at her hopeful expression. "Hiruto-san, can we play again, tomorrow?" she asked while intently staring at his face in anticipation, making Hiruto awkwardly smile as he wasn't used in dealing with a person's persistent, causing him to unconsciously agree to her invitation. "Sure, let's play again tomorrow. I haven't been able to enjoy the game that much because I passed out," he answered, causing Maple to excitedly smile in response. "That's a promise. I'll wait for you at the fountain again. I'll introduce you to my friend tomorrow so that the 3 of us can play together. I'm looking forward to it," he said with a friendly smile on his face, watching as Maple's avatar disappear in front of him, leaving him alone in the middle of the forest as a translucent screen appeared in front of him. "The host cannot log out in this game since you are possessing an avatar. I haven't even said anything yet. Host, it's quite obvious by the look on your face, but you are stuck here until you finish the quest," the system said as Hiruto stretched his tense body from sleeping on the cold and hard ground for 5 hours. "I want to ask, but will I starve or get tired in this game?" he asked as he clenched his staff tightly before several insect-like monsters started appearing around him, surrounding him completely. "Of course not, your body is that of a virtual one, so even if you fought for hours in this game, you wouldn't feel any sense of physical exhaustion, but mental exhaustion is possible," the system answered, causing Hiruto to grin in response before hitting the butt of his staff on the ground, creating a large pillar of soil below him that lifted him up the ground. "Mental exhaustion through playing games? Did you forget that I'm a hardcore NEET host? It's quite pathetic of you to be proud of being like that. Can't even praise me for a bit," he said with a helpless smile on his face as he watched the monsters slowly walk towards his direction. "Right now I can only use Fireball, Blaze, and Flamethrower for fire magic. Earth Wall, Earth Pillar, Stone Armor, and Earth Spike for earth magic. Out of all of that, only Blaze, Earth Spikes, and Flamethrower are AoE spells," he said before he poured mana on his staff and pointed in on the ground. "Earth Wall," he casted, causing 4 wide walls to block the monster's path of escape along with his, watching as the centipede and caterpillar-like monsters slowly climb up the pillar. "System. I should have 50 available status points, right? Pour 30 to VIT and 20 to AGI. Distribution of status points complete. Thanks, he said before unconsciously crouching down, dodging an attack from the bee monster before it spat out poison onto his body, making him frown before he felt his body ache from the poison. -5 HP. -5 HP. -5 HP. Poison resistance, small, has been acquired. The notification rang before he created 3 fireballs around him and threw it towards the charging bee monsters in the air, blowing them up as they charged at him before he placed his hand on the pillar. Earth Spike. He cast it as dozens of spikes made from soil suddenly protruded out of the pillar, stabbing all of the monsters that were trying to climb it. Earth Armor. Earth Armor has been activated. +20 to VIT. The system said, causing his VIT to rise up to 60 as the pain in his body dissipated, making him grin before 10 fireballs were created around him, floating above the air before he dodged a charge of a bee monster aimed at his head, causing him to immediately throw one of the fireballs at it before sending the rest towards the ground, creating a series of small explosions as he watched them turn into pixels, making him smile in satisfaction. Your level has increased to 13. +15 status points. Pour everything to int. Distribution of status points complete. The notification rang as Hiruto pointed his staff at the surviving monsters from below. Blaze. He casted, causing a torrent of flames to burst out the end of his staff, engulfing all of the monsters below as the fire spread inside the cage that he created. Your level has increased to 14. +5 status points. Place it to int. Distribution of status points complete. The notification rang, causing him to sigh in relief before the pillar and walls crumbled and came back to the ground. Should I try my luck with the Hydra? Nah. I should probably increase the effectiveness of my poison resistance first, he muttered before looking at the direction of the forest with an excited grin on his face. I never knew, being able to use magic was this fun. Chapter 4, Grinding. The spawn rate of this monsters is really slow, Hiruto muttered as he spun his staff around his hand, hitting the rabbit-like monster that was charging at his direction, causing it to tumble on the ground as Hiruto stabbed the butt of his staff into its body, making it turn into pixels before disappearing in front of him. You're being awfully quiet, system. I'm not really used to it. Host, as long as you do your job, I won't belittle your already sorry existence, so rest assured. Do you want me to? I would gladly do it if you wish, but that is quite a fetish you have, host. Never mind. I think it's better if you just shut the fuck up, he said with an annoyed expression on his face before he heard something brush the leaves of a tree, causing his expression to change as he clenched his staff with his hand. Any skills that can attract monsters towards me. I recommend the Alluring Scent skill, or the Predatorial Scent. Both can be bought as an active or passive skill, but the passive version is a lot more expensive than the active one. What does both skills do? Alluring Scent releases a special scent that spreads a few meters away from you and induce any creature's lust towards you. The other one induces them to have extreme hatred towards you to the point that they'll want to kill you, the system explained, causing Hiruto to look at it with a strange expression on his face, finding it weird why his system would recommend an extremely dangerous skill like that. Why did you recommend something like that? Do you want me to die? It's just your imagination. It is one of the skills that the system currently has that meets your description. In fact, I recommend the Predatorial Scent since it is only 5 system points for the passive one. Isn't it a great deal? You little shit. Please avoid cursing the system or penalties will be given, the system added, causing Hiruto to unconsciously clench his fist but decided to just breathe deeply, making his expression relax before looking at the system with a stoic expression on his face. How much for the Alluring Scent skill, the active one? He asked as 10 doll-like creatures with blue ears and star-like eyes came out of the bushes, all growling while looking at Hiruto, causing him to point the tip of his staff towards the approaching monsters. Alluring Scent, active, cost 20 system points. It's so expensive. Can I get a discount or something? Take it or leave it. The system said, causing Akihiro to angrily grit his teeth in response. Looking at the pitiful amount of system points that he has on top of being in debt. Fuck. I'll take it. Purchase complete. The notification rang, causing Hiruto to smile before he activated the skill, causing a sweet and strong smell of an aphrodisiac to spread out of his body, making the monsters around him to freeze before suddenly looking at him with a lustful expression on their faces like they found the perfect mate, causing Hiruto to grin in response. Alluring scent, active, spread a special aphrodisiac that attracts all creatures from different races and sexes towards the caster. Consumes 5 MP/SEC. That's it. He muttered before starting to run, causing the 10 monsters to immediately chase after him as he ran through the forest. Maneuvering skillful onto the rugged terrain as his scent spread throughout the entire forest, attracting the monsters that he passed by to chase after him as their eyes turned into a shade of pink. Making Hiruto grin before crouching down, dodging an attack from a forest queen bee who swept down to grab him. Host, what are you doing? The system asked, causing Hiruto to grin before jumping over a large root of a tree, running towards the exit of the forest. What do you think? I'm grinding, he said with a confident smile on his face before he summoned 2 fireballs around him, firing it towards the 2 forest queen bee who tried to surprise him from the front, blowing them up in midair as Hiruto didn't stop running, causing the number of creature chasing him to increase every second, creating a large stampede that trampled the trees behind him. Since I have a powerful fire power, I can just bring them all in one spot and kill them all at the same time, he said as he arrived outside the forest that was completely empty due to the current time, making Hiruto raise his staff in the air and hit it with everything he got to the ground, causing a large pillar to appear beneath him, rising him up in the air before 4 large walls suddenly entrapped the chasing monsters. When I'm playing as a mage, I tend to deal with as many enemies as possible to save my mana, and thanks to my giant killing title, all of my stats except for HP and MP are multiplied by 2 whenever I'm facing someone that is higher in level than me, he said before pointing his staff down the large crowd of monsters below with a large grin on his face. A huge pile of EXP. Don't mind if I do, he said before forcefully accessing one of the mid-tier spells that he has to ensure that he will kill them all, sacrificing almost all of his current mana to activate the spell. Flame Tornado. He casted before a small flame appeared in the middle of the crowd of monsters, slowly spinning around as it started to increase its speed, swallowing up the oxygen around the air while his mana was used to ignite it, creating a medium-sized tornado of scorching flames inside the walls, burning all monsters to cinders before a series of notifications appeared in front of him. Your level has increased to 21. Plus 35 status points. You have obtained Arsonist. The notification rang as Hiruto watched as his mana quickly depletes, causing the pillars and walls to crumble down and assimilated itself back on the ground, leaving Hiruto alone in the field as a large number of pixels floated on the ground, disintegrating the corpses of the monsters. I'll keep it for now, he said, closing the notifications in front him before he clicked the info button of the skill that he just obtained. Arsonist, increases magic damage by 30% when using any type of flame spells. Decreases magic damage by 50% when using any spells from the ice or water magic category. Condition, kill 100 monsters in quick succession using only one of any spells of the fire magic category. That's actually not bad, he said with a satisfied smile on his face before looking at the drops of the monsters, making him see a wooden staff on the ground, causing him to go and pick it up to inspect its properties. Spirit Tree's Branch. Plus 30 int. Increases magic damage when using spells from the Earth category. Increases damage when fighting against forest monsters. Well, we are in a forest, so I guess that makes sense. This thing wasn't even in the anime. Of course not, we have slightly modified the drops of the monsters you're fighting to help you receive an item that is suitable for you to use. Even though you can't bring any of them back with you. You're a bit of a cheapskate, you know that. He said with a sigh before his status to see his current progress, causing him to frown as he saw his level rise up by this much. System, will I get forcefully dragged back at my dimension once the quest is finished? No, you will be given 1 day to prepare everything to leave, but you can ask the system if you do want to leave immediately. The system said, causing Hiruto to frown as that could mean that if he isn't able to successfully seduce Maple in that day, then, he wouldn't be able to bring her back with him. 3 days. He muttered with a serious expression on his face. Trying to remember all of the events that happened in the anime. So I have to convince her and finish the quest before or on the day of the event when the developers haven't nerfed her skill foul feeding. Shit. How do you expect me to know how to court a girl? I haven't even experienced having a girlfriend yet back at my dimension. He shouted in frustration while waiting for his mana to fully regenerate. Making the system remain silent. Looking at its host with a look of pity and disappointment, but decided not to retort to avoid ruining the diligence of his host. I'll try my luck tomorrow, he said before he heard the sound of bee-wings slowly approaching his direction. Making him frown as he immediately deactivated the alluring scent skill, causing the bee to snap out of its allured state before angrily glaring at Hiruto's direction. Spitting out a ball of venom at his head, causing it to splatter and spread throughout his upper body. -5 HP. 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 -5H. The notification continued to ring echo in his ear while his HP was rapidly decreasing. Making Hiruto frown before placing his own hand on his shoulder. Earth armor. He said as a thick armor made from hard soil and tox covered his entire body. Increasing his own VIT by 20 and activating meditation to heal himself up. Stabilizing the rate of HP that he lost as his regeneration and continuous damage decreased and restored his HP alternatively. You have acquired poison resistance, medium. Should have brought potions with me. He muttered before another queen bee spat out a ball of poison at his direction. Making him grin in response as he watched his HP bar continued to jump up and down. -5 HP. -5 HP. -5 HP. -5 HP. -5 HP. -5 HP. System. Open the script now. He muttered before another queen bee spat out a ball of poison at his direction. Making him grin in response as he watched his HP bar continued to jump up and down. He immediately added the word lethal beside the poison word of the paragraph. -10 system points has been deducted. Host. I never knew you were into this kind of play. I feel bad for the naive girl from before for being targeted by masochistic pervert like you. Shut the fuck up for a minute, will you? He said as vein bulged on his forehead before he felt his body suddenly ache like his muscles started to tear on itself. -50 HP. -50 HP. The notification continued to appear in front of him but was completely ignored by Hiruto, who had a frown on his face. Laying down on the ground as he resisted the pain that was caused by the poison. You have acquired poison resistance, large. That's what I'm talking about. Fireball. He said with a grin on his face before firing 2 fireballs on the queen bees flying around him. Creating 2 small explosions above him before the effects of the poison were nullified by his skill. Making him sigh in relief before a tinge of fear crawled down his back. Now I understand why Maple decided to just place everything on VIT. I'll never get used to that kind of pain. He said before glancing at his low 30 points in VIT. Resisting the urge to just pour everything to vitality so that he wouldn't experience that kind of pain again. What kind of skill will I bring back if I make my VIT reach 100 points? Pain tolerance, high, magic resistance, and hardened defense. Are you interested in getting those skill, host? I need 35 more status points if I add the 35 I have now to reach that high, but it worth the risk? That's like 14 whole levels of status points. He asked himself before falling into deep contemplation. Pain tolerance, high, can also nullify the pain felt from the skill transfer process. It's absolutely worth it. I'll just need to grind up more levels to get more status points before I leave, he said while clicing his fist in front of him, looking at the distance with a resolute expression on his face. You're too easy to read, host, the system said as it watched Hiruto stand up from the ground, picking up his staff before looking at the direction of a tall mountain that was covered in green vegetation. The place where the very first dungeon that Maple entered in the anime. I think I can survive soloing that dungeon tomorrow. Maple isn't going online until she comes back from school, so I have plenty of time to challenge the boss, he said as he checked the current money that he has, making him nod his head as it was enough for him to buy large quantities of mana and health potions tomorrow when the players open their shops. Can't really grind that much because of the quest. It looks like I'll have to sleep in the forest for tonight. Would you like to buy a tent for 3 system points? I'll just sleep on trees for tonight. I have experience camping after all. You mean those lonely memories of you camping by you? Can you please shut the fuck up? Chapter 5, Boss Fight. N/A, I'm calling the Poison Dragon Hydra since it's much shorter. This is the dungeon if I remember correctly, Hiruto muttered while looking at the cave in front of him, carrying a large tree branch at his right hand. Based on the map of the game system, this is the correct location. Are you sure you want to enter by yourself, host? The system, causing Hiruto to grin in response before stepping into the cave without hesitation. If you clear a dungeon by yourself on your first try, the game would reward you a unique items, so it's only natural that I'll try to clear it myself to try my luck, he said before looking at the large pile of mana and health potions in his inventory with a serious expression on his face. I spent every money that I have just to prepare for today, so I hope what I'm doing is worth it, he said before his eyes noticed movements below him, causing him to lower his head, making him see a large green blob crawling towards his direction. Fireball. He casted, causing a ball of flames to appear out of thin air and threw itself towards the slime, creating a small explosion in front of him, killing the slime in one hit before it started to turn into pixels. It's a good thing, I'm a mage, he said before countless slimes started to appear in front of him, making him point his staff forward. Flamethrower. He casted, causing a small spark of flame to appear at the tip of his staff before it started to expand, launching a torrent of flames forward, burning everything in front of him before he deactivated the spell to save his mana. Your level has increased to 22. Plus 5 status points. The notification rang as Hiruto continued walking deeper into the cave, blowing all of the slimes that he passed through to smithereens using a fireball, but due to his high level, the EXP that the slimes gave him wasn't sufficient for him anymore. System, pour everything to VIT, he said as he arrived in front of a large wooden gate, making him breathe deeply as the system distributed his 40 status points to VIT, causing his defense to rise, preparing his inventory so that he can easily access his potions. Unlike Maple, who had an incredible high VIT when she first battled the boss, his skills is more int-focused, so there's a large chance that the boss can one-shot him if he's not careful. System. I'll leave the use of potions to you. Oh? So you trust me, host? That's new, you kept whining how much you can't trust me just a while ago. Can you shut up and be useful for once? He said in annoyance before placing his hand on the wooden door, making him nervously gulp, since if he failed here, he can say goodbye to the unique set that he was hoping for. Hiruto then grit his teeth before pushing the gate open, causing an ominous-looking mist to come out of the room as the deep growl of a large monster echoed in his ear. making him look up, causing him to see a three-headed monster that was at least 4 times larger than him. "It really looks different when you face it yourself," he said with a large smile on his face as he entered inside, making the gate behind him to shut close, trapping him inside as the 3 heads all glared at his direction. Earth armor. He immediately casted, causing his VIT to rise up to 80 before immediately jumping towards the side, dodging the poisonous substance that the 3 heads fired out of their mouths, causing them to follow his tracks as the poisonous substance scattered across the floor. Earth wall. He casted, causing a large wall of soil to appear in front of him, blocking the poisonous purple liquid fired by one of the heads towards his direction, causing the wall to melt upon contact with the poison. Making Hiruto immediately point his staff at the dragon and fired flamethrower towards the direction of the Hydra, hitting one of its head before Hiruto rushed forward, dodging the attacks of the 2 heads, but couldn't fully dodge the poisonous substance that managed to splash on his skin, making him grit his teeth in response. -70 HP. -70 HP. The notification rang as his HP bar started to quickly decrease at an extremely dangerous level, making his system use a health potions to heal him before Hiruto dodged one of the head that swept through the ground, trying to lock him in place, causing Hiruto to immediately land on its head. The head roared as it felt him land on his neck, making it open its mouth to launch a poison breath at his direction, causing Hiruto to grin as he pointed his staff inside his mouth. Blaze. He casted as a torrent of flames spread throughout the Hydra's entire head, making the monster screech as the 2 head fired poison breath at his direction, making Hiruto erect 2 large walls at both of his side, temporarily blocking their attack before he rushed and climbed on its body. Fireball. He casted, launching 2 balls of flames at the 2 heads that tried to bite him before he jumped off its body, creating a large pillar of soil to catch his fall before erecting another wall behind him, blocking the 3 heads' combined attacks. "Maple really made this fight look really fucking easy," he said before erecting 4 pillars in front of him, blocking the Hydra's advance as the wall behind him melted, making the Hydra release poison breath towards the pillars to melt them. System. Spam mana potions for me. I'll start using mid-tier spells. Understood. The system said, causing Hiruto to grin before he ran away to form a considerable distance between them. Blaze Needle. He casted before swinging his staff towards one of the head, launching dozens of thin needles of extreme heat towards the head, causing his mana to quickly drain as he watched the needles sink into one of the Hydra's head, making it howl before flame burst out of its mouth. Quicksand. He casted as he slammed his staff on the ground, causing 2 large cracks to appear and spread around the Hydra, creating a large circle around the monster before the soil beneath it completely crumbled into dust, sinking the Hydra into the ground, trapping it in place before Hiruto started firing more blaze needles on its body, making the Hydra randomly fire poison breath around it, causing Hiruto to erect an earth wall in front of him, blocking the first wave of poisonous liquid but wasn't able to block the second one that was fired as soon as the wall melted, making Hiruto frown as his body was drenched with the purple liquid. -70 HP. -70 HP. -70 HP. -70 HP. The notification begun to ring as the system continued to spam health potions to keep him alive, making Hiruto grit his teeth as he felt his body slightly ache from the poison. Blaze. He casted, launching a wide wave of flames in front of him but wasn't able to reach the Hydra due to its short range, blocking their view before Hiruto hit the butt of his staff on the ground. Rock Prison. He casted as the rocks beneath them started to move, protruding out of the ground as it started to extend upwards, surrounding the Hydra's body as it trapped it inside of a large cage of stone, making Hiruto point his staff in the air. "This is the reason why I fucking hate long incantations," he said as his mana to quickly drain but with the help of the system, managing to maintain the activation process of the spell as his mana potions started to deplete in his inventory. A large bright light then started to form above the cage, causing two of the Hydra's head to look up the blinding light while the other one fired poison breath at Hiruto, making Hiruto grit his teeth as he couldn't cast another spell during the activation of this high-level spell due to his quickly depleting mana, causing the liquid drench his body as the effects of the poison started to kick in. Minus 70 HP. Minus 70 HP. Minus 70 HP. The notifications rang as he watched both his mana and health bar alternately decrease and increase at the same time. You have acquired poison resistance, advance. Finally. Hiruto muttered with a large grin on his face as the effects of the poison to dissipate. Let's see how you deal with this. He muttered before the temperature of the cave started to spike, evaporating the water underground as the ground started to release small ounce of water vapor in the air. Solar flare. He cast it as he swung his staff downwards, causing the bright orb in the sky to burst as flames engulfed the Hydra's entire body, melting a large portion of the part of the cave and turning it to lava. Hiruto remained silent, staring at the hellish-like scene in front of him as the fire started to die down. While only the sound of the flames were heard, causing Hiruto to sigh in relief. Your level has increased to 25. Plus 15 status points. The notification rang as the body of the Hydra turned into particles before a single chest replaced its body. Congratulations, host. You're not as useless as we thought you were. Make up your mind if you want to praise or insult me, he said in an exhausted voice before he walked towards the chest, opening it with his right hand as golden light came out of the chest before a series of notifications appeared in front of him. You have acquired Moonlight Cloak. You have acquired Twilight Scepter. This is new, he muttered before clicking the button at the bottom right corner of the notification, causing more information about the equipment to appear in front of him. Unique series. I already know about that, he said as he skipped that and moved his eyes on the stats provided by the equipment. Moonlight Cloak. Plus 40 VIT. 100% mana regeneration during nighttime. Plus 10 int for every 1 hour that the player is basked in moonlight. Self-repairs during nighttime. Empty skill slot. Are you the one who made this system? No, but it was prepared by the system for you once you achieve this kind of feat. It was especially made for your role as a mage, the system explained, causing Hiruto to smile at it in gratitude as it started to see the system in a new light, but immediately regretted it when he read what the system said next. What? Are you brimming with gratitude towards us? Then please be more. Why won't you shove that pride up your ass? You were the one who dragged me in here and forced me into a debt, so don't go bragging your ass off since this isn't enough. I can't even bring this shit back at my dimension, he said in exasperation before keeping the armor, causing his body to get covered by a long black cloak with silver lines at the ends of the cloth. Inside was a simple black leather armor with the same designs as the cloak, while his hands and feet were covered by black leather armor with diamond-shaped silver decorated its top. Not bad, Hiruto said with a smile on his face while looking at his new equipment before he equipped his new staff, causing a large scepter that was taller than his own body to appear in his hand. The scepter had a long black pole while a silver crescent moon served as the scepter's head. In the middle of the crescent moon is a single black jewel that floated in the air. Twilight Scepter. Plus 50 int. Turns moonlight present in the holder's body into mana. Self-repairs during nighttime. Empty skill slot. So, my equipment works best during nighttime, and acts like a normal equipment during daytime. That feature is really fucking shit, but I guess it does fit with the theme of the armor, he said before a look of regret surfaced on his face, making him look at the scepter with slight greed in his eyes. I really want to bring this scepter back, but that means I have to act as a cupid for Maple with another character. If the character that I'm posseing doesn't count, then I guess I have to give up bringing my equipment back at my dimension, he said with a sigh before preparing to leave the dungeon, causing him to look around to see that the entire dungeon was repaired back to its original appearance. System. If I summon Maple, will she bring her equipment with her? Yes, since you'll be pulling her avatar out of this dimension. Unlike you who will leave it behind, that's why rest assured since she'll retain her original equipment. The system said as Hiruto stepped out of the dungeon. Thanks goodness, he said with a sigh of relief, before the system added a few more words to its explanation, but was ignored by Hiruto who closed his eyes while stretching his body, breathing in the fresh air as his body relaxed. Even her ability to level up and strengthen herself in this game will be retained. The only thing that she wouldn't be able to retain is her ability to obtain skills since she would be cut off from the game system of this dimension. The system said before immediately removing the words in its screen, giving Hiruto no chance to read the additional information. What the hell was that? I didn't even get to read it. It's nothing important, host. Chapter 6, Buying Skills. It's getting really boring killing low-leveled monsters in this place, but I can't really leave since Maple is still here. Hiruto muttered while biting into a bread that he just bought from a store. Looking around the town before his eyes landed on top of a skill shop, making him swallow the bread inside his mouth before a smile appeared on his face. System. How many G do I have now? 810,000, if we counted the recent grinding of low-leveled monsters that you did before you came into the town. The system answered, making Hiruto walk towards the direction of the shop, pushing its door open as the scent of old paper entered his nose. Should I buy skills for Maple? I have plenty of G to spare, so I guess it's fine if I spent a few 100,000 on her, he muttered, causing the system to look at him strangely like it was looking at a simp, making Hiruto unconsciously frown as he felt like the system was insulting him from behind. You. It's just your imagination, host. I haven't even said anything yet, Hiruto said while looking at the floating translucent screen with a frown on his face. Entering the shop before an old man wearing wizard's clothes greeted him from the counter. Welcome. The old man greeted, causing Hiruto to nod his head towards his direction before passing through him. Entering the large shelves filled with scrolls containing different skills from different classes. System, can you scan the entire place? I don't want to waste too much time searching for skills. 3 System Po. Are you really charging me for that? Fine, I'll do it for free, the system said before scanning the entire shop as a holographic net spread through the shelves, collecting all information about the skills present in this place before showing it in front of Hiruto in a bullet list, making Hiruto look at it in awe as he saw the large number of skills written in the translucent screen in front of him. That's a lot. Can you narrow it down to skills that a mage or a tank can use? He said, causing the list in front of him to immediately shorten into a few skills, making him skim through the list before his eyes landed on certain skill, costing almost 50,000 guaranis. Staff Mastery 3. What does this skill do actually? He asked as he pressed the More Info button, causing the information about the skill to appear in front of him. Staff Mastery 3, increases magic damage dealt by 3% when a staff is equipped. System, where is this scroll located? He asked as a map of the shop appeared in front of him with a single orb shining in one of the shelves, making him follow the orb, causing him to arrive in front of a shelf before he reached out his hand took out a scroll from the shelf. Show me the list again, he said, causing the list to appear once again in front of him. Searching through the list and narrowing it down to defensive skills that can help him and Maple, since he didn't really need any offensive skills thanks to his earth magic and fire magic skills. Evasion, reduction of damage received by 1%. Parry, reduction of damage received by 1%. MP strengthening, large, plus 200 MP. HP strengthening, large, plus 200 HP. Cover, cover an adjacent party member from attacks. When used, VIT is increased by 10%. Pierce Guard, an activated skill that nullifies the effects of piercing attacks you receive with your shield. Cover Move I, ignoring the AGI stat, move to a party member within a 5-meter radius. After being used, the damage receive is doubled for 30 seconds. This should be enough, he muttered while carrying 12 skill scrolls in his arm and brought it to the old man. Paying a total of 300 kg for the 12 skills, causing the old man to smile from his large purchase. Please come back again, dear customer. The old man shouted while waving his hand at Hiruto, who left the shop and started to use the scrolls that were deemed useful to him. Using one of the 2 scrolls that he bought for parry, evasion, HP strengthening, and MP strengthening, along with the staff mastery skill that he bought, causing a series of notifications to appear in front of him. You have acquired staff mastery 3. You have acquired parry. You have acquired evasion. You have acquired HP strengthening, large. You have acquired MP strengthening, large. Are you planning on giving the girl the rest of the skills you bought? The system asked, causing Hiruto to smile at his direction, giving him a thumbs up as he walked towards the spawn area of the first floor. Yep, since Maple right now doesn't really have enough money to buy anything, he said before he saw Maple looking around while standing in front of the large fountain, making him wave his hand at her, causing her to look towards his direction. Hiruto-san, she called as she ran towards Hiruto at an extremely slow speed, making Hiruto's mouth to twitch, seeing her run so slow. Hiruto-san, were you waiting for me? She asked as she arrived in front of Hiruto before her eyes glanced at the new equipment he was wearing, making her look up at him with slight envy in her eyes. So I'm really the only one in my starter gear. Where did you get your equipment, Hiruto-san? She asked, causing Hiruto to smile before patting her head, taking out 7 skill scrolls that he bought and gave it to Maple, making her widen her eyes before taking the scrolls in his hand. This is for you, use it since I'm sure you'll need it. See, can I really have this? It looks rare. It's not that rare, I just bought it from a skill shop. It's my gift for you, so use it, he said, causing Maple to smile brightly before sitting down on the edge of the fountain, looking at the skill scrolls with sparkling eyes, reading the effects of the skills before using it without hesitation. Thank you, Hiruto-san. I will definitely repay you for this in the future, she said while clenching her fist in front of her, looking at him with a grateful expression on her face. Hiruto-san, have you been online for all this time? She asked before she watched Hiruto walk towards the west, causing Maple to follow him from behind. Yeah. You could say I was a bit too excited, that's why I logged in early and started playing, he said, causing Maple to nod her head in understanding. You too? I had a hard time focusing at school every time I remember how much fun we had yesterday, she cheerfully said with a bright smile on her face. Though, it's a bit of a shame that Risa can't join us today. Risa? Is that the name of your friend? MN. She's the one who invited me to play this game, I really want her to meet you. I'm sure the 3 of us will have fun playing together, she said as they left the town, walking on the long path towards the dungeon that Hiruto cleared a few hours ago. Hiruto-san, where are we going? You wanted new equipments, right? I bringing you to the place where I got my equipment, he said as he lowered his pace to match her speed, making Maple scratch her cheek, feeling a bit shy from receiving so much of his help. Don't look at me like that. We're friends, right? Friends help each other out, and I did this because I wanted to. You helped me a lot yesterday, so think of this as my payment for your help, he said before he spun his staff and hit a charging rabbit monster on the head, sending it away from them before he fired a fireball at its direction, killing it instantly before its body started to turn into pixels. Hiruto-san, what level are you now? 25. He casually answered, causing Maple to widen her eyes in astonishment and surprise, making her look at him in awe. You managed to raise your level that much in just a few hours, she said before she ran in front of Hiruto and bowed her head. clenching the shield in her hand while staring at him in the eyes. "Master, please teach me your ways. Please don't call me that, you can also do it if you just grind, so it's not really an amazing feat. I'm also here so I'll help you match my level," Hiruto said with a helpless smile on his face before he noticed the cave in front of them. "We're here," Hiruto said as they arrived in front of a dungeon, making Maple look around in curiosity as he took out the excess stack of HP potions that he has and giving it to her. "Good luck," he said with a smile on his face, causing Maple to look at him in confusion. "You're not coming with me?" "Well, you only get the equipment that you want if you clear this by yourself. From my experience of entering this dungeon, I'm pretty sure you can handle it yourself. Just use the potions that I gave you if you're in a tough spot," he said as he patted her back, assuring her that everything will be fine, causing Maple to nod her head before running inside the cave with her shield in front of her, leaving Hiruto who sat leaned against the trunk of a tree. "After this, we'll have to move to the next town, so that she can obtain the loving sacrifice skill," he said with a serious expression on his face, trying to remember the specifics of the quest that helped Maple obtain the skill. He already gave up and strengthening himself further and only wanted Maple to get stronger, since he did have the system after all. "System? What will happen to this dimension when I leave?" he asked as he laid down on the ground, using his own hands as his pillow while staring at the bright blue sky above him. "The time in this dimension will be either continue or get frozen in place. That all depends on the decision of the host. You will gain full authority over the rift that you used to enter this place, and as long as it is under your authority, you can enter it as you wish as long as you pay enough system points. You can also sell this authority to the system, and depending on the evaluation of the system over the dimension in question, you can sell it at a price ranges from 100 to 900 system points." "What?" he muttered before suddenly sitting up from the ground, looking at the system with a trace of excitement in his eyes. "So I can ent. Of course, you will not be able to retain your skills and abilities anymore in this dimension since that is a reward for the quest. We won't allow you to just enter and leave this dimension while retaining everything you gained in the process. That would make you overly reliant to the dimension," the system explained, pouring cold water over his excitement, making Hiruto sigh before laying back down on the ground. "There's so much restrictions. It's getting a bit frustrating," he muttered before he closed his eyes, falling asleep as the cold breeze swept through his skin while waiting for Maple. "I'm surprised you can sleep in this kind of place, host. Time skip. Hiruto-san." "Hey!" Hiruto muttered as he suddenly woke up from his light sleep as he heard Maple's excited and loud voice from the cave, causing Hiruto to widen his eyes in shock before looking at Maple's direction. Wearing the black rose armor, new moon, and mirror of the Black Knight on her body. "How long was I asleep?" 3 hours. "Hiruto-san. Look at my new armor. Isn't it cool?" she yelled while waving her hand at him, arriving in front of him who was sitting down on the ground. "You were right. This dungeon isn't really that hard," she added, making Hiruto's mouth to twitch, remembering how hard it was for him to deal with the dungeon himself. "She's a living manifestation of a bug in game. For once. I agree with you, host." Chapter 7, Helping Maple with her quest. "Hiruto-san, it tastes like pop candy, right?" Maple said with a cute smile on her face as they walked towards the next town, holding a large ladybug monster in their hands as Hiruto was forced to eat it by Maple, making him look extremely pale as he never once expected that he would eat bugs in his life, a live one at that. "Why yeah," Hiruto said as he resisted the urge to vomit, making Maple smile brightly hearing how he liked it. "I really can't say no to that kind of face. You have acquired bomb eater. You have acquired foul feeding." The notification rang as they arrived in front of the town, making Maple marvel on the high stone walls that built the infrastructures of the town. Have you been here before, Hiroto-san? She asked as they entered the city. Making her excitedly look around the shops, causing Hiroto to gently smile at her direction. Does this count as a date? He muttered to himself but immediately shook his head to the side. Denying his own thoughts, causing Maple who was walking beside him to glance at him with slightly flushed cheeks. Date? She whispered as she glanced at his arm. Resisting the urge to warp her arms to his to make them, causing her to lower her head with a pout. What's wrong? Hiroto asked as she noticed that she suddenly remained silent, causing Maple to shyly blush before moving closer to him. See, can we hold hands? She said but whispered towards the end of her sentence. You want to hold hands? He asked with a teasing smile on his face, causing Maple to blush red down to her neck. Looking away in shyness. Making Hiroto nervously look at her. Hesitating for a bit before he reached out his right hand towards her left. Maple, who felt the warmth of his hand, flinched as she felt Hiroto intertwine his fingers with hers. Making her peek at Akihiro, who had the same shy expression on his face as it was his first time holding a girl's hand that was not his sister. They both shyly averted her eyes from one another as they both created a cute scene of an innocent couple on their first date. Is this your first date? How cute! Aju-chan, want me to recommend a restaurant for the both of you? The crowd said as they teased both of them, causing their blush to increase in a deeper shade. There are a lot of people here, aren't there? He asked as he felt his own hand sweat. Making him nervously gulp, hoping that Maple wouldn't notice. "MN," she said as her hand sweated buckets from her own nervousness, causing her to look at Hiroto in a panic. Hoping that he wouldn't find it weird or disgusting. Host. You should get used to dealing with women, since you'll be dealing with them a lot more often than you think. You're making it sound really fucking easy, don't you? He thought with an exasperated expression on his face before he heard the coughing of a woman on his right. Making him quickly look at the direction of the sound, leading to a narrow alley with a small entrance and dusty walls. Found it! He said before he glanced at Maple, who was stiffly walking beside him while holding his hand. Making him smile before pulling her inside the narrow alley. Hiroto-san? Where are you, taking me? She asked as her mind filtered out everything except for his voice, preventing her from hearing the coughing girl inside building. Maple. I want you to do something from me. He said, causing Maple to lower her head as her heartbeat quickened and grew louder. Nervously fidgeting her feet on the ground. What is it? I hope it doesn't bother you or anything. It won't. She said as she looked at Hiroto, who was inching closer. Making her nervously gulp before she closed her eyes and tiptoed to reach his chin. Puckering her lips towards his direction as she waited for him to kiss her. That's great. Hiroto said with a smile on his face as he separated himself from her and pointed at the entrance of the building. Making Maple, who was waiting for him to make a move, to peek at him with a trace of confusion in her eyes. There's a quest that the NPC inside that would be very beneficial to you. I want you to go and clear that quest. Maple looked at him with a slight frown on her face before following his hand pointed at an old door. Making her sulk before glancing at Hiroto, who had a smile on his face. Idiot! She whispered to herself as she leaned her head against his chest. Making him look at her in confusion before she hit his chest with her hands. Humph! She then immediately walked towards the door in a slightly angry mood. Having the urge to just slap him in the face, but stopped as that could make him hate her. So she just sulked while going towards the door in hopes that he would notice something. You're pathetic. I'm disappointed that I have you as my host. Hey? What the fuck is it so suddenly? He whispered with a trace anger in his eyes. Nothing. You just missed a great opportunity to take a step forward to graduate from your virgin self, but you just blew it. It makes me want to deduct system points from you, host. What are you talking about? He said before two notifications appeared in front of him. Continuous quest complete. Reward, 10 System Points 1x Character Ticket. He muttered in surprise as he read the notification over and over again, making his eyes bulge out of its sockets before he looked at the direction of the door in disbelief. She was anticipating a kiss from you, but you blew it. Hiruto muttered as he held his head with his arms, kneeling on the ground before started to smash his own head to the wall. Shit! He shouted as he resisted the urge to punch himself in the face from regret. He was too focused on making her stronger that he didn't notice that it was the perfect mood to solidify their relationship, making him roughly scratch his own hair. Motherfucker! Why didn't you tell me? I didn't want to ruin the mood. That's why I delayed the notification so that you can take a step further with her. I need to talk. Don't even dare do that. It would make you look desperate and creepy. She would only feel threatened around if you do something like that. Argh! He shouted as Maple walked out of the door together with a woman. Seeing him writhing on the ground, causing the woman to look at him with a strange expression on her face while Maple ran towards him in worry. What's wrong? She asked, causing him to freeze before blushing in embarrassment. Not expecting for her to see his pitiful appearance right now. And nothing. I just remembered something that I need to take care of. I'll meet you again later, Maple. He said with a cough, causing the woman to look at him suspiciously, making him awkwardly scratch his head in response. So did you accept her quest? Yes. It requires me to bring her to a location without letting her die. See, can you come with me please? I am not good with this kind of quest since I'm slow. She said, causing Hiruto to pat her head in response. Remembering how she completed this quest in the anime by flying towards their location using her turtle that she obtained from the second event. Since he rushed the plot, this means that she would now partake in this quest on foot. Let's go. Time skip. This is really convenient, isn't it? Maple said while looking at the large wall of rocks in front of them as the three of them were lifted up in the air using a earth pillar, making Maple look at the ground in awe. Lead the way. He said towards Maple, who nodded her head and looked at her map, pointing to the direction of the spring in the quest. Let's see. Earth wall. He casted, causing another wall to appear in front of them as they continued their journey towards the spring, making the woman to look on the ground with a frown on her face. There are many fearsome monsters in the forest. Please be careful. Well, they really can't reach us, so it doesn't really matter. Maple said as Hiruto continued to create walls in front of them. It's a good thing that they can't see us very well to point their aggression towards us, or else we might have started to climb this wall. He whispered before the woman pointed towards the left where a large pond surrounded by a beautiful scenery was found, making Hiruto create a wall pointed at its direction before he create a set of pillar on the edge of the last wall to act as stairs for them. We're here, he said, making the woman run towards the pond together with Maple, holding a vial in her hands as she scooped water from the pond, making her smile in joy as she held the vial dearly in her arms. Thank you very much. With this my daughter can be saved, she said as she wiped her tears at the corner of her eyes, making Maple smile at her before she held her hand. Let's go back, she said as Hiruto hit the butt of his spear on the ground, creating a large pillar of soil beneath them that lifted them up from the ground. This was an easy quest, Maple said as they started to walk on top of the walls that Hiruto created leading to the town, creating a peaceful atmosphere around them as Maple happily skipped on top of the walls. Ugh! The woman suddenly grunted as she fell on the ground, making Maple hurriedly hold her in worry. Thank you for protecting me, she said as she placed her hand on her own chest, looking at them with a grateful expression on her face. If you hadn't done so, I would have died back there. Hey! Both Hiruto and Maple said in confusion, confused on why she suddenly acted like that. Thanks to you, we managed to escape those monsters. I don't know how can I thank you enough. Hiruto-san, Why is she speaking like that? Maple asked as she walked closer to Hiruto, who had an awkward smile on his face. She's following the script of the developers, he said, making him hide his smile in response. Even though he expected that they will bug the game, it was still a bit weird and funny seeing her acting like that when they haven't even done any fighting. You risked your life for us, total strangers. You are really kind, she said, making Maple look back at the forest of monsters as she understood what was happening. Hiruto-san, she called, causing Hiruto to scratch his hair with an awkward expression on his face. Since she technically did the same in the anime. How to say this? Sorry for breaking the game. Chapter 8, Leaving Bafuri. Quest complete. A notification read in front of him, causing him to look at it with a frown before lifting his foot that was stepping on an undead monster. Shit. I didn't track my level. I was having too much fun today, I didn't fucking noticed it. He thought before looking at Maple with a hint of panic in his eyes, but calmed himself down. Coming up with a plan to convince her to come with him inside his mind with very limited time. To his judgment, convincing Maple to come with him will be very difficult if he tries to lie his way out. Shit. System. Can I temporarily summon her to my dimension? You can, but you only have 20 minutes. That's the maximum time that I can give you to let her explore your dimension. That's good enough. This is a bit risky, but I hope it works. He though before she suddenly heard Maple's voice echo in front of him. Today was a lot of fun, Hiruto-san. Maple said as she skipped in front of Hiruto, who steadily followed her from behind after hours of playing with him. Making him look at her with a smile on his face seeing how happy she is. Today was a lot of fun, he said before his face turned into a serious one, but was not noticed by Maple, who stopped in the middle of the forest leading to the town. Looking back at Hiruto with a wide smile on her face. Let's play again tomorrow, Hiruto-san, she said as Hiruto stopped 1 meter away from her. Looking at her cheerful expression before Maple opened the settings of the game to log out. See again you tomorrow, she said, but only received silence. Making her look at him weirdly since normally he would immediately respond to what she said. Noticing the strangeness in his expression, causing her to feel nervous. Feeling like something bad is about to happen. I think I won't be able to play again tomorrow, he said as Maple stared at him in the eyes. Visibly shaken by what he said before she forced a smile on her face. Then let's play the day after tomorrow. Maple. I'm quitting the game, he said, causing Maple's smile to freeze on her face before looking at him in disbelief. Why you re-quitting? She asked, causing Hiruto to nod his head in response. But why? Didn't we have so much fun today? She asked, her voice shook from nervousness. Standing still, all trace of cheerfulness disappeared from her. We did. It was really fun, Maple. That's why I'm a bit reluctant in quitting. You're really quitting? Yes, but don't worry. I'm sure you'll find someone else to play with. There are many other players in this game that can help you, he said with a smile on his face. Walking towards Maple before giving her a pat on the head. I'll have to leave by tomorrow, and I probably won't be able to play anymore, he says in a soft voice, causing the girl in front of him to look up at him. Making him see her trembling pupils. You still have your friend to play with, right? I'm sure we'll meet each other again in the future, he said as Maple opened her mouth but didn't know what to say. Making her lower her head down in front of her before she held his cloak with her hand. An suffocating silence devoured their location as none of them spoke. Hiruto just let her hold his equipment as she silently stood in front of her without any signs of movement. Maple. See, can you at least give me your contact number, so that I can still talk to you? Would you believe me if I said I don't have a phone? He asked with a light smile on his face, before the hand holding his cloak suddenly tightened. Where are you going, to suddenly leave like this. To a faraway place. He said as he gently patted her head while she slowly looked up at him, wiping the small droplets of tears at the corner of her eyes. Feeling her heart go in a turmoil due to the effects of Hiruto's action of manipulating the reality of this dimension, aiding him in influencing how Maple sees him. I see. She said as Hiruto to place his forehead on top of hers. Are you sad? Of course, you were. She said but stopped her words, causing Hiruto to smile in response. Then, what if I told you I can bring you with me, would you come with me, Maple? He asked, causing Maple to widen her eyes in surprise before looking at him in the eyes. Why you'll bring me with you? Yes, I've grown quite attached to you too, Maple, and I don't want to let you go just like that. But where will we go? She asked while looking at Hiruto who was talking with the system. Would you like to confirm the completion of the quest? I'll show you, and if you don't want to come with me, I'll return you here. He said while answering yes to the system, causing a large rift in space appeared in front of them, making Maple look at it in shock before Hiruto suddenly pulled her inside. Wait. She said but was far too late as she was engulfed by the rift, making her close her eyes while they arrived inside of Hiruto's apartment. Clean thoroughly without any trace of garbage unlike in the past while a single note was placed on his small table. Maple, open your eyes. He said, causing Maple to take a peek but froze when she saw that they were inside of an apartment, making her look around in awe before looking at Hiruto's direction. Where are we? Is this a new map? She asked, causing Hiruto to shake his head to the side. Maple, what if I told you, I didn't belong to that world? I'm just a visitor, and this place is where I came from. He said as he pulled her out of the apartment, causing her to see the familiar scene of the real world outside of the game, making her widen her eyes in bewilderment. Hiruto, how? Maple. This is my world. He said as Maple looked at her own body, noticing that her equipment was still in place before she checked her status. Shocked that it really appeared in front of her. I can't believe it. She said as she tries to digest everything that was happening in front of her, making Hiruto smile before he pulled her inside the apartment, since it would be really weird if his neighbors saw her wearing that kind of outfit. So Hiruto-san was not from my world? She asked as Hiruto prepared a glass of water for her to help her calm down, making him nod his head as he let her sit down on his bed. Yes, just try to calm down, all right? He said as he passed the glass to Maple before sitting down on the bed at a considerable distance from her. Let me digest everything first. She said as she drank the water in her hands, making Hiruto smile before he suddenly felt pain all over his body as two notifications appeared in front of him. Please prepare for a body of possession of the host's original body. The character that the host is possessing will not be returned back to the dimension. The notification read, making Hiruto panic before he suddenly ran towards his bathroom, leaving Maple alone who dazedly looked at ceiling. I forgot. He said before his soul was suddenly extracted out of his body, making him feel weak as all senses of his body disappeared like he was one with air, causing him to see his own body fall down on the ground. What? He muttered as he looked at his own arm. Seeing that it was translucent caused him to panic as he watched the body on the ground get sucked by a rift in the space, making the system spit out his body that fell on the bathroom floor. Please stay still, host. The system said before he felt his spiritual body get forcefully pulled inside his original body, making his vision temporarily blacked out before he regained it along with his senses, causing him to stand up in shock, looking at his own body as he proceeded to examine it. What the fuck just happened? He said while breathing heavily, remembering the weird sensation of losing all of his senses like he was stuck in a dream where he couldn't move, causing a drop of sweat to flow down his cheek. Body possession process complete. Host, please avoid bringing he character's body in your dimension next time. Your soul was almost damaged if I hadn't reacted quickly. So the pain just now. Yes, that was you feeling a crack in your soul since you were a soul that was inside an incompatible body. The reason why you felt no pain in the past due to the interference of the system. As long as the quest exists, you will not feel any pain or damage in your soul while possessing a different body, but that's a totally different story when you confirmed its completion. Just like what you did a while ago. The system explained as he watched his host pant while kneeling on the ground. Like he couldn't believe what just happened. Next time. Leave the dimension travel to us. You might kill yourself if you act recklessly again in the future. I understand. Hiruto said as he wiped his sweat with his arm. Trying to calm his emotions down before he heard someone knock on the door of the bathroom. Hiruto-san. Are you in there? Maple asked in worry. Hearing his panicked and pained tone from the bathroom. Making Hiruto glance at the direction of the door. Are you all right? Yes. I'm fine. Hiruto said as he hurriedly wiped his sweat away. Making Maple sigh in relief before the thought of Hiruto's invitation surfaced on her mind. Hiruto, about your invitation. What is it? Hiruto asked as he felt his heartbeat thump in his chest. Anxious about her answer to his invitation, causing him to nervously clench his fist as he waited for her answer. If I leave, what will happen to my world? To my parents and friends? What will happen to them? She asked as she placed her palm on the door, causing Hiruto to contemplate before he answered her question. Time will be frozen in your world. Even if you stayed here for 2 years, not even 1 second has passed in your world. So even if we return back to your world, everything will still remain the same. He answered, causing Maple to lower her head. Thinking about what she should do, since if what Hiruto said was true, then, nothing will change to her world even if she stays with him. What if I grow old in your world? She can't grow old in a dimension not her own. So the concept of age is removed from their bodies after you've summoned them. That is one of the features that the system has added due to avoid the host from committing suicide after watching his loved one die, and to resolve a few problems concerning the time ratio between dimensions. You sound like you've experienced your host committing suicide. Because we did. Multiple times after they watch their partner die of old age when they can't die due to the system. Think of it as a kind of reward for your services. The system said, causing Hiruto to nod his head as he flashed a grateful smile at the system's direction. You will not grow old physically, Maple, but only mentally. That's why even after 12 or so years, you would still stay the same. You can't die from old age in this world. He said in an assuring voice, causing Maple to clench her fist that was on top of her chest. Hesitating on her decision for a few minutes of silence before she answered him. I want to be with you, Hiruto. Chapter 9, Rewards. The system is now calculating your performance. Performance, B+. Plus 50 system points has been rewarded. The host's previous status is now being transformed into skills. The notification rang as Hiruto was sitting on his bed. Looking at the floating translucent screen in front of him while Maple was sitting between his legs. Wearing his loose shirt as she had no clothes to wear other than her armor. What's that? She asked while pointing at the floating notification in front of them. Making Hiruto look at her in surprise. You can see this? He asked, causing Maple to nod her head in response. Yes. Am I not supposed to see this? Not really. It's just that, it's mostly invisible to everyone else, so I was a bit surprised that you can see it. He said as Maple leaned closer to his chest, causing his body to freeze in place while Maple put her ear next to his chest. Making her hear his loud heartbeat. Hiruto. Are you dating anyone in your world? She asked as she looked up at him. Looking at him with an anxious yet hopeful expression on her face. How do you expect a hardcore need to have a chance to go out with someone? Shut the fuck up, system. Hiruto angrily shouted inside his mind before looking at Maple, who was looking at him with a pitiful expression on her face while her hands was placed on his chest. "I'm not dating anyone." "Really?" she asked with a bright expression on her face, making Hiruto nod his head as she sweetly smiled in front of him. "Why you not dating anyone? That's good," she whispered to herself as she lowered her head and leaned it against his chest, making Hiruto resist the urge to just hug her, afraid that she would react negatively to his advances. "So, why did you agree to come with me? You even left your family and friends behind. And nothing will happen to them like you said, An, it's because you're here," she said as her voice slowly became quieter, causing her ears to turn red, making Hiruto smile as he mustered up his courage and hugged her in his arms, making Maple flinch in surprise, but didn't stop him, wrapping her own arms around his back as she buried her face on his chest. "Maple. Kaed," she said as she looked at Hiruto with a slight frown on her face, making Hiruto look at her in confusion. "Hanjo Kaed. That's my real name. So call me by my real name, Hiruto," she said, causing Hiruto avert his eyes from her while scratching his cheek. "Ma. Kaed," she stubbornly said as her arms tightened around him. "Kaed. One more time. Kaed. Oh, one more. Kaed," Hiruto said, causing Maple to show a sweet and joyful smile at his direction, making Hiruto blush, causing him to cover his face with the back of his hand. He. She cutely laughed while looking at his red ears, making her snuggle in his arms, causing Hiruto to fake a cough as he changed the subject. "Kaed, what kind of mansion do you want?" he asked, causing Kaed to look at him in confusion from his sudden question. "Why are you asking for something like that so suddenly? We can't live in this small apartment together, right? I want to buy a mansion for us. Just say what kind of mansion you want and I'll buy it for you," he said as he caressed her soft black hair, causing her to look at him in surprise. "Are you rich in this world, Hiruto?" "Kind of, but I know for sure that I can provide for you so that you'll get to live lavishly. So, what kind of mansion do you want?" "I'm already comfortable here, Hiruto. There's no need for you to buy a mansion. It's not good to waste too much money, you know." "I'm not wasting money, that's why don't hold back," he assured, causing Kaed to contemplate, looking at his serious expression before she buried her face on his neck. "I'll leave it to you. Then, do you want a pool?" he asked, causing Kaed to nod her head in response, making him look at the direction of the system. "Conversion of status and skills is still under process. System. Can you show me a good recommendation for a mansion? What theme would you wish your home to have?" What's your recommendations, I guess?" he asked, causing two large images of a luxurious mansions appeared in front of him, making him look at the system in surprise. "The mansion can either be built from scratch or bought whole. I recommend it for you to build it from scratch so that you can choose and obtain a large land for yourself. Since there is a large possibility of many different characters living in your house," the system said, causing Hiruto to nod his head in understanding, looking at the recommendation of the system. "That means I can ask for 2 mansions to be built when I choose the land, right? The second one will cost you 10 system points. Only the first mansion is free. You won't need to put any furniture since the organization will do that themselves to fit the theme of the mansion," the system said, making Hiruto sigh before pointing at one of the system's recommendations. "I want this one. I recommend you to buy 3 mansions, host. Since you will be taking home a lot of characters in the future, it's recommended that you prepare yourself to those kinds of situation," the system said as it showed the 3 large mansions in front him, making him look at the system in astonishment. "What the fuck will I do with 3 mansions? Just trust me, host. I'll install an auto-cleaning runes around the mansion so that you won't need to maintain it yourself. Seriously. What will I do with that large property? I'll give you a 50% discount for the 2 mansions. I'll think about it in the future, alright? I just want this one for now. Hiruto said, causing the system to pause while looking at his stubborn expression, making it helplessly follow his orders. Please give us 1 week to find a suitable land and to finish reconstruction of this mansion. The system said as it recorded down the mansion that Hiruto chose, making him look at the system in surprise. You'll build this in 1 week? You have to be joking, right? He said while pointing at the 3 images in front of him while Kaed looked at the display in awe, showing a wide 2-story luxurious mansion with 2 glass pools, making her glance at Hiruto with a look of hesitation on her face. The construction team of the organization consists of other system holders, so it is possible to build this within a few days. Just wait and hang out with this girl in that time span, host. The system assured as Kaed pulled his sleeves, making him look down at her, causing him to see her conflicted expression. Is it really alright for me to live in there? She asked in uncertainty, causing Hiruto to smile at her direction, patting her head as his other hand was wrapped around her waist. Of course, everything that I own is also yours. This will be our home from now on, he said, causing Kaed to blush from his bold statement like he was declaring that she was his wife. Quite a bold statement, host. Well, I dragged her here after all, so it's only natural that I'll be the one to take care of her, right? It's better if she feels comfortable with it, that's why I said everything is also her property. So that's what you meant? The system said before glancing at Maple, who was muttering gibberish with her head lowered. Hiruto, where in the world have you been? I got a call from your school last night. What do you think you're doing skipping your classes? A loud voice of a woman echoed from outside the apartment, making Hiruto flinch in response as his door was suddenly kicked open, revealing a beautiful woman with long blue hair. Looking around the room to find Hiruto. You shitty neat! His sister shouted but froze when she saw Kaed hugging his brother, making her drop the baseball bat in her arms as a look of shock appeared on her face. Oh no! Hiruto said before his sister suddenly punched him in the face, smashing his head against the wall as his sister was looking at Kaed like she was Angel, making her nervously fidget in her seat. Hiruto, why didn't you tell me that you got yourself a cute girlfriend? She angrily shouted before holding Kaed's hand. Girlfriend? She muttered as her face flushed, not denying her assumption as his sister looked at her with sparkling eyes. What's your name? How long have you two been dating? When did you two meet? She hurriedly asked, causing Kaed to get overwhelmed by her questions as her eyes spun, making Hiruto push her sister away from her. Don't bother her, you fucking gorilla. Hey? What the fuck did you say, useless brother of mine? She angrily said as vein bulged out of her forehead, making Hiruto choke on his words as he saw her menacing expression. Is this why you haven't gone to school for the past month? I thought you got rejected. Rejected? Kaed asked while glancing at Hiruto, who was hugging her protectively. Why, you confessed to another girl? She asked as she felt slightly annoyed as she imagined Hiruto confess his love to another girl, making her chest tighten as she looked at him with a pained expression on her face. Sister, please don't tell her this nonsense. Nonsense? It's the reason why you became a NEET, how can you call it nonsense? She said with a frown on her face, causing Hiruto's eyes to tremble, making Kaed notice the sudden shift in his emotions. Hiruto? She asked as her pained expression was replaced with worry, holding his cheeks with her hands. I'm fine. I just remembered an unpleasant memory, that's all. He said, making his sister grin while looking at their close relationship, grabbing her phone from her pocket before she contacted their parents. Mom, I got some good news. Oi! What the fuck are you doing? Hiruto shouted as he stood up and tried to grab her phone away, making her step back to dodge his arm with a wide smirk on her face. What? Are you planning on hiding your girlfriend from our parents? She said before glancing at Kaed, making her pull Hiruto away as they stepped inside the bathroom, leaving Kaed alone, who looked at them in astonishment. What's wrong with you? Do you even know how worried mom and dad is about you? She asked with a frown, cutting him off before she could even finish his sentence. You haven't contacted any of us for a month. After you confessed to that bitch, everything just went down the drain. What the hell are you doing with your life, Hiruto? Hiruto remained silent as he bit his lip, making his sister sigh as she held her forehead. I heard what happened at school. Hiruto, why didn't you tell any of us about this? Are we even your family? It's a mess I caused myself. I don't want to bother you or our parents about it, he said, causing his sister to look at him with a helpless expression on her face. Do you want to transfer to another school? I think it's much better than letting you experience the rest of your senior high like this. No. I'll handle this myself, sis. I just needed some time to cool off, Hiruto assured, looking at his sister with a serious expression on his face. Fine. I'll talk with your teachers tomorrow to give you a week off, she said as she crossed her arms beneath her chest. Sis, I forgot to ask this, but were you the one who cleaned my room? No, Mom came here a few minutes ago and cleaned your room, his sister said, causing Hiruto to frown in response. What time is it now? It's 9 o'clock in the morning. Didn't we give you an alarm clock? His sister said, causing Hiruto's eyes to widen as confusion devoured his entire face, making his sister look at him with a weird expression on her face. Is something bothering you? His sister asked, causing Hiruto to raise his hand in front of her in response. And nothing. See, can you lend Kaed a few of your clothes? She doesn't have any clothes right now, so I hope you can lend her a few in the meantime. I'll buy her a few clothes with my own money later on. I still need to go home and pick it up. That's fine. We'll wait for you here, he said as she looked at him in suspicion, finding that something was strange about him before reluctantly leaving the bathroom. Sure. I'll be quick, she said, leaving Hiruto inside as he locked the door. System, only 30 minutes passed in this place? The time in the dimension you're diving into will be accelerated in comparison to the time in this one. Thanks to this, we can adjust the time ratio between yours and different dimensions. We can't allow you to go missing for prolonged periods of time, or else it might alert your acquaintances in this dimension. If, for example, you'll dived into a dimension where the main quest has a limit of 30 years. We will adjust the time ratios so that 1 year in that dimension is 2 minutes in this one. This is thanks to the complications that the previous host experienced in the past. So adjustments were made to solve this issue, the system explained before a sudden notification appeared in front of him. Conversion has been completed. Would you like to see the notifications? The system asked, causing Hiruto to pick yes without hesitation, making a large string of notifications to appear in front of him that covered his entire sight, causing him to unconsciously smile in excitement. You have received pain tolerance, high. You have received magic resistance. You have received enhanced vitality. You have received enhanced mana capacity, medium. You have received staff mastery. You have received magic affinity, high. You have received bomb eater. You have received foul feeding. You have received giant killing. You have received hardened defense. You have received poison resistance, advance. You have received enhanced agility. You have received evasion. You have received parry. You have received fire magic. You have received earth magic. You have received arsonist. The skills arsonist has been absorbed by fire magic. Effectiveness and mana cost of spells from the fire magic category has been significantly improved. Affinity and effectiveness of water and ice magic spells has been degraded. The skills evasion, parry, and enhanced agility has been absorbed by enhanced reflexes. You have received enhanced reflexes, medium. The skill magic resistance, enhanced vitality, pain tolerance, high, and hardened defense has been absorbed by enhanced physical strength. You have received supreme physique, low. Status has now been modified. The notifications said. Overwhelming Hiruto from the number of notifications that suddenly appeared in front of him, but decided to just remove everything in front of him as he looked at the system's direction. Show me my status. Kirishima Hiruto. Age, 18. Soul ranking, Tier I. Passive skills, enhanced reflexes, medium, supreme physique, low, enhanced charm, bomb eater, giant killing, magic affinity, high, enhanced mana capacity, medium, staff mastery, poison resistance, advance. Active skills, foul feeding, alluring scent, fire magic, earth magic. Number of summons, 1. Kaed Honjo. System points, 100. Chapter 10, A Sketchy Source of Income. Host, I recommend that you start working out starting now. Hey? Why? Hiruto asked in confusion as he was reading through the skills, making him look at the direction of the system with a strange expression on his face. Your current physical strength doesn't match your skinny body. It would look weird and gather suspicion to the people of this dimension. That's why to match your physical strength, you must improve your body. That would take months. I doubt that I would be able to cover it up in that time frame. I still have to return to school a week from now. You don't have to worry since in just 4 days of intense exercising, you would be able to achieve an appropriate body for your physical strength. Your skill Supreme Physique will aid you in achieving a lean and muscular body. The system explained, causing Hiruto to groan. Not wanting to do what the system wants, causing the system to look at him in exasperation. Helpless about its lazy host before it showed him a notification that would make him more motivated to exercise. Chain Quest, finish the exercise routine provided by the system. Curl UPS, 0/50. Push UPS, 0/50. Squats, 0/50. Chin UPS, 0/50. Running, 0/4 km. Reward, 5 system points. Limit, 24 hours. Failure, degrading of 1 random skill. Chain, quest. Yes, it is a type of quest that continues after you've finished the preceding quests. It is the type of quest that gets harder and harder over time, but the rewards get better in each succeeding quests. You're really hellbent in making me exercise, don't you? Of course, it will solve many of the problems posed by your sudden increase in physical strength. The system said, causing Hiruto to look at the quest with a frown. Making him sigh in response while looking at the reward of the quest. How about Kaed? How will you explain her extreme defense? Her case is much more easier to handle since your summon's abnormal abilities are sealed while in this dimension. And it would only activate under 2 conditions. The system explained, causing Hiruto to look at the system with a curious expression on his face. What are the conditions? If they're in danger or they're engaging in battle. If one of those 2 situations occurs, their powers will be unsealed and they would be able to use them normally. How about my abilities? Your abilities cannot be sealed since you're the host of the system, it can only be adjusted, but that itself is almost non-existent in this dimension. Systems don't normally seal the abilities of their host for safety reasons. Safety reasons? Hiruto asked with a frown while looking at the system in suspicion. Suspicious that the system left a few details in his explanation, like why is the adjustment almost non-existence in this dimension, and what did he meant by safety reasons. That is something that you will eventually know in the future, but not now. Your only goal is grow stronger, and enhance the power of your soul. the system said, making Hiruto's frown to grow deeper before he heard his sister leave his apartment, causing him to open the door of the bathroom. Hiruto, your sister, is really energetic, Kaed said as Hiruto got out of the bathroom, making Hiruto dryly laugh as he sat down on the bed, laying down beside her with a tired expression on his face. My sister has always been like that, she's pretty blunt with her words, but she's a good person. I'm sure both of you will get along, he said before he noticed her shyly fidgeting in her place, stealing occasional glances at him like she was hesitating on something. So, you confessed to someone? Yeah, but that was a thing of the past, and it didn't really end well, he said as he stared at the ceiling of his apartment. Do you still love her, Hiruto? Kaed asked in an anxious voice as she played with her fingers, making Hiruto glance at her direction with a serious expression on his face. I did, but that doesn't really matter anymore, does it? I have you now after all, he said, causing Kaed to look at him in surprise, making Hiruto's heart to skip a beat from seeing her expression, causing him to doubt himself. Shit! Why did I say that? He shouted in regret inside of his mind, remembering that the quest said to seduce a major characters, which is far different from making her fall for him. Sorry, if I was assuming things. I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable, he hurriedly said as he sat up from the bed, looking at Kaed with a worried expression on his face. It wasn't uncomfortable, she said as she held his hand while her cheeks flushed increasingly red, making Hiruto dazedly stare at her in the eye. Hiruto. Why you didn't deny your sister a while ago, when she said that I was your girlfriend? Does this mean that we're dating now? She asked, causing Hiruto to choke on his words while looking at her serious expression, making him blush before averting his eyes away from Kaed. If you're alright with someone like me. What an awkward couple, the system said as Kaed sweetly smiled as she heard his answer, making her feel overwhelming joy as she tightly held his hand. Please take care of me, Hiruto, she said, causing Hiruto feel stuffy, dazedly looking at her smile like it was a dream. Having a cute girlfriend like her when he already gave up on getting one after what he experienced weeks ago. I love you too, Hiruto, the voice of a woman said inside of his mind, causing him to frown from remembering an unpleasant memory of the past. That shitty woman, he thought before glancing at Kaed who was looking at him with a smile on her face. Hiruto? Kaed asked, causing Hiruto to pat her on the head with a bright smile, making her look at him in confusion. Nothing. I just remembered a few bad memories, he said before his door was suddenly kicked open, making both of them flinch in response as his sister barged inside while carrying a paper bag in her hands, containing her old clothes and a new pair of underwear. I'm back. I bought some clothes with me, she shouted before noticing the strange atmosphere inside the room, making her frown before looking at Kaed's direction. Did something happen while I was gone? Nothing happened, he responded, making his sister look at them in suspicion. You didn't fight with her, right? Of course not, Hiruto shouted in anger, as his sister dropped the plastic bag on top of his drawers, looking at the two of them with a slight grin on her face. Hiruto, come here of a minute, she said as she signaled for him to come closer, causing Hiruto to look at her in suspicion, wondering what she was up to. Do you want me to punch you to make you come here? She said with a frown on her face, causing Hiruto to flinch as he hurriedly ran towards his sister's side, making her nod her head in satisfaction. Here, she said as she placed a box of condoms on his hand, making Hiruto look at her with a strange expression on his face. What the fuck is this? It's condoms, I know you're a healthy boy, so I'm sure you wouldn't be able to hold it. That's why if you ever have sex with her, please use this. What the fuck are you telling your brother? Shut up. I have experience in this field, so just trust me and keep it with you. She insisted, causing Hiruto's expression to distort while staring at her direction. Also, Mom told me to bring her home along with you so that you can introduce her properly to them. So pack your things, we'll be moving to our parents' house by tomorrow. His sister said before patting him on the chest, causing Kaed, who was watching them from behind, to look at them in confusion, wondering what they were talking about. Premium card has now been registered and prepared. The host can now bring it out the system space and use it. The system notification said, causing Hiruto to look at his sister's direction. Sis, can you bring Kaed to the mall and go shopping? She doesn't have anything with her right now, since you're a woman. Why did that sound like a question? You're imagining it. Hiruto said before placing his hand on his pocket, secretly taking out the card from his system space and taking it out for his sister to see, making her widen her eyes as she saw the card in his hand. You little shit, I didn't raise you to become a fucking thief. She shouted as she suddenly punched him on the face, making Hiruto slide back and hit the bed, causing him to raise his hand in front of him while looking at his sister that was walking towards him while clenching her fist. Wait. This is my card. I got it legally, you fucking gorilla. Hey? You think I'll believe you? She said as she prepared to punch him in the face, making Hiruto raise his arms in front of him as a notification appeared in front of his eyes. Don't punch me. I'm a shareholder of a large company. Look at it yourself. I've been saving this money for the past month. He shouted what the system advised him to say, causing his sister to pause her actions before Hiruto took out a business card from his system inventory, making her grab it from his hand before reading the information on the card. This isn't fake, right? Why would it be fake? How do you think I got that amount of money? He shouted as his sister continued to look at him in confusion before she turned on the computer in his room. You better not be lying, she said while Hiruto nervously gulped while looking at the system. You don't have to worry. The money came from the organization, so of course it's legal. We have already prepared an appropriate background for you to hide the real source of your income, the system said as his sister searched for the name of the company on the card, clicking on the section that says shareholders, and to her surprise, she did find his name listed on the company's website, making her look at his brother in awe. When did you? I got lucky. I bought the shares from an old man when the company was dying, but I never expected that the company would make a recovery a week ago. Where did you get the money to buy those shares? I loaned it, he said as cold sweat ran down his back, hoping that his sister would believe the cover that the organization gave him, making his sister frown before nodding her head. I'll believe you for now, but if you're involved in something sketchy, she said as she swiped her thumb across her neck, looking at Hiruto with a vicious expression on her face. I understand, he said, resisting the urge to avert his eyes away from her to avoid looking suspicious. So my little brother is now earning more than me. It's kind of pissing me off when I think about it, she said, causing Hiruto to nervously gulp his saliva as he saw her tightly clenching her knuckles. This unreasonable woman, he shouted in his mind before his sister suddenly grinned, grabbing his card from his hand. Then, since you're rich, I hope you don't mind if I go overboard in shopping with your girlfriend, right? Go ahead, just don't spend it all. Chapter 11, Goodbye Money. My body is so weak, Hiruto muttered as he grabbed the horizontal bars of the seesaw in a park, lifting his body up to his chin while he was covered in sweat, making the surrounding pedestrians to look at him with a strange expression on their faces. I have no problem with physicac strength, but my stamina is so low, Hiruto said as he let go of the bar and started to wipe the sweat off his head, trying to catch his breath, but even though he was forced to do this sudden slightly intense physical exercises, his body didn't ache nor it soared. He just felt exhausted due to his lack of stamina. I should have brought some extra clothes, he said as he pulled the wet t-shirt that was clinging onto his body, making him uncomfortable as he brushed his wet blue hair backwards with his hand. Looking at the quest window with a tired expression on his face. Finish the exercise routine provided by the system. Curl UPS. Push UPS. Squats. Chin UPS. Running, 0/4 km. Reward, 5 system points. Limit, 24 hours. Failure, degrading of 1 random skill. I should probably buy my own gym equipment after I get the mansion. He muttered before he started to fix his shoes. Looking forward the pathway with a serious expression on his face. Preparing himself as he skipped in place before starting to run at a moderate speed. System. When will the next dimension dive be? Hiruto asked while stabilizing his breathing so that he would last longer in running. Making a translucent screen to appear beside his vision to avoid covering his sight on the path and accidentally bumping into someone. In 8 days, you would be entering another dimension, and now the quest wouldn't be as laxed as the first one since you would now be participating in a real quest. The system said, causing Hiruto to frown as he read the window in front of him. How difficult exactly? From stealing women from the protagonist, rushing the events or progress of relationship of the story, killing specific characters, or changing the fate of the characters. It depends based on the will of those who created us, but due to your inexperience and poor performance from the last quest, we have altered the roster for the dimensions you will be diving. We removed a few dimensions with quests that we deem as too difficult for you to handle. The system answered, causing Hiruto to show a reluctant expression on his face. Expecting that he would be dragged into a large mess in the future. For example, that is classified information host. The only thing that you need to remember is that we won't place in a dimension or give you a quest that is impossible for you to complete. The system said, causing Hiruto to helplessly sigh in response. When will those dimensions be added to the roster? If you advance as a tier 2 or higher, then a few of those will be added to the roster. The system answered as Hiruto continued to run through the park, letting his sweat fall down on the ground as he ran while maintaining his breathing. How about Fate Grand Order? Can I enter that? No. That dimension is a special case, due to its complexity of involving the interactions of 3 separate dimensions. A separate system is needed to control and hold it, and that is the Fate system. A system that allows its holder to summon servants in exchange for system points. It is a gacha system, but is extremely costly. That's why none of its holder managed to live long or grow stronger. The system explained, causing Hiruto to look at the system with a frown. Not expecting that one of his favorite games was not in control of the system. Making him sigh in regret. There goes my dream of meeting Mordred or Artoria. He said with a displeased expression on his face. Making the system remain silent like he was hiding more information from him. Chain quest complete. 5 system points has been rewarded. 2 notifications appeared in front of him. Making Hiruto stop in his tracks before looking at the string of notifications in front of him. Making him smile before his new chain quest appeared. Chain quest, to finish the exercise routine provided by the system. Curl UPS, 0/200. Push UPS, 0/200. Squats, 0/200. Chin UPS, 0/200. Running, 0/10 km. Reward, 10 system points. Limit, 24 hours. Failure, degrading of 1 random skill. System, you son of a bitch. Hiruto said in irritation while looking at the sudden leap in the number of sets of each exercise in the routine. Just suck it up, host. It's good for you, and your stamina must have already improved after this thanks to you skill. So quit whining and just do it. The system said as Hiruto sat down on a bench. Wiping the sweat off his neck using his shirt. Yeah, I don't really have any choice after all. He said as he leaned back on the backrest of the bench. looking up the bright blue sky with a serious expression on his face. "What are you thinking about, host?" the system asked, causing Hiruto to breathe out a deep sigh before leaning forward, placing both of his arms on his thighs. "I'm just thinking what to do from now on. Since I'm now stuck with you, I doubt I'll be able to live a normal life. It's bound to get messed up in the future. Do you not wish for a little excitement in your life?" the system asked, causing Hiruto to let out a quiet laugh. "I'm not really an avid fan of this little excitement of yours. I always thought that I'll forever live my life hiding from society, but then you appeared and pushed me out of the shade," he said before he pulled his shirt and started to wring it while sitting down, causing his sweat to fall and soak the ground. "I'll help you fulfill all of your wishes, in exchange I'll need your services. Is that so?" he said with a slight smile on his face, since he never really had any ambitions or plan in his life before he got the system. But now, he had two goals: to live a good life with Kaed, and to survive the quests of the system. "I forgot how would I explain to Kaed about the weird quests you're giving me," he muttered with a difficult expression on his face. Remembering one of the continuous quests that the system gave him, and judging from the nature of the continuous quests, it was obvious that the system would force him to handle his own harem in the future. "Speaking of Kaed, I wonder what those two are doing with Maple. This one smells nice, doesn't it?" Hiruto's sister, Kirishima Ai, said as she sprayed a bit of the perfume to her wrist, making Kaed nod her head as she smelled the light fragrance of the perfume that was not too overpowering. "Then we'll take this," she said as she passed it to the staff, following them around with a flattering smile on her face, making Kaed look at the large pile of shopping bags behind her sister-in-law with a hesitant expression on her face. Is it really all right for us to buy that many?" "Of course, didn't Hiruto say that we can go all out? I always wanted a branded perfume kit, but I think I got a little bit overboard. I bought 10 sets for both of us after all," she said, causing Kaed to look at her in shock as they walked towards the cashier, who had a bright smile on her face due to their large purchase. "Would you like to pay with cash or card?" "We'll pay with card," Ai said as she passed Hiruto's credit card to the cashier, deducting 5 million yen from his card, causing Kaed to look at their bill with an astonished expression on her face, making her look at Ai in disbelief as they spent 5 million yen from just makeup and perfumes. "Send all of this to this address," Ai said as she encircled 60% of the items in the list and gave Hiruto's address to them, causing Maple to look at her in hesitation. All of that is mine. Of course, I brought you here to buy your clothes and accessories. So, of course we'll buy a lot for you. Won't Hiruto think I'm a spendthrift at this rate?" she said with an anxious expression, causing Ai to pat her head with an assuring smile on her face. "Don't worry, Hiruto isn't the type to get mad at you for this. He did say we can buy as much as we want. And even if he did get angry, just call me and I'll beat the shit out of him for you," she said as the staff took the bags away and prepared to send them to the two address that Ai gave them, making Kaed shyly nod her head in response. "It would take a while if we go and buy clothes, so let's first buy what you want." "Do you want anything, Kaed-chan?" she asked, causing Kaed to shake her head to the side. There's really nothing that I want," she said, making Ai frown at her direction before she held her hand. "No need to be shy, we're using your boyfriend's money to buy everything anyway." She grinned as she held the black card between her fingers, making Kaed hesitate even more since she's spending someone else's money. Then, do you like gaming like Hiruto?" she asked, causing her to shake her head to each side. She never really played any other game other than New World Online that her friend recommended. "Why are you hesitating? I'm sure Hiruto would find it uncomfortable since you're treating him like a stranger. It's good to be considerate, but you have to act a bit spoiled sometimes. Even if you didn't buy anything now, I'm sure Hiruto will be the one to buy and gift it to you." That's the type of person he is, she said as she placed one of her hand on her own waist. Looking at the timid girl standing in front of her. Are you sure you don't want anything? AI asked once again, causing Kaed to nod her head. Making her helplessly sigh in response. Then, we'll first buy a laptop and phone for you, then we'll move on to jewelry, accessories, bags, and clothes. I'm sure you'll love it, she said as she grabbed her hand and pulled her out of the stores. Making the staff wave their hands at them while Kaed struggled to keep up due to her low AGI. We're just getting started. With Hiruto. So I can use magic. I wonder how my family will react once they found out about this. Hiruto said as he played around with a fireball floating above his hand. Testing out his skills if he could use it as easy as it was in the game. Making him sigh in relief from finding out that everything stayed the same. Though he can't use supreme or ultimate rank spells due to their extreme difficulty. That's why he needed a bit more practice in using high-tiered spells, with the aim to practice how to shorten its incantation time and mana use. Host, it looks like your sister and girlfriend is now finished shopping. The system said, causing Hiruto to stand up from the ground before looking up the sky. They left 10 in the morning and they're just returning now? How long did they even shop? He asked with a frown as he patted the dust off his pants. More than 8 hours, and they spent quite a large amount of money from your card. The system said, causing Hiruto to raise his eyebrows while looking at the system. How much did they spend? He asked as he opened the bottle of mineral water. Chugging it down to wash away the dryness of his throat. 67 million yen. The system said, causing Hiruto to spit out the water in his mouth. Making it shower down on the ground as he stared at the amount shown on the screen. What did they buy the entire shop or something? He said as he pressed the bridge of his nose. Remembering how much a spendthrift his sister was from his boyfriend. Making him feel a massive headache assault his mind. Look at how she butchered my card. He said before the system showed an image of his sister and Kaed carrying several bags in their arms. Making Hiruto look at Kaed who had a wide smile on her face like she was enjoying herself. Well, if she had fun. I guess it's fine. I'll have another 100 million next month anyway. He said before looking up the sky. Making him see the smug expression of his sister while holding his card. So this is what his boyfriend mean when he said never to trust her with shopping. I kind of feel pity for him. Chapter 12, Kirishima Household. How cute! A woman with long blue hair like Hiruto and black eyes said as she greeted Kaed at the door. Holding both of her hand with a large smile on her face as they entered the house. Gee, good morning. Kaed loudly greeted with an extremely nervous expression on her face. Making Hiruto give her a pat on the head to comfort her, causing his mother to grin in response. I always wanted to see the Kaed-chan that AI has been telling us about lately. I'm happy that you visited us, Kaed. Hiruto's mother said, causing Kaed to fidget while standing in front her. Overwhelmed by her intimacy and enthusiasm. Come inside and rest. I'm sure you were tired from the long ride here. She said as she pulled Kaed inside the house. Making Kaed turn her head back at Hiruto who waved his hand at her with a smile on his face. Hiruto. I'll see you later, Kaed. Hiruto said as his sister entered inside the house, carrying 2 bottles of whiskey in her hands. A gift that Hiruto bought for his father, to avoid getting beaten to a pulp by him for disappearing for an entire month. Are you just going to stand there or what? AI says while sucking on a lollipop in her mouth. Making Hiruto take off his shoes on the entrance before entering the house. I'll give this to Dad, so go ahead and fix my room. Kaed will be using that room while we stay here. Can't you do I? Hey! AI said as she glared at Hiruto with a vein bulging out of her chin. Making Hiruto immediately cut off his words as instinctive fear ran down his back. And nothing. He meekly said, causing his sister to smile at his direction before entering the living room of the house. leaving Hiruto alone with the small luggage that they bought containing Hiruto's and Kaed's clothes. Making Hiruto helplessly sigh before carrying the 2 large bags in his arms and walking towards his sister's room. "Please God, let her room be clean," he said as he arrived at his sister's bedroom upstairs, right next to his room. Praying to God that his sister or his mother cleaned the room when she and him moved out of the house to live by themselves. Slowly opening the door of her bedroom before the sight of pink walls entered his eyes. He then looked around inside the room before sighing in relief that everything was clean. It's more like, it was mostly empty since his sister brought everything that she needs with her when she moved into her boyfriend's residence. "At least the bed is here," he said as he glanced at the soft bed in the room, where 2 stuffed animals were placed on the edges of the bed. "So she didn't bring this too with her, hey?" he muttered as he placed Kaed's baggage inside the room. Opening the large closer of her room, revealing her old clothes that barely even fit her anymore, but was the perfect size for Kaed to wear. "It's surprising that she hasn't thrown this clothes away," Hiruto said before closing it and moving towards the drawer beside it. Finding that it was empty, he immediately started opening the bag and started unpacking Kaed's clothes. "Let me see what those 2 bought yesterday," he said as he grabbed a random clothes from the bag, causing him to feel a smooth and fragile surface like it was made out of thin silk. Making him raise his eyebrows before taking it out, causing him to see a small nightdress with a slightly transparent cloth. Hiruto then slowly breathed out as the image of Kaed wearing this dress flashed inside his head, making his ears redden as he slowly placed the dress back at the bag. With Kaed. Now, take a seat and relax. I really can't believe that my son managed to get a cute girlfriend like you," Hiruto's mother enthusiastically said as she placed a plate of snacks on the table. Making Kaed nervously look around the living room, feeling a bit uncomfortable from being in this new environment. Thank you, Auntie," she said, causing the woman to gently smile at her direction while holding her cheek. "You can call me Mom, Kaed-chan." Mom." Kaed stuttered, making Hiruto's mother to smile in amusement. Seeing how shy and innocent Hiruto's girlfriend is. "Be careful of AI, alright? Don't let what she says influence you. That girl has always been a troublemaker ever since she was young." "Mom, what are you telling her?" AI said as she barged into the living room, making her mother frown in response. "Don't run in the living room. Also, did you already unpack Kaed's clothes?" she asked, causing AI to scratch her cheeks in response as she looked away. "Don't tell me you let your brother unpack her clothes? How can you let a boy do that?" her mother scolded with a frown as Kaed suddenly paled in response, remembering the extremely dangerous clothing that AI placed in her luggage. Please excuse me. I'll go check on Hiruto," she said in a panic as she asked where the stairs are. Making AI give her the directions towards her room as Kaed quickly ran upstairs in a panic. "I never knew she likes wearing those types of clothes," Hiruto muttered before he suddenly heard hurried steps echo outside the room, making him frown as the door was suddenly slammed open by Kaed, who had a flushed cheeks and a panicked expression on her face. Hiruto, I'll do the unpacking myself," she nervously said but froze when she saw his hand inside the bag, making her look at him with a slight hesitation in her eyes. "Why, you saw?" I didn't see anything," Hiruto said as he hurriedly pulled his hand out of the bag, making Kaed slowly walk towards him as tears started to well up at the corner of her eyes. "You saw it?" she muttered before a wooden shield suddenly appeared in her arms, making Hiruto look at her in a panic. Kaed, let's calm down for a sec," Hiruto said as he stepped back, raising his right arm in front of him as he watched Kaed walk towards him with a tearful face, raising her shield up in the air before he charged at Hiruto's direction. Shield attack! A loud noise of something smashing hard echoed inside the room together Hiruto's scream, making AI, who was standing outside the room, to show a guilty expression on her face. "I'll make it up to you someday, Hiruto. Times skip. What happened to you? Hiruto's mother asked as she placed the dishes for their dinner on the table. Looking at Hiruto who was tending his wounds. I'm sorry. Kaed said as she was applying ointment on Hiruto's bruises. Looking at him with an apologetic expression on her face. It's all right. It wasn't your fault. He said before glaring at his sister's direction. Making her awkwardly look away in response. It's also pretty rude of me to touch your belongings without your permission. He said as Kaed tightly held his hand before a tall man with short black hair and golden eyes like Hiruto entered the dining room. Glancing at Kaed with a serious expression on his face. Making her flinch as she felt his sharp gaze land on her. The man then nodded his head in satisfaction before looking at Hiruto with a proud expression on his face. You have great taste, son. He commented before he looked at his wife's back with a smile on his face. She's just like your mother when she was young. He said as Hiruto's mother came out of the kitchen once again and placed a new batch of dishes on the table. Eat up and enjoy, it's a special occasion today since Kaed-chan is here with us. I cooked your favorite dishes for today. She said as she sat down on the empty chair. Making Hiruto look at the dishes in front of him with a smile on his face. Ever since he started working out, his appetite started to become larger than before as his body started to form visible muscles especially on his arms and stomach. Kaed-chan, do you already know the way towards your room? The mother asked, causing Kaed to nod her head in response while Hiruto asked her on what she likes to eat. Placing them on her bowl as she was too shy to grab a dish from the table. Thank you. She thanked as she started eating. Making Hiruto's mother to warmly smile at his direction. Stay here for the week, Hiruto. It's getting a bit lonely here when it's just me and your father, so I hope you and Kaed-chan accompany for the week. She said as she took a peek towards Kaed who was silently eating in her seat. Making Hiruto turn his head towards his girlfriend. Do you want to stay here for the next few days? I'll leave it to you. I'm fine with whatever you decide on. She said, causing Hiruto to nod his head before looking at his mother. We'll stay here for the week, I bought a new house for us and it would take a week for it to finish construction. He said, causing his mother to remember something AI said in the past. Making her show a proud smile on her face. I heard that you're now a shareholder of a company. I'm honestly happy that our little boy has now grown up. You should have told us sooner, we wouldn't have worried this much for you if you do. She said with a joyful smile on her face while his father only nodded his head. Happy that his son stopped being the hopeless NEET that she was in the past. Something that made both of them worried about since it would severely affect his future, but now they have nothing to worry about anymore. As long as nothing bad happens to the company, then he would be solved in his entire life. You don't look too surprised. Well, we already heard about it yesterday so of course we wouldn't be as surprised as before. We're just happy that you managed to take a step forward. We don't really care if you're rich or not, as long as you're fine. Take good care of yourself, we'll help you out if you faced a difficult situation. You're still young, and I'm sure there are problems that you aren't prepared to face yet. That's why don't hesitate to contact us if you need help. She said before she softly smiled at Kaed's direction. I heard what happened at school, and don't worry. I know you're not that type of person. You were just a bit blind back then in choosing a girl, but, after I saw Kaed, I think I can rest assured. She said before she held Kaed's hand. Even though Hiruto is a bit naive and sometimes awkward, he's a good kid. I hope you can take care of him for us in the future. If he ever makes you cry, you can come to us and we'll teach him a lesson that he'll never forget. She said before she hit Hiruto on the shoulders with a sharp glare on her face. And you, take care of her properly. Don't spoil her too much even if you have the money to do so. Do you want her to become like your sister? She asked, causing AI to choke on her food before looking at their mother with a pitiful expression on her face. Mom, how can you say that? What? I heard how much you spent yesterday using your brother's money. That kid is spoiling you too much, it's a bit worrying. She said, causing Hiruto to imagine his exhausted brother-in-law waving at him from working overtime. Just to give AI what she wants. I'm surprised he hasn't broken up with you, sis. He said as he remembered the large bags under his eyes the last time they met. Making his sister glare at his direction. You shut up! She shouted angrily as she stood up and strangled him. Making Kaed, who was between them, to unconsciously giggle in response. Seeing how lively his family was. Time skip. System. Will my family be safe when I get involved in more crazier shit because of you? He asked as he laid down on his bed. Looking up the ceiling with a serious expression on his face. A system holder's family and the people that he deems as important is under the protection of the organization. It is impossible for someone or something to harm them, as they are under constant surveillance. The system answered, causing Hiruto to sigh in relief. That's good. He muttered before he glanced at the large number of anime figurines placed inside of a large glass container. I really don't need those anymore since I can now meet them face to face. He said with a sigh. Thinking if he should just sell it online since some of them are worth a considerable amount of money. System, can you at least show me where I'll be going beforehand? At least give me time to prepare what I'll be facing. We can start the selection process now and freeze the rift for you until the resting time is over, but that would cost you 65 system points to access that feature of the system. Buy it. He said before he heard someone knock on his door. Making him stand up from his bed before walking towards the door. Sis, why are you bothering me this late? He said but stopped his words as he saw Kaed standing in front of his door. Hugging a large pillow in her embrace. Kaed? What are you doing here? He asked, causing Kaed to shyly bury her face on her pillow. See, can I sleep with you for tonight? She asked, causing Hiruto to look at her in surprise. Why? You don't like your room? He asked. Making Kaed shake her head to the side. I can't sleep. I feel uncomfortable sleeping in another house without so many I know beside me. That's why can I stay with you for tonight, Hiruto? She said in a barely audible voice, causing Hiruto to hesitate, but seeing her like this. He helplessly sighed before opening the door for her. Come in. He said, causing Kaed to brightly smile as she entered the room. Looking at Hiruto with a grateful expression. I'll get a futon downstairs. You can sleep on the bed and I'll sleep on the floor. He said but was stopped by Kaed who held his shirt. Making him look at her in confusion. Why you don't need to do that? We can sleep on the bed together. What? Hiruto muttered as he felt his heartbeat suddenly quicken. Seeing her crimson face while his pupils trembled. Taken back by what she said. Let's sleep together on the bed. She repeated, causing Hiruto to pinch his own cheek. Is that all right with you? I'm a boy. I read that it's normal for couples to sleep together. That's why I don't mind sleeping with you. She hurriedly said, causing Hiruto gulp. Does it bother you? Of course not. I am just a bit surprised. He said before Kaed held his hand. Making him feel her sweaty and trembling hands. Showing how nervous she was right now. Sure, let's sleep together on the bed. He said before he locked the door of his room. Watching as she beam a smile at him before sitting down on his bed. Clear your mind of your sins, Hiruto. She doesn't mean it like that. He said as he nervously laid down on the bed while Kaed placed her pillow beside his. Laying down on the bed facing him. An awkward silence engulfed the entire room as Hiruto tried to avert his eyes away from her body. See, can you hold my hand while we sleep? She asked. Making Hiruto slowly move his hand on top of hers. Flincing as he felt his soft and warm hands before Kaed intertwined her fingers with his. Shit. I can't sleep like this. he thought as Kaed suddenly leaned closer. I had a lot of fun today. Me too. He responded as he heard her softly breathing close to his body, making his nervousness reach higher levels before Kaed looked up at him. Hirito, can you hug me? Hug you? He asked, causing Kaed to weakly nod her head, making Hirito raise his right hand above her body, hesitant to touch her while his fingers wiggled, not knowing where to place his hand. Stop being so nervous, he thought as he steeled himself and wrapped his arms around her waist, making Kaed jolt, but didn't push him away, letting him pull her in his chest as his fragrance entered her nose. Good night, Hirito. Sleep tight, he whispered, causing the girl in his arm to snuggle on his chest. Feeling her warm breath brush against his neck, causing him to grit his teeth in response. System. Just knock me out. Understood. Chapter 13, Next Quest. Hirito, I brought you lunch, Kaed said as she entered the backyard of his parents' house, carrying small picnic basket filled with sandwiches and a bottle of iced tea, causing her to see Hirito who was doing a push-up with his body erected upwards, making Kaed dazedly stare at his now toned and muscular body, causing her to unconsciously blush as she placed the basket on the table in the backyard. Thanks, I was getting a bit hungry, Hirito said as he landed his feet on the ground and stood up straight, combing his slightly long blue hair backwards, causing Kaed's eyes to unconsciously glance at his well-defined abdominal and chest muscle. His arms were a lot larger than before when he was still skinny, making Kaed shyly look away from him as he grabbed his white shirt hanged on the fence, wearing it on his body, but didn't help much as his muscles were visible through the white cloth. Continuous quest complete. 20 system points has been rewarded. The notification read as he grabbed the towel on the table and proceeded to wipe his neck and face. Did you grow taller, Hirito? She asked as she looked up at his face, only reaching his chest as he was now 2 heads taller than her, making her feel a lot smaller than she actually was. I think so, I'm even taller than Dad now, he said as he hanged the towel on the empty chair beside his own, sitting down on his chair as Kaed stared at him in a daze. Have you gotten used to living here? He asked as he grabbed a sandwich from the basket, making her nod her head in response. MN. Mom has been teaching me to cook for the past few days, she said with a cute smile on his face, making Hirito smile at her as he took a bite of the sandwich in his hand. Are you ready to move out tomorrow? The mansion is already constructed. You can just go there yourself for the time being. I'll follow you after I get home from school, he said, causing Kaed to show a reluctant expression on her face as she was used to living here with his parents, making her reluctant to leave them, causing her to look at Hirito with a pitiful expression on her face. My parents didn't agree to come and live with us, so I really can't do anything about that. We can go visit them every weekends. It's not like we're permanently leaving. We'll just move to our new home, that's all, he comforted as he held her hand that was on the table, making Kaed weakly nod her head before looking up at his direction. Are you really going to school? I don't really have a choice, my homeroom teacher has been bugging me to go back to school, and I need to at least graduate to have a good background. I missed a lot of lessons in the past month, so I had to make up for it by staying up late during the night, he said with an annoyed expression on his face, since because of his studies, he wasn't able to sleep with Kaed anymore even when she often visits his room during the night, making him feel regretful for neglecting his studies in the past since it affected his time with her. I'm sorry I couldn't help. It can't be helped. We're in different grades. You're 2 years younger than me after all, Hirito said as he poured iced tea on the glass cup, and chugged it down, making him show a satisfied expression on his face as he felt the coldness of the drink spread through his stomach. Hirito, you're moving to your new house tomorrow, right? His mother said as she came out of THW house while wiping her hands with a towel. making Hiruto glance at her before nodding his head. Yeah, why? Is there an occasion tomorrow? No, I talked with your homeroom teacher on the phone. I explained to her about your circumstances, that's why you're excused for tomorrow. You'll be quite busy for the entire day tomorrow since you're moving out. She said with a smile on her face as she walked inside the house, making Hiruto show a grateful expression on his face. Thanks Mom. Just remember to come back to school on Tuesday, alright? I will. Hiruto said before he stood up from his seat, making Kaed look at him with a frown on her face. Rest for a few minutes before you continue. Don't worry, I know my own body, and I didn't eat that much so it's alright. He said as he grabbed the metallic baseball bat leaning against the wall of the house, making Kaed helplessly sigh as Hiruto continued training. Host, when do you plan on telling her about your quest? The system asked, causing Hiruto to show a difficult expression on his face since he himself doesn't know how. Kaed grew up in a society similar to this where polygamy is frowned upon. Even though he himself didn't want to do it, his system wouldn't stay silent about it. That's why he needed to tell Kaed about the system before he enters the second dimension. I'll tell her about it tonight. I'm a bit reluctant in bringing her to the next dimension, that's why I'll have to clear it myself. He said with a frown before glancing at his new quest. A dimension that will test his mental fortitude when dealing with blood and gore. Even though he didn't show any hesitation nor sympathy towards them since he knew that they were just virtual monsters. But now, in his next dimension, he will be dealing with real monsters, and in addition, he can only use 2 spells while in that dimension. Dimension, High School of the Dead. Quest, protect the Takagi estate from being overrun by a zombie stampede. Reward, upgrade 1 passive skill. Limit, 2 months. Failure, death. Limitations, mana capacity of the host has been adjusted due to the balance of power in that dimension. The host can only choose 2 low-tier spells that he would use before entering the dimension. He only has his physical strength and 2 low-tier spells in his arsenal. That's why he isn't invincible in this dimension. If Kaed was with him, of course he can easily wipe them out since her powers aren't adjusted. But couldn't since he's worried of what will happen to her mental state when entering this dimension. That's why he needs to do it himself. You can bring items from this dimension to other dimensions, but you can't do the other way around. That's why we recommend that the host prepare everything that he'll need before entering the dimension. The system said a few days ago when he woke up from being knocked out by the system, making him buy 2 thick leather gloves with a strong grip when holding metallic objects, a pocket knife, battery, flashlight, food supply, and a metal bat. He's still far too inexperienced in using a sword and feared that he will accidentally cut himself, that's why he decided to use blunt weapons since it's a lot easier to use than a sword. Other sharp weapons are also a bit dangerous since he can't cleanly slice through them, then there's a chance that the blade would get stuck in their body. Unlike a bat where you just smash them, and even blow them away to create some distance between him and the zombies. This was also the reason why aside from his exercise routine, he also practiced swinging the bat daily to improve his grip and wrist flexibility when using it. He didn't want to accidentally let go of his weapon if he swung it far too much. It could prove lethal to him since it's dangerous to fight in close-quarter combat against a zombie. Even though he can easily overpower them, he doesn't have any training nor experience in proper close-quarter combat. If only he had a longer resting time, then he would have hired someone to teach him how to do military close-quarter combat. Since unlike CQC used in sports, military CQC is created to kill or disarm an opponent as fast as possible while minimizing injuries. System. Do you have any skills that you recommend for that dimension? Hiruto asked as he swung his bat sideways, creating a sharp whistling noise in the wind due to the speed and force of his swing. Repeating it multiple times so that he could get used in swinging the bat in different angles to cover his front, back, and side. Knowing that dimension, theirs was a large chance that he will be outnumbered multiple times. That's why he needed to protect himself from all sides. I recommend the skill Enhanced Senses, so you'll have a better grasp of your surroundings. It will enhance your 5 senses above human capacity. The system said as Hiruto swung his bat downwards at full force, hitting the ground as it created a small dent on the soil of their backyard. Buy it. 5 system points deducted. You have acquired Enhanced Senses, low. The notification said, causing Hiruto to suddenly blank out. Feeling a sudden weird sensation assault his mind and body before his ears twitched, making him the sound of an insect's wings flapping, causing him to glance at the tree where a small ladybug can be seen. This feels weird, he said as his eyes grew clearer than before, making him see small objects and insects from afar. Something that he couldn't do before due to his poor eyesights. You'll get used to it eventually, host. The system said as it watched Hiruto look at his own body in a daze, making Kaed, who was watching by the side, to notice that something strange in his actions. Hiruto, she called, causing Hiruto to turn his head and look back at Kaed, looking at him with a worried expression on her face. Are you all right? She asked, causing Hiruto to smile at her direction, assuring her that nothing was wrong with him. I think you should rest for today, she said with a pout before standing up and pulling his hand. I'm all right, I was use. No excuses, come with me and go have some rest, she angrily said, making Hiruto helplessly smile as she let him take him away. Host, the staff of the organization has now started to move all your stuff at your new house. You can now enter it if you like. The only thing that is left is the installation of the gym and the training field designated for the host, the system said, causing Hiruto to widen his eyes in surprise as Kaed pulled him towards the sofa, making him look at the system in a daze. What's in the training room? A Pratisi dummy, a monocrystal, and a large variety of wooden weapons that you can use to practice your proficiency in using different weapons. As per your request, we have added a movie and gaming room for you in the mansion. Everything will be done by this evening, the system answered, making Hiruto smile in excitement before she glanced at Kaed, who stopped in front of the sofa in the living room. Kaed, he asked as he noticed the redness of her ears, making him look at her in confusion, watching her as she sat down on the sofa. Go ahead and lay down, she said while patting her thighs, telling him to use her lap as a pillow, making Hiruto widen his eyes in astonishment before his mother suddenly threw a piece of towel on his head. Before you get chummy with Kaed, go and take a bath first. You wouldn't want to smell like sweat to her, right? His mother said as Hiruto pulled the towel off his face, making him glance at Kaed before he touched his wet hair that was drenched from his own sweat. I'll be back after a few minutes, Hiruto said with a smile before he leaned closer and gave her a kiss on her forehead, making Kaed's face flush pink before Hiruto walked towards the bathroom. Congratulations, you have now turned into a better person, even though you're still a virgin. I hope your performance in the next quest will be as high as your ego right now, host. I almost forgot that you're like this system. Chapter 14, telling her about the system. What are you watching? Hiruto asked as he was wiping his hair with a towel, walking towards Kaed, who was watching something in her phone while casually laying down on his bed. I was checking if what you said a few days ago was true, and it looks like I really am a fictional character in this world, she said as she showed him the screen of her phone, making him see that she was watching her own show, causing Hiruto to look at her with a strange expression on his face. So you already knew everything before you even came and get me from my dimension, she said, making Hiruto awkwardly scratch his head before looking at her in worry, afraid that she would get angry as he lied to her once they first met. I'm sorry, I lied. He suddenly apologized as he crouched down towards her, making her look at him with a light smile on her face. I don't mind, but I am angry that you tricked me when we first met. You could have just told me that you knew me. I would have looked like a creep if I did that. Hiruto said as he took out a t-shirt from his closet and wore it on his body. Do you regret coming with me? He asked with a hint of anxiety and hesitation in his voice, causing Kaed to giggle before she stood up and hugged him from his back. Do I look like I regret coming here? No. Hiruto said, remembering how happy and comfortable she was while in this world. Making Kaed show a bright smile on her face. Even if I go back, it would become pretty lonely for me. Since you're not there anymore. She said, causing Hiruto to turn his body around. Making her let go and hug him from the front. Burying her face on his chest with a shy expression on her face due to what she said to him. Don't stare at me like that. Kaed said as she noticed him dazedly staring at her direction. Making Hiruto's face to unconsciously form a smile before he lifted her up in his arm, and hugged her body. Catching her by surprise for his sudden actions. Hiruto. She called with flushed cheeks before she saw the joyful smile on his face. Leaning his own face on her neck before he sat down on the bed. Letting her sit on his lap before he wrapped his arm around her waist. Let me stay like this for a while. He said, causing her to fidget her feet that was stepping on the bed. Feeling his hot breath brush against her neck while the light scent of sandalwood enter her nose. Making her body feel like it was heating up. Hiruto. It tickles. She whispered as she placed her hand on his shoulders. Making him snuggle on her neck. Kaed. I'm really happy right now. He said. Making Kaed pause her actions before a warm feeling spread on her chest. I really didn't get to tell you how I felt in the past, right? I was still a bit awkward around you back then, so I didn't have the courage to tell you. He said before his hands wrapped tighter around her. All while Kaed remained silent, anticipating what he's going to say next. Cough. I love you. Kaed. He said as he mustered up all of the courage that he had. Making Kaed see his ears turning crimson red as he hid his face on her neck, causing her to feel an indescribable emotions of happiness and joy. Her expression loosened as a sloppy smile appeared on her face from hearing him confess his feelings to her for the first time. Me too. I love you too. She whispered, causing Hiruto to smile as a warm atmosphere spread throughout his room. Remaining silent for a few minutes before he looked up at her. Looking at her, averting her eyes away from him while her face down to her neck was red. Don't look at me right now. She said as she placed her hands on his face. Trying to cover his eyes, causing Hiruto to chuckle as he held her hand. Gently pulling it away from his face as he continued to stare at her with a soft smile. Kaed. He called, causing Kaed to look at him before he started to lean closer. Making her heartbeat race as she felt nervous yet excited as she watched him slowly lean closer. Nervous since she didn't know what to do since this was her first kiss, and feeling excited from the thought of kissing him. Making her slowly close her eyes before puckering her lips at his direction. Hiruto. Kaed called as she felt his warm breath next to hers. Making her nervousness reach higher levels while her mind become muddled. Hiruto pressed his lips against his. Making his heart pound in his chest as he felt her soft and smooth lips pressing against him. Ah! Kaed let out a short moan as she felt all of her senses go numb, except for the sensation of his wet lips sealing her own. Making her feel her body go weak while his hands started to wrap tighter around her back and hips. Slowly, indulging into their kiss as she enjoyed the addicting sensation on her lips. Making her placed her hand on his chest. Clenching his shirt before she felt foreign lust and desire take over her body. Hiruto, more. She said with dazed eyes as Hiruto separated his lips from hers. Making her feel a bit unsatisfied while she panted in his arms. Hiruto then placed his hand on her chip. Making her look up at him before he sealed her lips again. Now becoming a bit more aggressive as he placed his tongue on her teeth. Slowly opening it before he invaded her mouth with tongue. Making Kaed let out a moan as she melted in his arm. Feeling his soft tongue wrap around hers. The silent room was now filled with the wet sound of their kiss and her quiet moans. making Hiruto feel his lust for her grow while he enjoyed the sweet taste of her lips. NMM. Kaed yelped as she felt something poke her crotch, making her open her eyes as Hiruto slowly separated from her while a string of saliva formed between their lips. Hiruto. Something's hitting me, she said with flushed cheeks, making Hiruto lean his head on her neck, trying to control the raging lust and desire that he felt. Kaed, can we do it? He asked, causing Kaed to wrap her arms around his neck. MN. She weakly nodded her head, making Hiruto push her on the bed, leaning on top of her before he gave her another deep kiss, placing his hand on top of hers before he intertwined their fingers together. Kaed, are you sure? He asked as Kaed pinched the sheets below her with her open hand, looking at him in the eye with a nervous expression on her face. MN. Be gentle. It's my first time, she said, causing Hiruto to lean closer to her neck, giving a kiss on her smooth and soft skin, causing her to flinch as Hiruto slowly unbuttoned her pajama, revealing her white lingerie, causing Hiruto to gulp before he slid his arm on her back and unhooked her bra, making Kaed place the back of her hand on her mouth as Hiruto pushed her bra upwards, making him see her ample breast that was just the right size to fit in his hand. He then leaned closer and licked the pinkish bud on her breast, making Kaed moan as she felt electricity run down her spine. NMMM. Sho called as Hiruto playfully bite her bud, causing her to let out a moan before he started to suck on her right breast while his other hand was fondling her left breast, pinching her pink bud between his fingers, causing her body to heat up as she started to feel a slight itchy sensation on her crotch. Kaed, lift up your legs, Hiruto whispered as he stood on his knees, pulling her pants off together with her panties, causing Kaed to pant heavily as a trace of anticipation was seen in her eyes, watching as Hiruto spread her legs, admiring the moist and tight entrace between her legs. Hiruto. I'm scared, she said, causing her body unconsciously tremble from the thought of feeling the pain that comes from having him penetrate through her hymen. Don't be scared. I'll be as gentle as possible, he whispered before he sealed her lips, slowly tracing her body with his hand as it made its way towards her crotch. Kaed, I love you, he whispered before he suddenly felt something warm and wet drench the bed, making him widen his eyes in confusion before he looked down, causing him to see a large amount of blood coming out of her entrace, pouring cold water on his mood. Kaed, when is your period again? He asked as he looked at Kaed who had her eyes closed, making her freeze in realization before suddenly sitting up from the bed, causing her to see the blood-drenched sheets underneath her butt. I, she said while looking at Hiruto, causing him to helplessly smile at her direction, seeing how panicked she was, making him give her a short peck on the lips to assure her that it was fine. We'll do it when you're ready, that's why go ahead and clean up for the meantime. I'll call my sister to buy you some pads, he said with a light smile on her face as Kaed blushed in embarrassment, watching as he felt the room to clean the blood that was on his shirt and get a new clean bed sheets, making Kaed stand up and kneel on the ground while holding her head. Why did it have to come now? She shouted as she crouched down on the ground in embarrassment. But why didn't I feel any menstrual cramps? Hiruto said my skills are sealed, she said before she fixed her clothing, not knowing how to face Hiruto anymore, remembering how she ruined the mood that they had. I'm so stupid. I should have checked the date. Times skip. Hiruto. You aren't mad. For the 5th time, I'm not mad. Why would you think I'm mad? Hiruto said as he and Kaed moved to the next room, bringing all of their pillows with them, causing Kaed to show a guilty expression on her face. But as I said before, it's all right. We still have plenty of chances to try it again in the future, right? He says in an assuring tone before placing the pillows on the bed, turning his head towards Kaed who just got out of the shower. With this, we can confirm that your pain tolerance is still in effect even if most of your skills are sealed. Since you didn't feel any menstrual cramps based on how clueless you were a while ago before you started bleeding, he said as he sat down on the bed, making Kaed look at him with a strange expression on her face. How do you know that? I'm the one who always took care of my sister in the past when she's in her period. So I kind of know what to do, I guess. He said while scratching his cheeks before giving Kaed a pat on the head. Let's sleep, we still have to wake up early to move to our new home, right? He said, causing her to nod her head as she reluctantly sit down beside him, looking away from him while her face flushed in embarrassment from remembering what happened a while ago. Kaed, I have something to tell you. I know that this would make you angry, but I hope you can hear me out. He said, causing her to peek at his direction. Remember the floating screen that you often saw in front of me, and the quest that keeps popping up? He asked as he looked at her with a serious expression on his face. Have you ever wondered how I was able to enter your world? Does this have something to do with the floating screens from before? She asked, making him nod his head in response. If I said that I have a system that allows me to travel to your world, and many other works of fiction of the people in this world, would you believe me? He asked as she listened intently to his words. If she hasn't seen everything that happened up until now, like the notifications and the dimension rift, then, she wouldn't have believed him, but since she saw those, his words appeared to be much more believable to her. This system gives me quest that if I fail to fulfill, it would cost me my life. Even though some of the quest like the continuous quest aren't as deadly as the main quest, it is impossible for me to ignore them since the system would force me to complete it. He said before he showed the 3 continuous quest and the main quest to his new dimension to Kaed, who looked at him in disbelief. Why you'll die? She asked in a trembling voice, causing Hiruto to look at her in worry, watching as her face paled seeing the word death in the failure section of the main quest. Hiruto, why you'll die if you don't complete this? She asked as she held his hand, making Hiruto weakly nod his head, causing her face to grow even paler than before. But that is only if I fail the quest. I'll often enter different stories and fulfill quest with my life on the line, and it ranges from killing a person or seducing another girl. He said as a difficult expression appeared on his face when he said the last part of his sentence. What? She muttered, causing Hiruto to close his eyes, preparing himself to receive her anger, but to his surprise as was only met by a tight hug, catching him by surprise as he looked at the girl who suddenly hugged him. Then I'll do my best to help you to clear the quest together so you won't die. I am strong, so I'm sure I can help you a lot. She exclaimed as she tightly held his body with trembling arms, afraid from the thought of losing him. Aren't you angry? I'll have to bring home girls in the future because of the quest. I'll have to kiss and do other intimate actions with other girls. I just want you to be safe. I don't want to lose you, but I am angry because you haven't told me this about this sooner. She shouted with a frown on her face, making Hiruto look at her with a confused expression on her face. Anne, since you're being this honest about it to me, I can trust you. Sharing you with another girl is better than losing you forever. She said with a trace of sadness in her voice before looking at Hiruto with a serious expression on her face. But you must make me your priority. If she tries to steal you away from me, don't bring her home and break up with her, she must to remember to share. That's my conditions. She said while Hiruto was looking at her with wide eyes. System. What the hell's going on? How can she just accept that easily? Love is blind. Be fucking serious for once, can you? He angrily thought while glancing at the floating screen above them, making the screen distort as a new series of words appeared inside of it. All girls that are seduced and summoned by you are adjusted, not only in the mechanics of their powers but also their thought process as to not interfere with your progress. In simple words, they are adjusted to make them more open and accepting about the thoughts of polygamy. A feature that was added by the system to not repeat the cause of the death of 10 of our host being killed by one of their lovers due to extreme jealousy. They will still feel jealousy and envy towards each other, but not to the point that they'll kill you for it. Just treat them equally to avoid creating a bloodbath in your own harem. Though you are on your own if you bring home a yander with you. That is someone that is hard to mentally manipulate. You son of a bitch! Why didn't you tell this to me sooner? You never asked. The system said, causing Hiruto to look at the system in extreme anger before he felt someone thug on his shirt, making him turn his head to look at Kaed, who had a pout on her face. Do you not like my conditions? And no, I agree with it. You're my first girlfriend. Of course, you'll be my priority, he said, causing her to show a bright smile on her face, making Hiruto show a look of guilt on his face. Then I don't mind. As long as you're safe, she said as Hiruto caressed the back of her head. It makes me feel like a criminal for doing something like this. They would not be alive without you, host. They would remain as a fictional character without the powers of the system. That's why don't feel too guilty, since you gave them a chance to live like a normal human. You must remember, host. Her love for you was something that bloomed thanks to the aid of the system. Don't be a hypocrite since we both manipulated her. You'll eventually get used to it, host. If you feel guilty, then make them feel happy. Show them how much you love them. You already know that you'll get involved with this, but your mind changed after falling in love with her. This will now be your responsibility, so face it. It's impossible to run away from it as long as you're alive. Chapter 15, High School of the Dead. Are we really living here? Kaed asked as she stared at the gigantic mansion in front of them in awe. Looking around the facilities of the mansion as the sound of flowing water entered her ear from both sides. The mansion was made up of 3 connected buildings, with 2 being the main room and 1 built for the sole purpose of bathing in the sun and enjoying a day in the pool. Making Hiruto nod his head in satisfaction as they walked through the stone path leading to the main part. We have 2 pools, she said as she looked towards her right, where a small pool next to a suite with an open movie room at the 2nd floor. She then looked at the other pool at her right side. Seeing that this one had a large space at the sides of the pool with 2 lounge chairs placed at its side. All while a bar filled with different liquors was displayed on its shelves. Why do we need 2 pools? I don't know, Hiruto plainly said before they entered the main house, carrying both of their luggage inside before walking towards the living room, making him place both of the large bags on the floor. It's quite a clean design, he said as he looked around the interior design of the room. It had a decent exposure to the sunlight as a few of the walls were made out of hard-tempered glass, giving the room a relaxing vibe. This is heaven, Kaed muttered as she happily sat down on the couch, making him smile at her direction before glancing at the large flat-screen TV hanged on the wall. Why does this place have so much TVs around? He muttered before he lifted the bag from the floor and climbed up the stairs, leaving Kaed, who laid down on the sofa while hugging the pillow in her arms. Kaed, do you want the room next to mine? He asked as he looked down on her from the stairs. I want to share a room with you, she said as she buried her face on the pillow, hiding her expression from him, causing him to helplessly smile at her before he climbed up the stairs. So this is why the system recommended this mansion, Hiruto said as he stared at the long hallway of the 2nd floor, filled with dozens of bedrooms while a single large door was in the end of the hallway. He then stepped onto the soft carpet as he made his way towards the master's bedroom. I think I've gone a bit overboard with the mansion, he said as he placed his hand on the door and pushed it open, revealing a spacious room with a large king-sized bed next to the wall. In front of it was a large window of 40'd glass with a sofa placed facing it, for the sole purpose of admiring the view outside. On the side is a large walk-in wardrobe that was at least as large as the other bedrooms was found, containing a large mirror that they could use to test out their clothes. On the ceiling is a small chandelier that used to lit the wardrobe up. Kaed's clothes, bags, and accessories that she bought with his sister a few days ago was already hanged, and neatly placed in the drawers, taking up at least half of the space in the wardrobe. I should buy some new clothes on Saturday. My clothes are getting pretty tight after I grew taller, he said before he opened the bags and neatly placed the clothes in the drawers. Host, I recommend you go and check out the training room and the gym. We have specifically designed it based on your needs. I'll go check it out later, Hiro said before he stretched his body and walked out of the room. Checking the other bedrooms and found that most of them bore the same design as the master's bedroom, but not as luxurious and spacious than before. Mansion has been engraved with several runes at its every corners, even in the pools, to regularly clean this place. So you don't need to hire anyone to maintain this mansion, the system said as Hiruto walked down to the first floor, making him see Kaed, who was peacefully watching TV on the sofa while being basked in warm sunlight, causing him to gently smile at her direction. You seem to be enjoying yourself, Hiruto said as he sat down beside her on the sofa, making his body sink into the soft cotton as Kaed comfortably leaned against his chest. Should we order out for lunch? We don't have any food in the kitchen right now since we just arrived here, he asked as she turned off the TV, placing the remote back on the small glass table in front of them. I want to cook it myself. Mom said I improved a lot, so I want you to taste my cooking, she cheerfully said as she looked up at his face. That's why let's go to the grocery, she said, causing Hiruto give her a pat on the head before holding her hand, making her show a sweet smile on her face. Sure. Our fridge feels kind of empty, so I want to go and fill it up. Just don't put too much junk food, got that? He said as he pulled her soft cheek, making Kaed hold both of his hands as she tried stop him from pulling her cheeks. No pinching, she said, causing Hiruto to let go before she placed both of her hand on her cheeks, glaring at him as he placed him on his lap, wrapping his arms around her hips. Kaed, are you sure you want to attend school? He asked with a serious expression on his face. Yes, I think it's better if I just stayed at home, and I don't really belong to this world, so my identity is a bit suspicious. The organization can forge you a new identity. I'll just stay at home. I only need to wait for 8 hours before you return home, right? I can wait that long, she said, making him let out a helpless sigh, leaning closer to her before giving her a short peck on her lips, causing her face to blush from his sudden actions. Fine. I really can't win against you. Time skip. Are you ready to enter the dimension, host? The system asked as Hiruto was sitting on the bed with the sleeping Kaed behind him, trying his best to not wake her up as a dimensional rift appeared in front of him, making him breathe out before glancing at Kaed's direction. I'll be back, he whispered as he leaned closer and gave her a kiss on the cheek, escaping from Kaed as she insisted to come with him in this dimension. So he had no choice but to do it while she was asleep. He then stood up from the bed and walked towards the rift in the space, pausing on his feet as he looked at her one last time. I might not be the same anymore after I come back, he thought before he walked inside the rift, making his body disappeared as the rift started to shrink until not a single trace of it was left, leaving Kaed alone in the large room sleeping peacefully on the bed. Host, please choose the 2 spells that you'll be using in this dimension, the system said as Hiruto appeared flying in the sky, just above the school where the story of HTOD started, making him look down, seeing that the events of the anime just started. Spells that can ensure my survivability. I'll take Earth Wall, he said, since manipulating the terrain would become really useful for him in this anime and even save his life in some scenarios. He can survive getting cornered by a zombie stampede or even trick them to move in a specific location. Now for the offensive skills. I can either choose Blaze or Flamethrower, hey, he muttered as he contemplated on what he should choose. Blaze and flamethrower are not that much different since both release a torrent of flames. The only difference is their size and range. Blaze range is short, but has a large width that is useful for taking care of zombies that managed to get close to him. Flamethrower on the other hand has a much larger range but shorter in width. It can deal with zombies in a straight line, and he could even change its trajectory by moving his hand around. The only problem is that its mana consumption is a lot higher than Blaze. "I'll just pick Blaze," he said, since Blaze works quite well with Earth Wall and doesn't really need that much mana. Which can help him a lot, especially after his mana capacity was decreased by the system. "Who am I possessing?" he asked as he looked down and saw that the students now started to panic, making him look at it in bewilderment as he didn't expect that the story would start when he hasn't even possessed a character yet. "Kazu Ishii, a disposal character that died protecting the school nurse in the start of the story," the system answered before Hiruto suddenly felt that his body was getting pulled by a strong force inside the school, making him frown from the uncomfortable feeling before he looked at the direction of the system. "Character possession is under progress. Host, please prepare yourself." "With? Damn it. I'm sorry, I'm sorry." A plain-looking student shouted as he squished a zombie head using a metal rack in the nurse's office, making him show a disgusted expression on his face while a voluptuous blonde nurse was searching through the cabinets behind him. "Miss Shizuka, let's get out of here," he shouted as he looked at the woman behind him, trying to figure out what was happening as she grabbed several bottles of chemicals and medicine from the drawers. "Hold on a second. I want to take all the stuff I can get," she said as she reached towards the highest shelf, making the student look around in worry while holding the metal rack in his hands. "Please just do it quickly," he said before he suddenly heard the cracking of the windows, causing him to gasp before the windows are shattered to pieces, allowing the zombies outside to barge in the office. "Miss Shizuka," he shouted as he ran in front of the woman, watching as the zombies charge at them with a pale expression on his face. I have to protect her," he said as he clenched his teeth, before a zombie grabbed his shoulder, making him panic as he tried to hit the zombie but couldn't due to the length of the weapon he was holding. I am dead. Akh. The zombie groaned as it opened its mouth, preparing to bite him, but WSS stopped as a hand held his chin, preventing him from coming any closer to him. Character possession complete. The notification rang as his entire body changed, turning into an identical copy of Hiruto before he pushed the zombie away from him, taking out a metallic bat from his system inventory and swinging it towards the head of the zombie, smashing his skull to mush as his blood scattered on the glass door of the shelves. "I almost fucking died, system. But you didn't, so stop complaining," the system said as Hiruto tightened his grip on his bat, stepping forward before he delivered a powerful swing towards the zombie charging at his direction, blowing him away before he collided on the wall of the room. He swung his bat downward towards the other zombie behind it, crushing his head on the ground as his blood splattered on the floor, leaving Hiruto in a daze while looking at the blood in his bat and on the floor. "That's strange," he asked with a frown while looking at his own hands, not experiencing the urge to vomit nor the weakness of his body as he expected from killing someone. He felt no fear nor disgust, but only relief and excitement, like he just released the pent-up rage that his body was holding the entire time. "You didn't do anything to me, right, system? Please don't blame the system for your psychopathic tendencies, host," the system said before Hiruto looked back at the school nurse who was looking at him in awe and confusion, like she witnessed him suddenly change in front of him, but only remember a blurry memory of him. "We are now adjusting her memory. We didn't expect for someone to witness you possessing another body," the system said, making Hiruto sigh in relief before he heard someone entered the room. A woman with long, straight, and shiny purple hair along with a triangular fringe at the front that barely touches the ridge of her nose, and blue eyes stood in front of him, looking around the bloody room with an amused smile on her face. she hummed while holding a wooden katana in her hands, making Hiruto sigh before he held out his hand towards the school nurse. Let's go before we get cornered by zombies again. Want to come with us? He asked the girl standing in the door, making her nod her head with a light smile on her face. Busujima Saiko, captain of the Kendo club. A senior. What's your name? She asked, making him contemplate on what he should say before glancing at the woman behind him who didn't know this character's name based on what he remembers in the anime. Kirishima Hiruto. A senior like you. Chapter 16, Survivors. Pass me the bandage. Hiruto said as he knelt on the ground while Siko and Shizuka were both leaning against the wall, watching him what he was doing out of curiosity. What are you doing? Siko asked as Shizuka passed him the bandage, making place a thick magazine in his left arm and secured it with the bondage, causing both of them to look at him in confusion. A little protection to avoid making their teeth sink into my skin. I want to do a little experiment with them after all. Don't mind it too much, he said before he wore his fingerless gloves on his hand and strapping the pocket knife on his leg, making him stand up as soon as he was done before he looked peaked and looked around outside the classroom. Shizuka-san, do you have your car outside? He asked, causing her to shake her head to the side. I don't, but there are a lot of buses on the school ground, she said as the three of them walked out of the classroom, making Hiruto glance at her direction. Can you drive it? I think so, she said as she placed her finger on her lips, making Hiruto nod his head as he intently listened for any groans close to them, looking around with a cautious expression on his face. Then, where are the bus keys? It's in the staff room, she said, making Hiruto look at Siko who was looking at the opposite direction, securing the area to avoid getting ambushed by them. So we have to cross to the other building, he said as Siko lead the way, making both Hiruto and Shizuka, who was carrying a medicine box in her hand, to follow her from behind. Stay behind us, Shizuka-san, he said as they both took the lead, making Shizuka quicken her pace to catch up to them, but was a bit slow due to her tight skirt. What are your next plans after this, Kirishima? She asked as Hiruto pushed away a zombie walking towards him with his bat and kicking him towards the wall. Find other survivors and get out of this place. Though, I doubt that the outside of school is much safer than here. We can't stay here for far too long since we don't have any food or water supply. We'll just starve to death if we stayed here, and we'll increase our chances of surviving when moving as a group, he said before he swung his BST upwards, hitting a zombie by the chin, causing it to fall backwards before he swatted its body to the side, pushing it away from their path. See, can't you just kill them? You were doing so well before, she asked as she watched Siko push away a zombie towards the window at their side with his wooden sword. Killing them every time we meet one will only slow us down. We can't waste too much time on one location to avoid getting outnumbered or surrounded, he explained as they arrived in the entrance to the bridge connecting to the other building, making both Siko and Hiruto to pause in their tracks before they cautiously looked around. I can handle one or two, and if I could kill them, I would have done so, but they're a lot stronger than they look. If they managed to get a grip on you, it's hard to break free from them. That's why we can't risk fighting dozens of them at once, she said as she hid on the wall next to the glass door, peeking at the bridge with a serious expression on her face while Hiruto was standing in the middle of it like he couldn't care less if he was seen. Can you be a bit more cautious? I'm quite sensitive to sound, so I know if something is close to us. So you don't have to worry about me, he said with a sigh, since at this moment, Siko doesn't really know the nature of the zombies in this world. She just assumed that they can see her or feel where she is since most of them attacked her as soon as she got close. Wow! Both of you know a lot about them, she said as she walked forward but tripped on a jacket on the ground, making her yelp in surprise as she fell on the ground. Geez! What was that? She said, causing Psycho to sigh as she looked at her fallen on the ground, making her crouch down in front of her. This fashion isn't really suitable for running, she said as she started to rip her skirt from the side, making Hiroto avert his eyes away as he caught a glimpse of her frilly underwear. This is a brand-named skirt, she shouted in displeasure towards Psycho, making Psycho let out a sigh before she looked down at her with her usual sharp expression. Tell me which is more important? Your clothing or your life? She asked, causing Shizuka to sulk with both of her arms slightly raised in the air. Both, she shouted before they all suddenly heard the sound of something crashing and the sound of something being fired, making Hiroto and Psycho to frown in response. What was that? Shizuka asked before Hiroto suddenly carried her in his arms, making her let out a cute yelp in surprise before Hiroto started running towards the staff room, causing Psycho to follow him from behind. What's wrong? That's from the staff room. There's a chance that we might encounter a survivor if we're not too late, he said as he ran across the bridge and kicked the door open, making the large assists of the girl in his arm to violently shake, causing her to glare at his direction. I'll apologize later, he said before he heard the scream of a girl inside the building, making him place Shizuka down on the ground before he charged inside the room. Go away! A pink-haired girl near the trophy case shouted as she crawled on the ground, looking at the approaching zombie in front of her in fear before she pointed the drill in her hands and stabbed it on the zombie's head, making its blood rain down around her area as she turned her face away. Shit! Hiroto said before he ran towards her direction, tightly holding the bat in his hand. Let go of the drill, he shouted, causing the girl to look at him in shock before he arrived at their location, stepping his left foot forward with the bat on his right shoulder, swinging it towards the zombie's head as the girl let go of the drill, blowing the zombie away from her before the other ones started to look at his direction, alerted from his shout from before. Who are you? A fat student holding a makeshift gun in his hand asked, but received no response from Hiroto as he immediately charged at the other zombies. The zombie at the front reached his hand towards his direction, making him turn his body to the left to dodge his grasp before he smashed the back of his head, causing the zombie to die and fall on the ground. Hiroto then raised his bat in the air and swung it downward, hitting the head of the female zombie at tremendous force, making her eyes gouge out of its sockets. Hiroto, crouch down! Psycho shouted, causing Hiroto to kneel down as she hit the zombie approaching his left with her wooden katana. Aghh! The voice of a male student shouted as he jumped up and hit the remaining zombie on the top of its head, using the force of his fall to hit the zombie, causing it to roll backwards before hitting its head on the wall, making it groan for one last time before his head lifelessly fell. Takagi-san, are you all right? Shizuka asked as she, along with a caramel-colored hair girl holding a broken handle of a mop, ran towards her direction, dazedly staring at her reflection on the glass shelf. Hiroto remained silent before he wiped the drop of blood on his face with his sleeves, glancing at the boy with messy brown hair holding a baseball bat in his hands, locking the glass door of the in front of him to ensure that no zombies could enter inside. We're all acquainted with the school nurse, Dr. Marikawa, correct? I'm Busujima Psycho from 3A. Psycho introduced while standing beside him. Komuro Takashi, 2B. He introduced before the girl that the boy was with looked at Psycho with a hint of surprise on her face. You're the senpai who won the national championship last year, right? I'm from the Sojusto Club, Miyamoto Rei. I am Hirano Koda from B. The plump four eyes from before introduced while scratching the back of his head, making Psycho show a beautiful smile at their direction. It's a pleasure to meet you all, she said before he glanced at Hiroto who was silently standing beside him, hitting his waist with her elbow, snapping him out from his daze. Kirishima Hiroto, from 3D. He said, repeating the series of words in front of him to help him continue his life from before. Making Psycho widen her eyes from surprise. So you're from D, huh? No wonder I wasn't able to recognize you. She said before the pink-haired girl suddenly showed an annoyed expression on her face. What the? You're all so soft. The girl said as she stood up with a hint of anger in her voice. What do you mean by senpai? You are both the same age. You must not know how to count after getting held back a year. What are you saying, Takagi? Takashi said as he walked towards her direction. Making her grit her teeth before turning her head back and looking at all of them with an expression with the mix of confusion, fear, and anger in her eyes. Don't treat me like a fool. I'm a genius. I can do anything as long as I put my mind into it. She shouted before she held her chest. Looking at the ground with wide eyes like she didn't know what she was saying or doing due to shock. I am. That's enough. You've already done enough, Takagi. Psycho said as she walked towards her and placed her hand on her shoulder. Making her slowly look at her before glancing at the glass shelf with the same fearful and shocked eyes. Look at how dirty I am. I need to get mom to clean it. She weakly said as Takashi walked behind her. Looking at her with a look of sympathy in his eyes. Making her choke on her words before looking at her own arms. Tears then started to well up at the corner of her eyes as her sobs echoed throughout the hall. Grabbing Psycho's shoulders to hide her expression as she slowly felt her body go weak. Kneeling down on the ground as Psycho crouched down. Making her sobs grow louder before he started crying in her embrace. All of them remained silent while looking at her with varying expression on their faces. Letting her cry her heart out. Seeing her mental breakdown firsthand is really different. Hiroto said as he leaned against the wall, before Takagi suddenly looked at his direction. Why you're the one that saved me, right? She asked, causing Hiroto to weakly nod his head in response. Making her clench her fist on her chest. Thank you. She said while tears was flowing down her cheeks, causing him to flash a light smile at her direction. I hope she doesn't get clingy because I saved her while she's in that mental state. Let's move to the faculty room. It's a bit dangerous staying here for any longer. He said, causing all of them to look at each other before nodding their heads. They needed to rest both physically and mentally for fighting the entire morning, or else they'll get exhausted during critical situations. I agree. Chapter 17, Forming a Team. You're quite strong, Kirishima-san. Takashi commented as Hiroto easily carried a large box of paper to the door. While Takashi placed the smaller one on top of it to add some weight to their barricade. To prevent any zombies from getting into a faculty room while they are resting. Do you think it will hold? He asked as he patted the barricade made from heavy boxes of paper and equipment on the door. Making Hiroto nod his head in response. Even if it didn't hold, it would take them some time before crossing all of this. At least we're safe for now. He said before glancing at the rest of their group. Sitting down on the chairs with an exhausted expression on their faces. Let's stay here and get some rest, we can't continue if you're all exhausted. He said as he sat down on the empty chair next to a teacher's table. Leaning his back on the chair before crossing his arms in front of him. Even though his skills helped improve this body for a bit, it still lacked stamina just like before. That's why he felt a bit of fatigue on his body due to his constant movements. Why did I retain my physical appearance at my previous dimension? Hiroto thought as he held his stomach. Feeling that his body was as toned and muscular then, but his stamina doesn't match his physical appearance. Making him frown before Psycho threw a water bottle at his direction. Thanks. He said as he caught the water bottle with his hand. Making Psycho smile at his direction. Did you find the keys? Hiroto asked as he drank water. Looking at Shizuka who was looking through the drawers of the faculty room before she took out a key to the bus that clubs uses for their off-campus activities. I found it but, where should we go? She asked while looking at Hiroto, causing him to glance at their entire team with a serious expression on his face. "Find a safe place to stay. What do you all want to do before that? We can go visit your families if you want to, since we will still need to gather supplies," he said as Takashi sat down on the floor while Rei passed him a water bottle. "Let's do that. We'll stop by everyone's home, starting from the nearest one to the farthest. We'll rescue them if we can," Takashi said, causing Hiroto to nod his head in response. While Rei was staring at the TV with a look of terror and shock in her eyes, making Takagi look at her direction with a frown on her face. "What's wrong?" she asked, but was ignored by Rei, who stared at the screen with trembling pupils. "What the hell is this?" she whispered, causing Psycho to grab the remote from the desk and increased the volume of the TV, making all of them move closer to watch and hear the news. "What's wrong, Rei?" Takashi asked as he walked closer to her while Hiroto stood beside Psycho with a serious expression on his face. "The number of deaths in the Saitama prefecture has already exceeded 10,000. The prefectural governor has declared a state of emergency," the news reported said before the sound of gunshot was heard behind her. That's a gunfire. The police has now started to open gunfire. But what are they shooting at?" she said in a panicked voice as the corpses being transported to the ambulance suddenly started rising up, making the police open fire and shoot them on the head. The screams of people then started to echo from the TV, making Psycho frown as they all intently listened to the news. "Stay away!" the news reporter shouted as the camera was focused away from her, making Hiroto hear the quiet groans coming from the TV. Help me!" the news reporter shouted like she was struggling to break free from something before the camera fell on the ground, shutting off the live broadcast as a static screen appeared in front of them. Takashi, Rei, Shizuka, and Hirano all dazedly stared at the TV with wide eyes, feeling their sweat flow down their cheeks as a trace of fear appeared in their eyes. The screen then projected the words "Please stand by," while several arguing voices were heard from the background, indicating how panicked the authorities are and confused about what they should do to control the situation. "There's been some sort of problem," a new female reporter said as the screen switched to the main studio, taking the piece of paper given to her by one of the staff at their station. "From now on, we'll be broadcasting from the studio here. As you can tell, the situation outside has become too dangerous. We advise you all to stay in your homes if necessary. Once it's safer outside, we'll bring you information about the ongoing situation," she said before cutting the live broadcast, making Takashi frown before he punched the table due to anger. "That's all? Why aren't they saying more?" "It's because they are afraid of causing panic," Hiroto said, causing all of them to look at his direction. "If they knew more about the situation outside, it would likely cause the citizens to panic and create chaos. This would only lead to more casualties since the people would become disorganized. And chaos causes anarchy. How would you expect for the government to deal with the situation in a time of anarchy?" Takagi added as she pushed the bright of her glasses, looking at them with a serious expression on her face before Psycho started to switch the channels, but was only met by the same news, riots, and chaos that was happening throughout the world as they experienced this phenomenon. This unusual phenomenon has spread throughout America, and has yet to be brought under control. The government authorities has evacuated the White House, and will relocate to a command center on board an aircraft carrier, the news reporter from another channel said as they showed the scenes that was happening in the cities of America. There are reports that this transfer is in preparation for the possible use of tactical warheads. Many countries are now experiencing a widespread chaos as the citizens began looting and setting towns on fire, the reporter said before the screen turned back to becoming a static screen, indicating that something went wrong with the studio or the broadcast towers of the channels. All of them stared at the TV with varying expressions on their faces, with Psycho and Hiroto being the calmest of the group, looking at the TV without a change of expression on their faces. So they have already spread in the entire world. How could that be? When I was surfing the web this morning, everything was still normal. Hirano commented while standing beside Takashi with a trace of dread in his voice. Seeing the current situation of the world. It only took a few hours for the world to become like this. Don't you think so too? Rei muttered as she grabbed Takashi's hand. Looking at him with false hope in her eyes like she was running away from reality. I am sure there's a safe place somewhere. Everything will be back to normal eventually, right? Hey? Keep dreaming. Takagi said in a sarcastic voice. Making Takashi look at her with a frown. Do you really have to say it like that? This is a pandemic. What am I supposed to say? That everything will be all right? She said in an angry tone. Crossing her arms in front of her while looking at Takashi. A pandemic where they die and walk around like nothing and just start attacking and infecting people. It now spread throughout the entire world, so there are very little chances of finding a safe place. Isn't this like the Black Death during the 14th century? Shizuka asked while her arms were clenched on top of her chest. Making Takagi glance at her direction. Possibly. Like the Black Death of the past. They didn't expect it, and had no ways to cure it. That's why it brought down Europe's population by the third. How did they stop the spread of disease? Takashi. There are a lot of theories, but the reason why diseases like those die is because they killed too many humans to the point that there aren't enough people to spread it. Shizuka answered while Hirito closed his eyes. Listening to the groans and steps of the zombies close to them. Making him sigh in relief that they haven't noticed them. Something that he found weird since the TV was loud. They could have already located where they are. But it's hot outside. Maybe they'll start decomposing and won't be able to move. How long does this process take? Saiko asked as she turned her body towards Shizuka. Well, it takes around 22 days for some parts of their body to decompose during summer, but during the winter it takes months. She said as she tried to remember the information that she has read before. Placing her finger on her chin as she think. Anyway, maybe if we stay in our homes. How do you even know that they'll start to decompose? Takagi asked as she interrupted her. Making all of them to glance at her location. Why do you say that? Takashi. Don't these things defy our knowledge of medicine? So why bother relying on it? And it's far too long. We would have already starved if we waited that long while locked inside our houses. She said as she glanced at the zombies on the school grounds through the window. What is important is finding a place that we can use after we check on our families. If we acted separately, we don't stand a chance against them, and it's much better if we formed a team and acted as a group. She said before glancing at Hirito's direction. Busujima has a point. It's much better if we moved as a team. We might live a little longer if we have someone to guard our backs. Hirito said as he grabbed his bat and placed it on his shoulder. Then, let's do that. It's difficult for us to escape from here if we moved by pairs or individually. Are the rest of you okay with that? Takashi asked. Making them look at each other before nodding their heads in response. Then, let's move. We don't know when this place is getting overrun by zombies, so grab anything that you might need, but don't bring anything heavy that will slow you down. Save your energy and strength as we move. He reminded as all of them started to grab their own weapons while Shizuka grabbed her bag filled with medicine and bandage. We'll try to save other survivors if we can. Saiko said as they all faced the other open entrées of the faculty room. Let's go. Takashi said before Shizuka and Takagi both walked closer to Hirito. Making him look at them in confusion. What are you two doing? I feel much safer with you. Shizuka said without hesitation. Giving him a light smile on her face. Got a problem with that? Takagi said, causing Hirito to helplessly sigh before patting both of their heads. I'll be at the front, so it's a bit dangerous if you stayed with me. Go and stay with Hirano at the back where it's safe. He said with a smile on his face. making both of them look at Hirano, who had a smile on his face while scratching the back of his head. He. He giggled, making Takagi frown before she stared at Hirito. Just do it. I can't fight properly if both of you are with me, he said as he turned his body and walked closer to Saiko, who was waiting for him at the door. Ready? Yet. Chapter 18, Getting Out of the School. There's too many of them here, let's turn back, Saiko advised as they walked towards the stairs leading to the floor below them. Quietly lurking through the hallway as they avoided all dangerous routes that were filled with a large number of zombies. Host, which of them are you targeting? System. I'll deal with that once we get out of here, so don't keep pushing me to try and seduce them in this situation, Hirito said before he saw a lone zombie walking towards their direction. Making Saiko prepare her wooden katana, but was stopped by Hirito, who placed his hand in front of her, causing her to look at him in confusion. What are you doing? I want to test something out, Hirito said while the other members of the team looked at him with the same confusion in their eyes, wondering what he was up to. Test something? Yet. I want to test different ways to kill them, he said with a grin on his face before he walked forward towards the zombie with a trace of nervousness in his eyes. What is he doing? I don't know, Saiko answered before she noticed him taking out the pocket knife strapped to his leg, slowly approaching the zombie before it suddenly charged at his direction. That's it, Hirito muttered before the zombie grabbed both of his shoulder, making the rest of the team panic as they watch him let himself get captured. Hirito? What the hell are you doing? Takagi shouted as Saiko prepared to help him out, but was stopped by Hirito, who placed his arm with the thick magazine strapped onto it in front of the zombie's mouth, letting it bite him, blocking his teeth from reaching his skin as Hirito spun the pocket knife in his hand. I'm fine, he said before he stabbed the zombie through its temple at full strength, making the knife sink into its head and pierce his brain, causing the zombie to suddenly stop moving, loosening its jaws from his bite before it fell on his feet. So this method also works, hey? He muttered before glancing at his team, who were all pointing their weapons at his direction except for Saiko, making Hirito smile as he pulled down his sleeves, revealing a magazine strapped in his arm with a bandage. Don't worry, he said before Takashi suddenly grabbed him by his collar, glaring at him with an angry expression on his face. What the fuck are you doing? You think this is a game? He angrily shouted while shaking his body, but earned no response from Hirito, who had a stoic expression on his face. Are you mental? Why would you do something as reckless as that? Rei shouted as she glared at his direction, making Saiko place her hands on their shoulders to calm them down, but looked at Hirito with a frown on her face. Hirito, that was a bit too risky, she said, causing Hirito to raise his hand up in guilt before she grabbed his hand and tear off the bandage, looking at the place where the zombie bite him before sighing in relief, seeing that he has no wounds. Why did you do that? She asked as Takashi threw him backwards due to anger, making Hirito show a serious expression on his face. To test if I could kill them using a knife. It would help me a lot in future scenarios since it's a lot quieter than using my bat, he said as he wiped the blood of his knife with his glove and strapping it back on his foot. That's quite an arm strength you have, it would difficult to pull that knife out like you did, she said as she fixed her glasses, before Shizuka suddenly appeared beside him and started touching his exposed arm, sizing up his muscles with a look of surprise and awe on her face. Were you part of any sports club? Not really, I just like exercising at home, he said before glancing at Takashi, who sighed as he calmed his anger down, making Hirito smile before they heard the sound of a woman's scream coming from the stairs outside of the building. Survivors, Takashi muttered before they all ran towards the direction of the bridge connecting the two buildings, with Hirito and Saiko at the front due to their speed. Cover my back, Hirito said as they both took a sharp turn towards the glass doors, making the voice of several people become more clearer to his ear. Got it. Psycho said as he placed his hand on the handrail of the bridge and jumped over it, dropping himself towards the pile of zombies surrounding a group of humans. Takuzo! The girl shouted as she hid behind the male student standing at the front, looking at the ground of zombies in front of them in fear as they held makeshift weapons in their hands. Shit! Stay! He tried to say but was interrupted by Hiruto, who dropped bending a zombie, crushing his head with his bat and smashing it on the ground, causing its blood to splatter beneath him before he turned around and swung his bat upwards, blowing a zombie close to him away before a nail pierced its head, making him look up to see Hirano standing on the bridge close to the stairs. Behind you! A male student shouted, causing Hiruto to spin around with his bat held by both of his arms, hitting the zombie that tried to bite him from the back before Psycho dropped down and hit the zombie close to him. Thanks, he said before he swung his bat diagonally towards the zombie at the stairs, slamming its head on the handrail before he turned towards the other one, raising his bat in the air as he hit it on top of its head, making it lifelessly drop down the stairs. Is that all of them? Hiruto asked before looking at the 3 zombies on the landing above him with nails embedded on their heads, making him sigh in relief before looking at the direction of the survivors. Thank. The girl loudly thanked but was interrupted by Hiruto, who placed his finger close to his lips, signaling for her to quiet down, making her stop. He sentence. Is there any of you that was bitten? Psycho asked as she looked at the 5 students in front of them. There's none. The girl hurriedly answered while shaking her head to the side. They're clear. Hiruto said before the rest of the group walked down the stairs, with Takashi leading them from the front. Want to come with us? We're planning on getting out of here, Takashi said as he calmly walked down the stairs, looking at the other group with a serious expression on his face. Why yes. We want to come, the girl said, causing Hiruto to look at them as his eyes landed on a male student holding a long metal rack in his hand. You, drop that, he said, causing the male student to step back in surprise while holding the metal rack. That's too large and hard to maneuver. If you accidentally hit it somewhere, it would create a loud noise, so don't use that. Then what should I use? He asked, making Hiruto sigh before he threw his bat at his direction. Use that instead, but return it to me once we get on the bus. It's the only weapon that I currently have except for my knife, he said as he took the pocket knife on his leg. How about you? Don't tell me you're going to use that, Psycho asked as she placed her hand on his shoulder, looking at him with a frown since his current weapon is too risky since it requires him to move closer to them at point-blank range. I'll manage, he said, before he looked at downstairs where 2 large doors were seen, leading to the 2nd floor of the building. Let's go, and remember to not make any noise. We'll get surrounded if they noticed where we are, Hiruto said towards the new group, making them nod their heads repeatedly as Hiruto and Psycho both climbed down the stairs. Time skip. A bunch of them are down there, Takashi commented as they peeked at the 1st floor through the stairs, looking at the dozens of zombies below them with a frown while gripping the handrail of the stairs. What's the point of hiding here? They use their ears, not their eyes. Then why don't you prove that for us, Takagi? Ugh! Takagi groaned while looking down the stairs. Regardless, if we remain in the school, we won't be able to move when we get attacked, she said before narrowing her eyes with her arms crossed on her stomach. We need someone to verify whether or not what Takagi said was true, she said before she, Takagi, Rei, and Takashi all looked at Hiruto's direction, who was eating a chocolate bar, making him feel several gazes aimed at his direction. What? He asked as he glanced at his group, making Takashi give him a pat on the back. It's time to show off the bravery that you had a while ago. I'm actually a bit weak-hearted. Like hell we'll believe that, hurry up and do it. We got your back, you're the only one here who has the balls to do something like this," Takagi said as she pushed the bridge of her glasses, making Hiruto helplessly sigh before he passed the chocolate bar at Saiko. Even though he himself already knew that Takagi was telling the truth since he saw it all in the anime, that doesn't mean that they fully believe it, since it's a bit risky to assume these things when their lives are on the line. Forcing him to agree with their idea since he can't force Takashi now or Rei would retaliate. "I'll haunt you all if I die," he jokingly said before he climbed down the stairs, holding the knife in his right hand as he carefully walked towards the group using slow and steady steps to avoid creating any noise that might attract them. He stayed silent while standing still, looking at the zombies around him who looked like they were ignoring his existence. It's not like he didn't feel fear but only grew numb of it after killing so many of them along their way. But he couldn't remove the slight nervousness that he felt since something unexpected might happen. "Arg!" A zombie groaned in front of him as it walked closer to him, causing him to frown as he clenched his knife, getting ready to attack it if it tries anything funny, but to his expectations, the zombie only passed him by the side, making Hiruto gulp as a single sweat fell down his cheek. I wonder if they can hear me if I did that," Hiruto said before he picked up the bloody shoe on the floor with his hand, making unconsciously form an excited grin on his face. "There's 20 of them. I think I can handle this much if I play my card correctly," he said before throwing the shoe on the metallic door, creating a loud bang on the side as the zombies started to look at the direction of the door, slowly walking towards it before Hiruto moved back and silently moved behind the zombie at the farthest of the group. 1. Hiruto thought before he stabbed his knife through its temple, making it fall as Hiruto immediately grabbed it by its uniform to avoid it from falling on the ground, gently placing it behind him before he walked closer to another one. 2. He whispered before he did the same as before, silently killing it before placing it behind him, making the rest of the people on the stairs to look at him in astonishment. 3. He said as he pulled a zombie away from the ground and stabbed it on its left temple, wrapping his arm around its forehead as he grabbed its collar and spun around, lifting the corpse up in the air before throwing it towards another door, alerting the other zombies as they heard a thud on the door beside the one they're pushing into, forcing them to scatter as they walked towards it, making Hiruto swiftly move at the far left and silently killed the zombie at the farthest spot. 4. He said as he grabbed it and slowly placed it on the floor. "Is he planning on killing them all?" Takagi asked in bewilderment as Hiruto skillfully chipped down their numbers while manipulating them to move around the room, diverting their attention away from him as he killed them one by one, drenching his knife and gloves with their blood. All while Saiko stared at him who had a light grin on his face that no one else noticed but her, making her smile in amusement. "Coast is clear," Hiruto said as he killed the last one, letting it drop on the ground before he wiped the blood on his cheek with his sleeve, making them nod their heads in response. "Be quiet. There's still many of them out there," Saiko warned as they carefully went down the stairs, going towards the glass doors of the entrance and opened it together with Hiruto, making the others immediately walk out of the entrance. "Be quick," Hiruto said before he turned his eyes towards the direction of the male student at the back, holding the bat in an awkward manner, causing him to frown before the student accidentally slipped, hitting the handrail with the bat, causing a loud sound to echo around them, making all of them look at his direction in a panic. The echo lasted for a few seconds, echoing through the empty and quiet halls of the school, making Hiruto and Takashi glance outside, noticing that all of the zombies outside started to look at their direction. Run! Chapter 19, Getting Out of the School, 2. Make a run for it! Takashi shouted as he ran outside with his baseball bat in his hand, clenching it tightly as he dashed towards a zombie and hit the side of its face with his bat. "Shit!" Hiruto muttered in a frown. Even though he did manage to change the weapon that the male student was using, he still managed to mess up and attracted all of the zombies' attention on them. I am. Shut the fuck up and just run. Hiruto angrily said towards the guy who slipped and created the noise. Letting Shizuka and Takagi go first before he run outside together with Psycho. Psycho, go and clear the right. I'll take care of the left. Hiruto said, causing Psycho to nod her head before they split up and took separate ways with the aim of clearing their path to let Takagi and Shizuka safely run towards the bus. This is going to be hard. Hiruto said while holding the pocket knife in his hand. Wondering how he should get rid of them without a proper weapon. Especially when they know where he is. Making Hiruto feel cold sweat ran down his back. Arg! A zombie in front of him groaned as he reached out its hand towards Hiruto. Making him tilt his body diagonally to dodge his hand before spinning his body around. Using the momentum of his spin to stab the pocket knife through the zombie's head. He then repositioned his grip on the knife's handle. Holding it with his palm facing the sky, pulling the knife out of the zombie's head before he threw it towards another one in front of him. Stabbing it through his skull as Hiruto ran towards it and retrieved his knife. Ah! Takashi shouted as he jumped up and smashed his bat on top of a zombie's head. Making it roll backwards before glancing at Hiruto, who grabbed a moving zombie by his collar and threw it towards the three on his left. Making them all stumble and fall on the ground. Takuzo! The girl from the other group shouted as she saw her boyfriend get overwhelmed by zombies. Making her stop and look back. Preparing to run towards his side. Stop! He's gone, so just leave him. Takagi shouted as she grabbed her arm. Making her look at her with despair in her eyes before she shook her off and run towards Takuzo. What the hell is wrong with her? She shouted as Hirano shot a zombie that was moving closer to her. Don't stop and run. If they want to die, just fucking leave them. Hiruto shouted from behind. Noticing them stopping a short distance in front of him as he stabbed his knife on an approaching zombie. Making Hirano pull Takagi towards the bus. Fuck! Hiruto shouted as he threw his knife towards the zombie behind her. Making her crouch down as the knife stabbed the zombie through its eyes. Giving her a chance to launch a vertical slash towards the zombie's head. Shizuka-sensei! The key! Takashi shouted as he arrived in front of the bus. Kicking a zombie in front of him before he stepped forward and hit it vertically on the head. Wait! Shizuka said as she searched through her bag. Not noticing the zombie approaching her, causing Hirano to shoot the zombie on the forehead as Shizuka searched for the keys on her bag. Found it! She said as she ran and climbed the bus along with Hirano and Takagi. Takashi, Psycho! Get in the bus first. I'll follow you behind. Hiruto said as he kicked a zombie on his chest. Blowing him away but wasn't able to get rid of the 5 zombies surrounding him, causing Psycho to throw her wooden katana at his direction. Hiruto! Psycho shouted as Hiruto grabbed the wooden katana in the air with his right hand and immediately swung it towards the zombie in front of him. This is so light! Hiruto said as he swung the katana around him. Blowing the zombies around him to the ground before he ran towards the bus. We're ready to go. So everyone hurry up and get in. Shizuka shouted from inside the bus as the engine started. Making Hiruto jump on the bus door. Let's go! Takashi said as he tried to close the door, but stopped when he heard several voices shouting at them. Wait for us! A group of students shouted as they ran towards the bus along with a teacher with sharp features. Wearing black pinstripe suit and black rimmed glasses. Who is that? Takashi asked as Psycho stepped in front of the entrance. Looking at the direction of the teacher with a frown on her face. Koichi Shido, a teacher of 3A. She answered with a scowl, causing Rei to widen her eyes like she was suddenly stricken with fear. Making her stand up and glance at the direction of the teacher. Shido! We're ready to go! Shizuka exclaimed, causing Takashi to hold the door open while looking at the group of students. Hold on a bit. We can't. There's a lot of them swarming at the front. I can't drive if there's too many of them. she said while looking at the zombies in front of the bus. Just run them over. If we do that with this bus, we'll end up rolling over. Takagi loudly retorted, making Takashi grit his teeth before preparing to run towards the direction of the student to rescue them, making Rei grab him from behind. There's no need to save him, she shouted with blank eyes, making Takashi look back at her with a frown. Rei, what the hell's wrong with you? You don't have to save him. Just leave him to die. She angrily shouted as she faced Takashi with a large frown on her face. What are you? She has a point, Takashi. I don't really like this teacher that much too, Hiruto added, making Takashi look at him with a conflicted expression on his face. But still, he said before he heard the scream of a male student behind him, making him turn around to see a male student getting swarmed by 4 zombies while Shido was calmly walking towards them. If you're planning on saving him, don't trust him. He's a lot more twisted than you think, Hiruto reminded as he sat down on one of the seat, watching as the group of students from before enter the bus with Shido entering last, making Takashi immediately close the door before looking at Shizuka's direction. Shizuka-sensei, he said, causing Shizuka to step on the gas, making the bus move at high speed as she maneuvered through the zombies in front of the bus. To the gate. I know, Shizuka said before she saw a large swarm of zombies in front of her, making a look of hesitation to appear in her face. They're not humans, she comforted herself before she increased her speed and run over the zombies at the front, blowing their bodies to the side while a few got crushed by the wheels of the bus. We're going a bit too fast, Hiruto said as the bus crashed through the gate, propelling itself in the air before landing on the ground, causing Shizuka to quick turn the steering wheel to turn the bus around, driving towards the city without slowing down. Looks like we made it. Yet, Hirano said as he was strapping his makeshift gun with a tape to keep it together while Hiruto took his baseball bat back from the guy before. Sorry, for what I did back there. Don't sweat it. It's already over, just try to avoid doing anything that can get us all killed next time, Hiruto said in a neutral voice as he walked away, leaned back against the windows of the bus. Thank you for saving us back there. Are you the leader of this group, Busujima-san? Shido asked as he walked closer to Saiko, who was cleaning her sword with a creepy smile on his face. We don't have a leader. This group is formed for the sole purpose of surviving, she answered before looking at Hiruto, who was resting at the side. That's not good. A leader is required in order for us to survive, he said as he stared at Saiko with a sharp smile on his face. The leader who will manage everything, he said as the students all looked at his direction with varying expressions on their faces. Only Rei and Hiruto looked at him with a clear disgust on their eyes. You're going to regret this. You'll definitely regret saving him, Rei said towards Takashi with a frown on her face. The city, a student from the back shouted, causing all of them to look outside the window, making them see the ruined city with several clouds of black smoke coming out off several buildings, indicating that a fire or an explosion occurred in those area, telling them how much destruction the city has suffered in this event. Times skip. Host, are you not planning on killing the teacher back there? You bore a clear hostility towards him after all. I do want to give that smug smile on his face a straight punch, but I kind of need him so that our group will be separate from theirs. If Shido dies here, we will be forced to take in the rest of the students in this bus. I don't need a bunch of students that can't contribute to our group, Hiruto thought with his eyes closed, relaxing his body as he tried to regain his lost stamina. We'll never make it, we keep going. First of all, why do we have to do whatever you guys plan to do? A delinquent from the back shouted in anger, making Hiruto frown as he glanced at his direction. You all decided to go back to the city without even asking us. Couldn't we have just looked for a safe place inside of the school? This ungrateful son of a bitch. Hiruto thought with a frown as he prepared to teach him a lesson, but was stopped by Saiko, who held his arm, telling him to avoid starting a fight. He's right. We should find a place to hide, like that convenience store that we passed by. Another student at the back added, making Shizuka clench the steering wheel before stepping on the brake. I've had enough. I can't focus with all of your yelling. Shizuka scolded as she looked back at the students at the back. What did say? He angrily said as he glared at her direction, making Hiruto's frown to grow deeper as he resisted the urge to just throw him off the bus. Shizuka, turn the bus around. Shizuka muttered as she looked at Hiruto's back. Since he wants to be at school, let's just throw him there so he would stop fucking complaining. He's getting on my nerves, he said as a vein popped out of his forehead due to anger, making the student glare at his direction. You bitch! He shouted as he tried to punch Hiruto, making Hiruto grab him by the collar. Open the door, he said, causing Takashi to stand up like he wanted to say something but stopped as he saw the furious expression on his face. On it, Rei said as she opened the door, making Hiruto drag the man by his collar and threw him out of the bus, making him stumble on the ground before Hiruto stepped out of the bus. Hiruto! Takagi and Saiko shouted as they looked out the window, watching as Hiruto walked towards the student hole, cracking his knuckles. You ungrateful cunt! Hey! You son of a! The male student shouted but was interrupted as Hiruto gave him a straight punch on the face and slammed his head on the stone wall behind them. That hurt! He tried to say but was interrupted as Hiruto grabbed the back of his head and smashed it on his knee, making the student's nose to break as Hiruto sent grab him by his collar, staring at him in the eye with a murderous glint. If you don't want to get left behind and turned into food for those things, stop complaining so much. You should be glad we even saved you back there, you son of a bitch, he said before he threw him against the wall, making the student grunt in pain as he slid down on the ground. You see, without a leader, conflicts like this will often occur. That's why we really do need a leader, you all understand? And there's only one person who can do the job. Takagi. I'm a teacher and the rest of you are students, Takagi-san. That alone should be enough to say who's more qualified, correct? If I was the leader, I would prevent conflicts. What do you all say? Shido said from inside the bus, making the student all looked at him like a bunch of fanatics as their desperation for survival corrupted their mind, causing them to stand up and applaud his speech. Well, as you can see, I've become the leader based on majority votes, he said with a sound of clapping echoed inside the bus, making Rei to click her tongue before jumping out of the vehicle. Rei! Takashi called as he watched Rei walk away, making her turn back with a disgust and fury in her face. Screw it! There's no way I'm going to be anywhere near him. Rei! Takashi quietly called out before looking at Hiruto, who tiredly sighed while glancing at Shido, who was in the bus. For once, I agree with her. It feels disgusting being in the same bus as him, Hiruto said, causing Saiko to come down the bus and grab him by the arm, making him look at her with a stoic expression on his face. Hiruto, calm down and get back on the bus. It's too dangerous if you wander around on foot, she said as she tried to convince him to come back in the bus. Well, if you're saying that we can't get along, then we'll just have to split here. What the hell are you saying? Takashi said as he glared at Shido's direction, making him look at Hiruto's direction. Kirishima-san, please do something, he said, causing Hiruto to scratch the back of his head before chasing after Rei along with Saiko, grabbing her by the arm. Go back to the bus, and endure it until you all arrive at the city. Who are you to tell me that? Aren't you also leaving? Unlike you, I can take care of myself. Hiruto. You can't be serious, right? Saiko asked while tightly holding his arm. It's too dangerous, so let's go ba. Psycho said before they heard the loud honk of a vehicle, making all of them turn their heads towards the direction of the noise. Shizuka-sensei! Takashi shouted as he saw a bus moving towards them at full speed, filled with zombies as no one was driving the vehicle, making it crash on a car and flip over, falling towards Hiroto's direction. Shit! Hiroto said as he grabbed both of the girls in his arm and slid towards the tunnel, blocking the bus as it was too wide to enter the tunnel before fire started to spread in and around the bus. So you planned this, host? No. I just forgot that this event would happen. It's been a long time since I last watched this anime. Hiroto thought as he sat up and stared at the flaming bus, making the other two girls slowly stand up from the ground. Rei! Kirishima-san! Are you all unharmed? Takashi shouted from the other side of the bus before he saw zombies whose body was on fire get out of the bus, making him show a cautious expression as he pointed his bat at their direction. We're fine, Hiroto said as he stood up and walked closer to the gap between the tunnel and the bus. At the police station. Let's meet at the East Police Station. At what time? Hiroto asked before he saw zombies climbing out of the bus, making him step back as he tightly gripped the bat in his right hand. Tomorrow. If we can't, let's just meet at the next day. We'll wait for you there if we arrive first. Got it. Hiroto said, making Takashi quickly run towards the bus as Hiroto looked back at the two girls behind him. What should we do now? Meet up with the others, but first, let's get out of here before this thing explodes. Hiroto said as he grabbed them by their waist and ran out of the tunnel at full speed while the Takashi and the others started the bus and left. Let go of him! Rei shouted as she struggled to break free, but stopped. A massive explosion occurred behind them, sending flames throughout the entire tunnel as Hiroto dropped the two of them on the ground, looking back at the tunnel with a serious expression on his face. Hiroto, let's go! Psycho said as she patted his shoulder, making him glance at her before letting out a deep sigh. Let's go find a vehicle or motorcycle that we can use. It would take a long time if we walked. Chapter 20, Scavenging the City. You know how to drive a motorcycle? Psycho asked as Hiroto dragged a lifeless corpse of a motorcycle rider, searching through his pockets to find the key to his vehicle. It's one of my first hobbies, Hiroto vaguely said as he found the key to the motorcycle, making him throw the zombie corpse to the side before starting the engine of the vehicle. Can we three even fit in that? Rei asked, causing Hiroto to shrug his shoulder as he climbed on top of the motorcycle, making Psycho sit down behind him, causing B's large breast to press against his back. Hiroto paused as he felt a familiar soft sensation behind him, making him cough as Rei climbed behind Psycho, causing her breast to squeeze even further on top of his chest. This is a test, Hiroto muttered as he checked the fuel, making him sigh in relief to see that it still have some fuel, enough for them to drive for a few hours. Hold on tight, Hiroto said, causing Psycho to hug him from behind as he started the motorcycle, making Rei grab Psycho's waist due to surprise as Hiroto drove off. Hiroto then increased the speed as they entered the town, making them see the ruined houses, buildings, and shops that all looked like were destroyed using brute force while traces of blood were scattered on the walls and floors of the streets and houses. Ha 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 ha! A loud laugh echoed in front of the road, making Hiroto frown as he saw several men surrounding the burning shopping mall while holding a large variety of weapons in their hands, looking at the chaos of the city with crazed and dead eyes like they all mentally broke down. I'm going faster, he said as he turned the hand grip, making the people at the front of notice their existence, causing the guy at the front holding a double-barrel shotgun to fire at their direction, but missed as Hiroto continued to increase the speed so they would have a hard time hitting them with bullets. Slow down, Rei said as she tightly hugged Psycho from the back, closing his eyes as Psycho grabbed her sword and hit the arm of the man that tried to hack Hiruto with a hatchet, making him let go of it as Hiruto grabbed it in the air and continued to drive away. "Lucky me, a spare weapon," he said as he got out of the chaotic shopping district. "Why did they attack us? Can't they see that we're also human?" Rei asked in a loud voice, causing Hiruto to click his tongue as they entered a strangely quiet part of the city. Cautiously listening to the sound in his surroundings so that he would know what path to take and what path to avoid. "They've gone crazy. I doubt everyone would react like we do after experiencing this hell. That's why they can't distinguish human from zombies anymore," Hiruto said as nothing but the sound of the engine entered his ear, making him frown in suspicion as the area that they entered to was too quiet. "We should grab some food supplies while we're here," Hiruto said as he noticed a single zombie walking at the front of the road, making him frown before he turned the motorcycle to the side, dodging the zombie before he noticed a police vehicle a few meters away from them, smashed between a truck and a wall with the back of the car completely destroyed. Hiruto stopped in front of the car before he kicked down the stand on the motorcycle, standing up from his seat before he grabbed his baseball bat that was being held by Psycho. "Why did we stop here?" she asked, causing Hiruto to smile before pointing his thumb at the broken police car behind him. "I'm going to find some weapons. We might get luck and find a gun in there," he said before he cautiously walked closer to the vehicle, looking at the dead drive at the front of the car with narrowed eyes. "Let's see, are you alive or not?" before he opened the door and pocked the policeman using his bat, but received no response from it as it lifelessly sat down on the front seat. "Glad you didn't turn into a zombie, right?" he said as he crawled inside the car and reached onto his belt, grabbing the gun strapped to his belt before taking out a few bullets from the small bag next to it, making Hiruto show a smile on his face. "Jackpot," he said as he got out of the car and stared at the gun in his hand, surprised that it wasn't as heavy as he imagined due to his freakish strength. "What did you find?" Psycho asked as she watched Hiruto slowly walk towards their direction, strapping the sheath of the gun on his waist before sheathing the gun inside. "A revolver, I think. I don't really know much about guns so," he said before he glanced at the abandoned convenience store at the other side of the truck. "Psycho, stay with her for a few minutes. I'll go grab something from that store," he said, causing Psycho to nod her head as Hiruto left them with the motorcycle, silently walking towards the convenience store while clenching the bat in his right hand, looking around with a sharp expression on his face. "Looks like there's really no one here," he muttered before he pushed the glass door open and entered the dark store, walking towards the counter as he hopped inside and started to look at the drawers, finding a bag that he could use. "This should be enough," Hiruto said as he took out a cloth bag from the drawers, standing up from the ground before he lifted his bat up in the air and smashed the cash register, making its parts scatter across the desk as Hiruto started looking for money. "Was this store raided?" he said with a frown, seeing that there were only a few coins inside it, making him sigh in disappointment before glancing at the shelves in front of him. He was planning on using the money to refill their gas tank or when he uses a vending machine since he can't really use his card in this dimension. "I'll just go search other shops," he said before he jumped out the counter and walked towards the shelves, hoping to find pre-cooked food since they don't really have any equipment that they can use. Of course, he can use his magic to cook it, but it wasn't time yet to reveal it. Chips takes too much space because of the air inside their bags. "So I have no choice but to get a bunch of biscuits, hey," he said as he turned towards the shelf containing different varieties of biscuits and bread. Some have their packets covered in blood while another portion were open or crushed, making Hiruto sigh as he searched for an untouched pack of biscuits and food on the shelves and throwing it inside the bag. "Canned food and water bottles are too heavy so I have to give up on that," Hiruto said before he stood up. Seeing that there was nothing left to take, he walked out of the convenience store and back at Psycho and Rei. "Done," Saiko asked as Hiroto came back with a bag of supplies in his hand. "Yet," he said as he hanged the bag on his right hand and climbed back on the motorcycle. Making both of them follow suit as he checked if everything was neutral before turning on the engine. Folding the stand back before he started the vehicle. "Where are we going next?" "To the gas station. Our fuel won't last for tomorrow, that's why I need to refill it." "Time skip. I knew this would happen," Hiroto said as he looked at the self-service station in front of him with a frown. While Saiko and Rei waited for him while they stood next to the pillar of the gas station. Making Hiroto search through his pockets to see if there's any money left in him. "Do any of you have some spare cash?" he asked as he turned towards the two girls behind him. Making both of them shake their heads in response. "I left my purse at school. I didn't bring anything but my sword," they both answered, causing Hiroto to helplessly sigh before looking at the direction of the shop near the gas station. "Saiko, stay with Rei. I'll go get some money inside the store," he said before he ran inside the shop with his bat in hand. Looking around the store as soon as he arrived in front of it to look for the cash register of the shop. "From the anime. It should be around here," he said as he arrived in front of the counter. Looking at the cash register on the table as he lifted his bat up and swung it downwards at full force, breaking the cash register to pieces before he took out the cash drawer. "This should be enough," Hiroto said as he grabbed the bills and placed it in his pocket. "How does your new career feel, host? If you're not going to say anything useful, please shut up," Hiroto said before he heard the scream of a girl outside the stop. Making him frown before he immediately ran outside. "What the hell happened?" he shouted before he saw Rei being restrained by a man with a knife pointed at her neck. While Saiko was standing near them with her sword pointed at Ho's direction. Making unnecessary moves to prevent the man from accidentally injuring Rei. "Rei, don't move," Saiko said with a sharp expression on her face. Making the man look at them with trembling eyes and mouth before he started laughing maniacally. "Bro, you have some pretty hot chicks with you. You don't mind if I get one of them, right?" he said as he looked towards Hiroto with a wide smile on his face. Making the knife in his hand come dangerously close to Rei's neck. "Let go of her if you don't want to get hurt," Hiroto said with a frown before walking slowly towards Saiko. Agitating the man as he swung his knife in front of him. "Hey? You better worry about other things. If you don't want her to get hurt, you better fucking step back," he said with a smirk on his face. Making Hiroto stop in his tracks to prevent agitating the man too much and make him hurt her, causing Rei to look at him. Asking for help as her pupils trembled in fear. "What the hell do you want?" he asked with a frown, causing the man's shoulder to tremble before he started laughing loudly. Making his voice echo throughout the entire station as Saiko prepared to attack him if he did something funny. "I can't survive in this monster-filled world without a woman," he said before he started roughly groping Rei's breast. Making Rei show a look of disgust in her eyes, looking at Hiroto with desperation as a moan came out of her mouth. "Ah! Her voice is quite nice, and things are huge," he muttered as he fondled her large breast, squeezing it with his hand as the man crouched down and licked her cheek. Making Rei yelp but stopped moving as the pointed the tip of the knife on her neck. You fuck both of them, right? How many times do you do it? Every day?" he asked as Hiroto narrowed his eyes. Making the man laugh as he saw his reaction. "Ha ha 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 ha. Don't tell me you haven't done it. Are you stupid? Why would you let these kind of women untouched? What a waste," he said, causing Hiroto take a step forward. "Oi! Don't come any closer if you don't want anything happening to her, got it? Toss that bat and machete to me, and you drop that wooden sword. If you don't, she dies," he threatened, causing both of them to hesitate before complying with his demands. Throwing their weapons at his direction. And you go and refill that motorcycle. I'll be taking that with me, and don't try anything funny," he said, causing Hiruto to sigh before he took a step forward, making the man frown as he swung his sword vertically in front of him. "Step back! Do you also want to die?" he shouted, but was ignored by Hiruto, who took another step forward. "I told you to fucking step back!" he shouted as he raised the knife upwards, making Hiruto immediately run towards him and take out the gun on his waist, pointing it towards his chin at point-blank range as he glared at the man's direction. "Ah!" the man muttered as his body froze, feeling the cold metal on his chin. "I'm sure I can't miss at point-blank range. That's why let go of her, or I'll kill you. We're in a gas station, what if it ignites the gasoline?" the man said as cold sweat ran down his back, making Hiruto show a wide smile on his face. "I've done a lot of dangerous decisions like this. Do you think this would scare me? We'll all fucking die if that's the case," he said, causing the man to gulp but didn't let go of her, making Hiruto's hand to tremble from the thought of killing another living human. He remained silent as he lowered his head down, making the man feel less fear as he thought that Hiruto was too soft to pull the trigger. "Ptah ha 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 ha, so you're Jew?" he provoked but stopped as Hiruto fired a bullet through his chin up to his head, shooting a hole through the top of his head as his blood splattered on the ground and pillars of the gas station, making him let go of the knife as it slowly fell on the ground. Silence enveloped the entire place as Psycho looked at Hiruto in surprise, watching as Hiruto stand up and looked at his own trembling hands with a tinge of confusion in his eyes, looking dazedly at the air like he was reading something before he stared at the ground. "Hiruto!" she called but received no answer from him, who had an expressionless face, staring at the ground with his eyes like something snapped in his mind, making Psycho grab him by the shoulder. "What's wrong?" she asked before Hiruto grabbed the metallic bat on the floor, and looked at the large number of zombies approaching them. "We need to leave." "Why yes. Let's leave." Chapter 21, Hiruto snapped. "You have been out of it for a while. What's wrong with you?" Rei said while looking at Hiruto, who stopped in front of an abandoned flower shop, making Psycho look at him in worry, seeing how he was dazedly staring at the thin air before he pressed the bridge of his nose with his fingers. "I'm a bit exhausted. Let's rest here for the night," he said before he stood up and moved towards the ruined hotel next to it, making both of the girls to look at each other before they agreed with his decision. "It's dangerous to have him drive in his current condition. You girls go ahead and take the bag with you. I'll stay here to have some fresh for a few minutes," Hiruto said, causing Rei to hesitate to come in, feeling a bit worried about him due to his weird actions on the past few hours, making Psycho hold her arm as she shook her head to the side, telling her that it was best to leave him alone. "Fine," she said before glancing at Hiruto once last time, making her see the complicated expression that was on his face, mixed with a different variety of contradicting emotions. "I'll meet you girls later," he said as he sat down on the ground with his back leaning against the fence in front of the hotel, watching as they enter inside the building. "System, what the hell is happening to me?" Hiruto said as he looked at his trembling right arm, wondering why his body was reacting like this when his mind felt nothing from killing the man. Feeling irritation to swept in his body as he felt like he couldn't control his own body. "Host. You're just confused right now," the system answered as Hiruto clenched his hand and read the words that suddenly appeared in front of him. "Confused, what do you mean by that? It's a bit of a long story, since you are not even aware of your mental state before you even got the system," the system said, making Hiruto narrow his eyes while looking at the system. "What do you mean by that? Before we even met you, your mind was already on the verge of collapsing. You piled up too much rage inside of you and not letting it out, be it in school and at home. You took it on, and didn't let anyone see this immense rage and thirst for revenge. Now, what do you think will happen if you let someone who had piled up rage inside of him in an environment where he can let loose and kill as much as he like? This rage would be released and give you a sense of ecstasy, to the point that it could become addicting. But unlike them, you managed to hold on to your humanity despite letting your violent nature consume you, and it's because you're in the face of death that your brain made you see this zombies as a creature similar to that of the monsters you fought in Hanjo-Kaed's dimension. So that you wouldn't hesitate to kill them, but the feeling of hitting them is different from the game. That's why you felt excitement in your first kill, but not sympathy nor any other similar emotions since you didn't see them as human. The system explained, watching as Hiruto take in the information with a dark expression on his face. You were in the verge of snapping, you only need one last push. And that came in the form of the man that you just killed a while ago. The sensation of killing your own kin woke you up from this dream where you see zombies as virtual monsters. You became much more aware of your current situation, and now see reality as it is. Now you are experiencing a myriad of emotions that spans from excitement to fear and disgust. You're confused by what you're feeling right now, host. And your mind is being overloaded to the verge of breaking. The system said, making Hiruto widen his eyes while staring at the translucent screen in front of him. What the hell should I do? He thought before he suddenly heard several groans around him, making him see the large number of zombies that suddenly came out of the buildings that were attracted from the noise produced by the motorcycle's engine. Making Hiruto frown before holding his bat. Forgive me for what we're about to do, it's for your own good. The system said as Hiruto stood up from the ground, making him look the system with a frown. Endure this, host. The system said, causing Hiruto breathe deeply before the several voices echoed inside his mind. Making his hand suddenly stop trembling while his expression and eyes slowly darkened. Wow! I can't believe he did that to her. Kirishima Hiruto, don't tell me you're causing trouble again. If you don't want to get kicked out of school, don't do anything stupid again and just leave her alone. How pitiful. I can't believe he's doing things like this just to get your attention. Oi! Fucking follow me if you don't want to get hurt. Don't get close to him. You don't mind if I get this right? It's for your girlfriend after all. Why is someone like him at our school? Pfft, how disgusting. Hiruto. I think it's better if we just stop being friends. The voices said, causing his eyes to lose its color as an indescribable rage entered his mind, making his grip on the bat to grow stronger to the point that his fingers started sinking onto the bat while his fingers bled. System. What the fuck are you doing? He shouted before he heard the voice of a woman in his mind, making him grit his teeth as he felt unexplained disgust when hearing her voice. Endure it. He's my childhood friend. Just do what I say, alright? Hitaro, you love me right? Then I hate men that tries to tell me what to do. What he's doing is for your own good. Endure what he's doing, he wants you to become stronger. Don't clarify it to them, Hiruto, they won't believe you, that's why. I'll do it myself. I know what's the truth, so you don't have to worry. You have me right. The voice said as Hiruto started hyperventilating, making him ignore the zombies that were a few meters away from him. Hearing two last voices inside of his head that caused his heart to skip a beat. Oh? You came here to watch us? I have to say, your girlfriend is really tight, isn't she? Hey Corey. Tell that thing to him again. I'm sure he'll love it, hear it. Ah. I love you too, Hiruto. The voice said as Hiruto's eyes suddenly turned murderous, causing to have the urge to scream as he remembered everything. Hiruto crushed the metallic bat in his hand into two due to extreme anger, making the girls inside that were searching for a room to suddenly look out the window. Hiruto? What happened? Psycho said as he watched Hiruto stood in front of a large crowd of zombies with a bloodied left hand like he just broke his own fingers, looking at the group of zombies while holding a machete with a look of fury, frustration, and sorrow while tears accumulated at the corner of his eyes. Host's right hand has been healed and restored. Go ahead and have some fun, host. The system said as a zombie grabbed him by the arm, making Hiruto look at it with eyes driven by insanity. Hacking its arm off with a machete before he slashed it on its head, burying it deep into its skull as Hiruto brought the corpse down and pushed it to the ground, taking out the blade from its skull. Hiruto remained silent before he felt thrill and excitement enveloped his body as he felt his blade sink into the zombie's skin, making him unconsciously form a wide grin on his face. Ack! A zombie that was walking towards him groaned, causing Hiruto to take out the knife that they got from the guy that he killed before and stabbed it on its forehead, embedding the knife deep into its brain as Hiruto looked at the remaining zombies with a smile on his face, charging at them before he slashed the machete towards a nearby zombie, slicing its face into two before grabbed a zombie beside him by the jaw, ripping it off the zombie's face with his bare hands before he pulled the machete out and raised it in the air, throwing a diagonal slash at the zombie in front of him as the ecstasy that he felt slowly grew stronger. One by one, he started to hack the zombies around him with a machete while an ecstatic expression was plastered on his face, making him look like a demon as blood covered his body and the blade that he was holding. Looking around while his pupils start to tremble, causing him to go insane from the sudden mental stresses that piled up in his mind. Ha 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 ha! This is so much fun! He shouted as he swung his blade on a zombie's right cheek before pointing the gun on his waist to its head. I just want you to be safe. I don't want to lose you. A voice of a young girl said inside his mind, making him suddenly freeze in place. Hiruto! Snap out of it! Psycho shouted as she hugged him from behind, not minding the blood on his clothes as she looked at him in worry, snapping him out of his previous state before his eyes started to widen. What was I? He said out before he watched the zombie fall on the ground, making him look around him to see the bloody scene that his crazed state has done. Hiruto, we're here for you, so snap out of it and calm down. Psycho comforted as she tightly hugged him from the back, making him glance at Psycho with a dazed eyes as he tried to register what happened. Psycho! Why you saw that? Hiruto said in anxiety, making Psycho nod her head in response before looking at him straight in the eye. Are you afraid? He asked as he placed his hand on his face, taken back from remembering what he did in his crazed state, making Psycho flash a smile at his direction. No, because I kind of understand what you felt, she whispered to herself before separating herself away from him, making Hiruto remember one of the qualities that stood out when he learned about her in the anime. Let's keep this a secret between us, she said before they both noticed Rei coming out of the hotel, looking at Hiruto's direction in worry. Something that she wouldn't do if it weren't for him saving her back at the gas station, making her trust him more than before. Are you all right? Were you injured? Rei asked as she walked closer to Hiruto, who was covered in blood, making him sigh in relief as he could see that she didn't see his crazed appearance back then. And nothing. I panicked a bit because they caught me by surprise. Sorry for worrying both of you, he said, causing Psycho to smile at him before they heard the groans of several zombies around them, making her and Hiruto frown in response. You've created a lot of noise, so it's better if we find somewhere else to stay. Sorry about that. No need to apologize. It's already been done, it's better if we just worry about our situation first, she said, causing Hiruto to guiltily scratch his cheeks since all of the shouting should have attracted the zombies hiding in the buildings. How about your hand? Does it still hurt? She asked before glancing at the broken hand that she saw a while ago, but was caught in surprise as she noticed that his hand was back to normal, making her look at his face in bewilderment. That's weird, she thought before Hiruto checked the motorcycle and started the engine, snapping her out from her thoughts as Hiruto climbed on and looked at their direction. It's ready, he said as he threw the bat away and swung the machete in his hand downwards, making the blood slide off the blade and splash it on the ground. I feel a lot better than before, so let's continue to the meeting place. The fight from before woke me up, so I think I'll be fine driving for a few more hours. With this, the second step has now been completed. The system thought as he looked at Hiruto while floating behind him. Watching him drive off the quiet road as the mental burden from killing someone else was nowhere to be seen in his face. Now we only need to do something about that loyal personality of yours when it comes to dealing with women. We can't have you clinging intently on one girl. Chapter 22, Regrouping. As members of the Fujimi Academy, at this moment of crisis, we must keep our pride. Shido loudly exclaimed to the students sitting at the back of the bus, looking at him like he was their god and source of light, making him flash a sinister grin on his face as he saw the state of the students. Like they will listen to him no matter what he says. That's right. We must keep our pride. That's why Hiruto, Busujima, and Miyamoto who left the bus aren't part of our team to behind with. We must stick together and reorganize our group for survival. We must work together as one since we all belong to the same academy, he said as he exaggeratedly swung his arms in front of him like he was conducting, making Takagi, who was sitting with Hirano at the front, to look at him with a frown. He's insane, she said as she fixed her glasses, making Takashi sigh, regretting for bringing him along as he saw how he brainwashed the rest of the students. It's like I'm watching a recruitment for a fanatic cult. Like? No, it's exactly what it is, Takagi commented before glancing at the students listening to Shido with a disgusted expression on her face. Look at the people listening to his crap. It's like we're witnessing the birth of the Shido cult, she said, causing Takashi to let out an exhausted sigh before looking outside the windows, seeing the heavy traffic in front of them with a frown on his face. I'm a bit worried about those three. And with the situation outside, I doubt we will be able to escape this place and arrive at the meeting place on time. We might need to leave this bus, Takashi said before glancing at the three members of their group. We can cross the Onbetsu Bridge to get to the East Police Station, he muttered while leaning against the windows of the bus, crossing his arms in front of him as Shizuka and Hirano started intently listening to his words. We can also visit Mai and Takaji's home if we go there, since both of your houses are on the other side of the Onbetsu Bridge, he said before he glanced at Shizuka and Hirano, remembering that he didn't even knew where they lived. How about you, Shizuka-sensei? Do you have anyone you want to visit? None, actually. My parents are both dead and my relatives lives far away. I just followed Hiruto and Busujima here, since I also don't want to die. They're both strong and reliable after all, she answered while placing her index finger on her lips before showing them a light smile on her face, making all of them glance at Hirano's direction. How about you, Hirano? Well, my parents are both overseas, so I don't have anyone to visit, he said before he suddenly showed a timid smile on his face while both of his cheeks blushed. I'll follow Takagi-san to the end of the world, he said, causing Takagi to take a step back as she felt a chill run down her spine, looking at him with a tinge of disgust in her eyes like she was looking at a creep. Then, do you all want to leave the bus? I don't really like getting involved with that guy, Takashi said as he pointed his thumb at Shido, who was caressing the cheek of a female student who looked at him with lifeless eyes while a smile adorned her face. All of them clinging on to false hope just to comfort themselves in this crisis, by believing and trusting their lives to the man in front of them. I want to go too, even though it may sound rude. I don't really like Shido-san that much, Shizuka said in a quiet voice, making Takashi show a smile on his face before he stood up straight and held the bat in his hand. Then let's go. What's wrong, you guys? We need to stick and work together, Shido suddenly said as he looked at the direction of their group, making Takagi turn around and confidently smile at his direction. We'll pass on your offer, Shido-sensei, We have our own agenda, and we have no reason for staying with you," she said, causing the delinquent man that Hiruto thrashed yesterday to look at them with a furious expression on his face, just like the rest of the brainwashed students, like they're looking at a person that insulted their god. "Oh," Shido said in a slow and deep tone before he glanced at each and one of the members of their group, making him show a wide smirk on his face. "If you all decided to leave, then do as you wish. Japan is a free country after all, but," he said before he licked his lips with his tongue, looking at Shizuka with a large sinister smile on his face. "It would be troublesome if you left, Marikawa-sensei," he said, causing Shizuka to flinch as she placed her hand on her own chest. "In this crisis, it would be really troublesome if we lost our medic. So how about it? Won't you stay with us? The students here needs you," he said as he fixed his glasses and started walking towards their direction in slow steps, making Takashi clench his bat, ready to retaliate if he does anything funny, but to their surprise, Hirano moved first and fired a nail at Shido's direction, barely missing him by an inch as the nail scratched his cheeks, making him widen his eyes in surprise before fear suddenly took over his body, holding his bleeding cheek before stepping back. "Hi Hirano-kun," he said with fear mixed with his voice while looking at Hirano, who had a murderous glare on his face. "It's not that I missed, I just missed it on purpose. Since when have you this violin? Do you know how many have we killed back at the school?" he asked, cutting his sentence short as his hands tightened around the makeshift gun in his hand. "Besides that, you have always treated me like shit back then," he angrily shouted, causing Shido take another step back, seeing how serious and furious he looked. "I endured it. I endured it for so long. I just wanted to be normal, so I endured all of it," he said as he gritted his teeth, glaring at him as he pointed his gun on his head. But now, I don't have to hold back anymore. In this situation, normal means shit. So if I want to kill you, no one can stop me." Eek! Shido yelped in fear, causing Hirano to look back at the rest of his team. "You guys leave first. I'll guard you from behind," he said, causing the three of them to immediately come down the bus before Hirano came down himself while pointing the nail gun towards them, forcing them to not move an inch or else he won't hesitate to fire. "Let's go, Hirano. With Hiruto. We'll take another route," Hiruto said as he looked at the situation at the bridge in front of them, seeing how chaotic it was as the police tried to push the zombies away from the civilians behind them, making him frown before he turned toward the left. "Hiruto, let's take the Onbetsu bridge to cross," Saiko said, causing Hiruto to nod his head in response before they heard a familiar sound of a nail gun getting fired, making Rei and Saiko look at the direction of the sound. "A gunshot? No, but I may know who made that kind of sound," he said before a smile surfaced on his face, turning towards the direction of a narrow path leading to the Onbetsu bridge, accelerating his vehicle as much as he could before a ramp appeared in front of them. Hiruto!" Rei called out as her eyes trembled, seeing that Hiruto was not slowing down, telling her that she plans to get onto the bridge using the ramp. "Hold on tight if you don't want to get blown off the motorcycle," he said, causing Saiko to tightly hug his waist while Rei wrapped her arms around Saiko's body, closing her eyes as Hiruto increased his speed as they got closer to the ramp, launching them up in the air before they saw the familiar figures of 4 people below them. "Takashi!" Rei shouted, causing Takashi, who hit a zombie on the right temple with his bat, to frown before suddenly looking up towards the sky, making him see a motorcycle flying above them before they landed on the ground, causing Hiruto to shift the vehicle to its side, significantly decreasing their acceleration by grinding the wheels of the motorcycle to the ground, tripping and blowing away the zombies that blocked their path before he stabilized the vehicle and continued driving towards their direction. "Saiko, Rei, prepare to jump off!" Hiruto shouted before he performed a drift, blowing the zombies in front of them off the bridge as Psycho and REI jumped off, landing in the middle of a crowd of zombies as REI repositioned her grip on the makeshift spear in her hands and spun around, making the zombies close to them trip backwards before Psycho swiftly swung her wooden swords on top of their heads at full force, resulting in them lifelessly dropping on the ground. Shit. I'm not as good as Takashi when it comes to driving this thing, Hiruto said as he drove towards the zombies around the bridge, blowing them off the bridge with the back wheel of the motorcycle before he looked at Hirano's direction. Catch! He said as he threw the revolver towards his direction, making him look at his direction as he dropped the nail gun on the ground, catching the gun with both of his hands before Hiruto hit the brakes as he threw the machete in his hand towards the zombie that was trying to approach Shizuka, cutting deep into its brain before he heard two quick shots from Hirano's direction, making him look back to see him shot a bullet through two zombies' head. REI! Takashi shouted as he smashed the head of a zombie on the ground, making its blood and grey matter to splatter on the floor before REI stabbed the zombie behind him with the makeshift spear, pushing the zombie away before Takashi smashed its head with his bat, throwing the zombie a few meters away from them as it rolled on the ground and hit its head on a car. Is everyone here? Hiruto asked as he walked towards the zombie with a machete sticking out of its head, stepping on the zombie's face before he pulled out his machete out of his head, causing a drop of blood from the blade of the machete to splash on his cheek. Why yes, Hiruto, are you uninjured? Shizuka asked as she observed his bloody cloth and the dried blood that sticked onto his skin, making her look at him in worry as she thought that this blood came from him. Yes, I'm uninjured. We just met a few troublesome things along the way, he said as Shizuka ran towards him and checked his body for any bites, making him let her check his body without resistance, causing her to sigh in relief to see that he had no injuries. I'm glad to see you safe and sound, Shizuka, he said, causing her a smile to form on her face before Takagi suddenly hugged his arm, pressing her breast on him while looking at him with a displeased expression, making her pout her cheeks in response. How about me? I'm glad to you safe too, Takagi, and you too, Takashi, he said as he glanced at Takashi who hugged REI's body with a relieved expression. You reek of blood, Hiruto. What did you do to make yourself look like this? Takagi asked as she smelled the putrid smell of blood on his clothes, making him scratch the back of his head. It's a long story, he said before he heard the excited shouts of Hirano while observing the gun in his hand like a piece of art, staring at it with a look of ecstasy in his eyes. Hiruto, how did you get this? This is the Smith & Wesson M37 that the police use, right? He said in an excited voice, making Hiruto look at him with an amused smile before Shizuka suddenly grabbed his other arm. What are you doing? No need to be that mad, Takagi-san. I haven't seen him for so long, so I just felt like hugging him, Shizuka said, causing Psycho who was watching by the side to look at his back with a smile on her face, making him feel a chill run down his spine before he suddenly looked back, only to find Psycho looking with a calm expression. It looks like all this fighting made me a bit paranoid. You look like you're having fun, host. I recommend. Let's talk about that later. I'm a bit too tired to deal with your nonsense. Chapter 23, Shizuka's Maisonette. So, what do you guys want to do now? Hiruto asked as he sat down on the stairs next to a long river while REI and Takashi sat down with him. It would take a while, a few days, if we have just gone straight to Takaji's or Takashi's home. And I don't think we'll last that long seeing how exhausted all of you look, Hiruto said as they started to open the pack of biscuits that he bought with him, showing how starved they are for not eating anything for 2 days straight. I might have a place that we can use. It's quite nearby, so I think we can just walk there. Does it belong to your boyfriend? Takagi asked, causing her to panic as she immediately denied her assumption, raising her hands in front of her before she shook her head to the side. And no. It belongs to a friend of mine, she said before glancing at Hiruto, who was wiping his machete with the jacket of his uniform, making him notice her gaze as he looked at her direction. A female friend of mine, she emphasized as a tinge of pink colored her cheeks, making Hiruto look at her in confusion, wondering why she had to say that while looking at him. She was always out of the house because of work. She let me stay there and gave me the key to clean and maintain it while she's gone, she hurriedly explained, while Takagi and Hirano both looked at her in suspicion. All while Hiruto looked away with a disinterested expression on his face, like he couldn't care less if she does have a boyfriend. I am telling the truth. I don't have a boyfriend, Hiruto. Why are you telling him that? Takagi said as she glared at her, while Psycho only stared at her direction. And nothing in particular, she said as she averted her eyes and started playing with her fingers, making Takagi frown in response. You're so popular, aren't you, Hiruto? Why are you guys dragging me into this? Hiruto said with an exhausted smile on his face. Is it an apartment? Hirano asked as he changed the topic, helping Hiruto out as he gave him a thumbs up, making him look at them in confusion. It's a maisonette just beside the river. It's also close to a convenience store. Oh. She also has a huge car that looks like a tank about this big, she said as she spread her arms wide, making Takagi hold her nape while standing in front of Hiruto. Well, I'm a bit tired, and I think I'll take a shower while they're still working electricity, she said, causing Hiruto to stand up from his seat and looked at Shizuka with a light smile on his face. Then, let's go check it out first. It would be troublesome if we get ambushed on the way, so we'll see if it's safe. Shizuka, let's go, he said as he pointed his thumb towards the motorcycle on his back, climbing up the stairs to get ready to start the engine, but was stopped by both Takagi and Psycho, who placed their hands on his shoulder. What? Don't tell me you're going there alone with her. Of course, it's much faster if it's just the two of us, he said, causing Takagi to frown while Psycho increased the grip on his shoulder, making his mouth twitch while looking at them, acting unreasonable. I don't mind going there alone with Hiruto. That's the reason why I'm worried, Takagi retorted in a whisper while Psycho looked at him with a serious expression on her face. I think it's much better if I go with the two of you, for safety reasons. I think I can protect her myself, and it would be a bit trouble if all three of us go there. The motorcycle was damaged from the stunt I pulled back there, so I don't think it can hold the three of us anymore. She hummed while looking at him in the eye, making him feel unease from her gaze. If that's the case, then it can't be helped, Takagi-san. Just let them go, she said before she released his shoulder, while Takagi reluctantly let go of him with a frown. Kirishima-san, be careful on the way, Takashi said as he raised his hand in the air, making Hiruto give him a high five as he walked towards the motorcycle up in the streets. Thanks, he said before he checked the fuel of the motorcycle, starting its engine after he saw that everything was fine before he looked at Shizuka's direction. Hop on, he said as he climbed the motorcycle and folded the stand using his foot, making Shizuka quickly run towards him and sat down behind him, pressing her breast on her back as she wrapped her arms around him, causing her to flash a victorious smile on her face. Psycho and Takagi, who saw that look on her face, both frowned before glaring at Hiruto's direction. We'll be back after 20 minutes or so, he said, ignoring the uncomfortable feeling that he had as they felt their piercing gaze on his back before he turned the throttle with his right hand, driving off to the road, leaving the rest of his team resting on the river bank. Both of them remained quiet as the gentle and cold breeze touched their skins, causing Hiruto to unconsciously relax his tense shoulder as he drove through the quiet town. This breeze feels good, Shizuka said as she moved closer to him, making Hiruto flinch as he felt her left hand slowly move towards his crotch while her other hand warped around his waist. Shizuka, I think you're a bit too close, Hiruto said as Shizuka let her long hair flutter by the wind, making her flash a mischievous smile before she leaned closer to his back. What? I can't hear you because of the wind. You're too close. What? She playfully said, causing Hiruto to give up before he glanced at her hand, stuck in place on top of his crotch like she had no intentions of removing it, making him dryly laugh as he tried to remove it from his mind, and just focused on the road. You're quite toned, are you sure you didn't join any sports club? Shizuka asked as she suddenly started to feel his abdomen, making him jolt and almost lost balance, but was luckily able to recover quickly. Shizuka, see, can you not? The wind is too loud. I can't hear you. Never mind, he said as he helplessly sighed before he felt her hand on his crotch move, making his body unconsciously react due to the stimulation from her breast and hand. It feels good, doesn't it, Hiruto? She asked, causing Hiruto's mouth to twitch since he didn't know if she was referring to her hand or the cold breeze. But knowing her personality, it's probably the latter. Yes, it feels good. Phew phew phew, I'm glad. What? Times skib. It's a Humvee. And a military model at that. See, it looks like a tank, right? Shizuka said with a soft smile as Hirano looked around the Humvee in awe. What kind of friend do you really have? Takagi asked, causing Shizuka to place her finger on her lips as she tried to remember what her friend told her in the past. She said she's part of a special force? I think she called it the SAT. But I don't really know much about it, she said before Hiruto came back down the stairs leading to the maisonette of her friend while blood dripped down from his machete, looking at them with a serious expression on his face. Coast is clear. I already took care of all of them, so it's safe now, he said as he wiped the machete in his hand with his jacket, making them nod their heads before they started climbing the stairs one by one with Shizuka at the front since she has the key to the maisonette. If she has a Humvee, I wonder if there are guns in her house, Hirano muttered while smiling in excitement, following Shizuka in front of the maisonette as she opened the doors with the keys in her bag, opening the door of the house before she entered inside, causing them to see an extravagant maisonette with clean and simple designs, making Rei and Takashi look around in awe. Your friend is quite rich, Shizuka-sensei, Takashi commented as Shizuka checked the kitchen to see if there was any ingredients or food at the fridge. I want to take a bath. I haven't felt this sticky for all my life, Takagi said as she entered the house followed by Hiruto and Saiko, locking the door behind them as they placed their weapons just beside the entrance, making Hiruto relax from the thought of finally getting some time to sleep and rest. None of them couldn't sleep properly except for Hirano due to their body in constant alert for anything that might happen. So they couldn't relax or have the energy to sleep since they always worried about their life. Hiruto, why don't you take a bath first? Just leave your clothes at the door so that I can wash it for you. We don't really have any male clothes in here, and unlike Takashi and Hirano, your clothes are really dirty because of all the blood covering it, Shizuka said from the kitchen, causing Hiruto to look at his own blood-drenched clothes. Then, I'll take you up on that offer. Sorry for the trouble, Shizuka, he said before he looked around the room, making his eyes land on top of an area that was covered by an opaque glass, making him walk towards it before entering with his clothes on. I never imagined that I'll get to see myself covered in blood like this, Hiruto muttered as he took off the jacket and started to remove the belt of his pants, taking both of them off until nothing but his boxers and undershirt was left. Host, congratulations for making this far for only a few days. System, I haven't talked with you for a while. You've been quite busy and serious with the quests, so there's no need for me to make you question your own existence, the system said as Hiruto took off the rest of his clothes and folded it neatly, placing it outside the door of the bathroom. So, are you ready to create your own harem? I don't know. I haven't really thought of it that much since I've been so focused on surviving, but do I really have to create a harem? He said as he prepared the bathtub, filling it with warm water before a series of words appeared in front of his eyes. Of course, if you don't want to be turned into a woman by the system, I suggest that you build up your harem starting now. Hiruto silently stared at the floor before Kaed's face suddenly surfaced on his mind, removing all thoughts that he had about creating a harem, causing him to hold his neck with a difficult expression on his face. Host, you already received permission from her. Why are you hesitating so much? Did you really fall head over heels for her? I don't know. I just feel a bit uncomfortable from the thought of cheating on her, he said before he sat down on a chair and poured cold water on his body, looking at himself from the glass walls, making him see his sharp expression, unlike in the past where his innocence was visible in his face. Now, he looked a bit more intimidating than before, even when he's not doing it on purpose. Maybe some sleep will get my mind off it. Those memories still keeps on bugging me till now. It's a bit uncomfortable, he said before he started to wash his own body with soap, washing off the dried blood on his skin before he started applying shampoo to his hair, ignoring the figure that came in front of the entrance and took his clothes. Hiruto, I'll leave your boxer and a towel at the entrance. You can wear that for the meantime, Shizuka said before she took his clothes away, making Hiruto wave his hand at her direction before he washed off the soup on his body, making him feel refreshed as the sticky sensation of his body was washed off along with the blood and sweat. That hits the spot, Hiruto muttered as he entered the bathtub, washing off the exhaustion and tenseness of his body as he felt comfort as his body was submerged in the warm water, making him comfortably lay down with his face staring the ceiling. A new continuous quest has been given by the system. Continuous quest: procreate with one of the girls that the host managed to seduce and summon back at his dimension. Note: procreating with the same partner for 2 or more quests in succession will not be counted. Partner must change for each succeeding quest. This quest will be frozen if host enters or is in another dimension. Reward: plus 5 million yen in monthly allowance. Limit: 24 hours. Failure: permanent infertility, and erection problems. System: you're really forcing me to go with your shit. It's because you're forcing me to play my cards, host. Chapter 24, Shizuka's Maisonette, 2. Hirano-kun, Komuro-kun, you two should also go ahead and take a bath after him. The girls will be taking a bath together since we don't have a changing room, Shizuka said as she came downstairs, looking at the entire team hanging out in the living room with varying expression on their faces, either sitting on the sofa or leaning against the walls of the room while a quiet atmosphere covered the entire room. We'll pass, Hirano wants to go check upstairs if there are any guns that we can use, he said before Hirano pulled him upstairs while taking a crowbar with them that they found in the lower drawers of the kitchen, leaving the girls along in the living room. Have fun, Shizuka said as she waved her hand at their direction, making Rei helplessly smile as she watched them run upstairs. Marikawa-sensei, do we have any extra clothes here? Saiko said before they heard a loud splash of water coming from the bathroom, telling them that Hiruto was done taking a bath. That was quick, Takagi said as she fixed her glasses, watching him slightly open the door and take the boxers placed in front of the bathroom. That was refreshing. Thanks for he bath, Shizuka, Hiruto said before he opened the door and walked out of the bathroom, wearing nothing but his boxers while he was wiping his wet hair with the towel that Shizuka gave him, making all of them stare at his direction. Wow! Shizuka muttered as she covered her mouth with both of her hands, looking at his toned muscles in his body, refreshed from the bath that he took before she looked at him up and down, making her cheeks blush crimson red. Cough. Saiko coughed as she covered her mouth with her fingers and stared at him with slightly flushed cheeks, making Hiruto stop in his tracks and glance at them staring at him in confusion. What? Is there something wrong? he asked as places the towel hanging on his shoulder. Noticing that they were blandly staring at him, especially his chest and abdomen area, making him feel uncomfortable before he started to scratch the back of his head. "Can you not stare at me like that?" he said. Snapping all of them out from their daze before Takagi suddenly averted her eyes away from him. "You're quite built, Hiruto," Saiko said as Hiruto looked at Shizuka, who wipes the saliva falling from her mouth, looking at him with desire in her eyes. Lowering her eyes before it landed on the bulga at his boxers, causing Hiruto to unconsciously cover his crotch as he felt something strange in their eyes. "You can go ahead and use the bathroom. I already changed the water on the bathtub so it's clean," he said as he walked towards the direction of the kitchen, making the four girls to stay silent as they watch him leave the room. "Why, you girls can go ahead." Hiruto is still a bit unfamiliar with the maisonette, so IILL. "Wait a minute." Takagi cut her off as she grabbed her shoulder, preventing her from entering the kitchen. Looking at her in suspicion, causing Shizuka to nervously gulp in response. "I know what you're planning, so don't try anything funny." What do you mean?" "My intentions are clear, Takagi-san," she said with a large smile on her face as a sweat flowed down her cheeks, making both Takagi and Saiko to narrow their eyes in response. "Didn't you say that we'll take a bath together? Why are you suddenly backing out, Shizuka-sensei?" "Well, the bathroom won't really fit all of us, so I'll let you girls go first. If that's the case, then I'll be the one to stay here. The rest of you can go ahead." That's not fair, Takagi-san. You can't take a ste," she said in a panic, but immediately covered her mouth. Realizing what she just said, causing both Saiko and Takagi to stare at her direction. "Your intentions are leaking, Shizuka-sensei," Takagi said as she angrily held her shoulder, making Shizuka awkwardly avert her eyes away from her before she was suddenly pulled by Takagi towards the bathroom. "Takagi-san, hurry up and strip. We're all going to bathe together and there is no one getting left behind," she said as she started to pull Shizuka's clothes off, making Shizuka hug her body as she tried to protect her clothes from being taken off. "And no. Takagi-san, let's calm down for a bit. No way. Just strip already. We're all girls here, so why are you being shy about it?" Takagi shouted before Shizuka's button at her chest area suddenly burst open, throwing the button a few meters away from them as her breast jiggled profusely from getting freed from her uniform, making them see an extremely sexy maroon-colored lingerie. "You're quite prepared, aren't you, Marikawa-sensei?" Saiko commented with a light smile on her face, making Shizuka blush red down to her neck due to embarrassment of having her student see what lingerie she was wearing, causing tears to accumulate at the corner of her eyes, looking like on the verge of crying. "What's all this ruckus about?" Hiruto said as he entered the living room, but froze when he saw the scene that was happening inside, making his eyes drift on Shizuka, who had disheveled clothes while tears decorated the corner of her eyes, making her look more attractive and pitiful to Hiruto, who stood in place without moving. Hiruto. Sorry," he said before he suddenly went inside the kitchen and climbed up the stairs where Hirano and Takashi were staying at, leaving the four girls in the room as an awkward atmosphere spread in their location. He saw me," Shizuka said as her voice trembled, making Takagi let go of her before looking at Shizuka, who had a pitiful appearance. I won't be able to marry anymore," she muttered, causing Takagi to guiltily scratch her cheeks in response, preparing to apologize to her as she noticed that she suddenly got quiet. I am sore. I have no choice but to marry him. How could I do this to my student? Why do you look so happy about it?" Takagi said, regretting that she tried to apologize to her, seeing the smirk that was forming on her face while looking at the direction of the kitchen. "Why, you wrong? You don't look convincing with that kind of smile on your face," Takagi said in a tired voice as Shizuka turned her head back at her with a sweet smile on her face. imagining Hiruto hugging her in his embrace. That damn playboy! With Hiruto! What are you two doing? Hiruto asked as he entered the room. Watching as both Takashi and Hirano try to bust a locker open with a crowbar. Making Hirano stop and looked at him with a large grin on his face. Look at what we found, he said as he pointed at the large number of bullets scattered on the ground. If there are bullets in here, then that means that there are guns somewhere in this house. Help us out here a bit, he said. Making Hiruto step forward towards the crowbar embedded on the lock of the door. Move away, he said, causing both Hirano and Takashi to look at each other before they both stepped back. Giving Hiruto enough space before he suddenly kicked the crowbar with his foot, destroying the lock and making the door of the locker bust open. Oh! Hirano, come look at this, Hiruto said as he looked inside the locker, causing Hirano to take a look inside before her eyes suddenly widened. Running in front of the locker that contained 3 rifles and 1 crossbow with a creepily excited expression on his face. Clencing his fist in joy as they hit the jackpot. I knew it, he said before he took out a gun from the drawer. Looking at its parts with a large grin on his face. Springfield M1A1 Super Match. It's semi-auto, which is fine since the M14 series full auto is just a waste of bullets anyway. The magazine holds about 20 rounds. This is fucking illegal in Japan, he said before he looked at another gun at the drawer. Placing the Springfield sniper rifle down on the bed as he raised the next gun in enthusiasm. This is the Knight State Route 25 Enhanced Match Rifle. Wait, no. You can't get this in Japan. This must be a modified A10. Hirano. Takashi called out but was ignored by Hirano, who looked at the crossbow inside the locker. Barnett Wildcat C5. This was made in Britain and this could even kill a bear when used properly, he said, causing Takashi to scratch his head before he looked at the remaining gun inside the locker. Taking it out before Hirano looked at him with an excited glint in his eyes. That's an Ithaca M37 riot shotgun. It played an extremely huge role during the Vietnam War, he said while pointing at the shotgun in Takashi's hand. Making it hold it like what he saw on TV. That's cool, he said before pumping its friend and pointing it at Hirano's direction. Making Hirano look at him in a panic. Even though it is not loaded, don't suddenly point it at me, he said, causing Takashi to raise its barrel pointing upwards before Hiruto took out the crossbow, holding it in his arms before taking a look at the arrows in the locker. Unlike the 3 guns from before, the crossbow only had a very limited amount of arrows, so it was practically useless to them when facing large crowds, but it's useful when taking out a lone zombie while producing very little noise. It looks like I'll have to stick with the machete and bat. I'll give them the guns since it's a lot more useful to them, he thought before he suddenly heard a loud moan coming from the bathroom. Making all 3 of them to look outside with varying expression on their faces. It looks like they're having fun, but aren't they a bit too noisy? Hirano said as Hiruto placed the crossbow back at the locker. Grabbing the binoculars next to the TV and walking out to the fence. I already took care of most the zombies around this area, so you don't need to worry about them surrounding us, he said before he looked at the direction of the bridge using the binoculars. Making him see the riot that was happening on it while a large number of police cars formed a barricade in front of the civilians. They're making too much noise, it's no wonder why they're still being flooded by zombies, he muttered before he saw a large rally occurring behind the barricade of cars. Making him frown as he looked at the man standing in front of the rally while performing a speech to the crowd. What the hell is that? He said before Hirano grabbed the remote and turned on the TV, switching it to the channel broadcasting a news close to their city. This is an abuse of power from the police is unforgivable. We believe that this killer pandemic is caused by a biological weapon developed foreign countries and our nation, a man shouted from the TV, instigating the people in that area to protest and rally. Making Hiruto look at them with a frown on his face. Are they fucking idiots? They're only making the situation worse since they attracting the zombies towards them. He muttered as Hirano and Takashi sat down on the bed, looking at the TV with a grave or serious expression on their faces. Right now, we're live at a rally protesting the government's decision on the lockdown. According to the flyers that they spread, they believe that this pandemic was caused by a leak from the biological weapons developed by American government and Japan. The reporter said before Hirano suddenly turned it off. Why did you turn it off? We still have a lot of things to do. Hirano, let's go and load the clips. It's better if we finished it early. We all need to have a good night rest since we'll be leaving by tomorrow. I don't think we will have another night of rest, so take advantage of it while you can. Hirano said as he threw the remote at the bed, making both of them look at each other before nodding their heads in response. Since it's very unlikely that they would say anything useful to them in the news just like in the past. They saw the situation in a lot of city, so they knew far too well about the situation of the world. Though Hirano recommend that they stay in large groups. Seeing how disorganized and chaotic the people are in that place, there's a large chance that they would only die if they stay there after it is overrun by a zombie stampede. I'll go prepare everything. It could take a few hours loading all of this clips. Chapter 25, Saving Alice. Hirano. Saiko called as Hirano searched around the fridge for a drink, making him crouch down as he read through the unfamiliar brands of drinks in front of him. Yet? Hirano asked as he grabbed a canned coffee from the fridge, pulling its tab to open the can before he closed the door of the fridge. Drinking the cold coffee before he glanced at Saiko. Our midnight snack would be ready soon, she said as Hirano choked on his drink due to shock when he saw her appearance. Staring at Saiko, who was wearing nothing but an apron and a thin panty that barely hid her body. Do you like what you see, Hirano? Saiko said as she looked at his flustered appearance with a smile, placing the ladle in her hand on her lips while Hirano stared at her without blinking, making her giggle before she stirred the stew that she was cooking. It's rude to stare like that at a girl, Hirano, she said, causing Hirano to awkwardly cough before walking closer to her direction, trying to prevent his eyes from drifting on her exposed back. What are you cooking? We only had ingredients to cook stew. Do you want to have a taste? She asked as she scooped a small piece of vegetable and soup from the pot using a spoon, bringing it closer to Hirano, who stood behind her and crouched down, opening his mouth and took a taste of the stew that she cooked. It's good, he said, making Saiko smile in response as she continued to stir the stew on the pot, waiting until the vegetables is fully cooked. That's good. There were a lot of missing ingredients, so I was a bit unsure of how would it taste, she said before she looked towards her side, looking at the side of his face with a gentle smile on her face. I'm a bit surprised that you could cook this well, he said before she turned off the fire and covered the pot with a lid, making her turn around to look at Hirano, who was leaning against the kitchen counter using both of his hands, trapping Saiko inside as she stared at him directly in the eye. I never knew that you were this aggressive. Sorry, I did mean. It's all right. She cut him off with a light smile on her face as Hirano to quickly move away in a panic, but was caught off guard as Saiko suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck, trapping him in place as their faces almost touching each other. It's not that I mind. Hirano stayed silent as he stared at her eyes, making Saiko shy as she felt the cold wind brush through her half-naked body. I'm honestly surprised, Hirano, she whispered, causing Hirano to look at her in confusion. I never imagined that I'll meet another person that is a bit similar to me. Similar to you? Yes. We're both monsters after all. People who enjoy inflicting pain to others. Aren't you like that too, Hirano? She asked, causing Hirano to sigh in response before remembering the continuous quest that the system kept on bugging him to complete, making him look at Saiko's direction with a smile on his face. So that's why you said you weren't afraid of me? Yes, Do you hate girls like that? She asked as she lowered her head down, causing Hiruto to chuckle before he leaned closer to her. I should ask the same thing to you. Most girls would be afraid to even come close to me. They wouldn't want a guy that likes something like that after all. I don't hate you. Then the same goes for me too. I never hated you no matter whatever happened in your past. Right now, most of the people in this world are just like us. So why do you still call yourself a monster? He asked, causing Psycho to clench her fist in response. But I've been like this even before the world became like this. The past doesn't matter anymore. What matters now is the present, since the past doesn't hold shit to our current situation. That's why stop looking down on yourself anymore. In this world, we're not monsters, but are just like everyone else. He said with a smile on his face, causing Psycho to look up at him. Psycho, there's no need for you to hold back. Embrace your violent side like what I did with mine, but, if that still doesn't change your mind. He said before he suddenly leaned closer and placed his lips on top of hers. Making her widen her eyes in surprise, but didn't push him away. Instead, she stood on her toes as she tightened her arms around his neck. Hiruto, who saw this action, closed his eyes before his hand wrapped around her back, making her flinch as she felt his cold hands touch her bare skin. NMM. Psycho moaned as she felt his tongue slide inside her mouth, making her flinch as she felt his soft tongue gently wrap around hers, causing her legs to suddenly go weak as Hiruto caught her with his arms. Stay with me, stick with me wherever I go. We monsters needs to stay together. Don't you agree? He asked, causing Psycho's pupils to tremble, making her weakly nod her head in response, causing Hiruto to chuckle as he saw her dazed look. Why yes. Continuous quest complete. Reward, 10 system points 1x character ticket. She said before she leaned closer to his face, trying to initiate another kiss, causing Hiruto to place his mouth beside her ear. We're practically both naked. Don't invite me like that, or I won't be able to control myself. He whispered, causing electricity to run down her spine as she felt his warm breath against her ear. That's not fair, Psycho-san. A playful voice said from behind him, causing both of them to panic as they quickly separate from each other. Turning his head around to see Shizuka, who had dazed eyes and flushed cheeks, looking at them with a displeased expression on her face. That's not fair, she said before letting out a hiccup, making Hiruto frown before he leaned closer, smelling the alcohol from her breath before Psycho suddenly wrapped her arms around his body. Hiruto. Kiss me too, she said before she suddenly pulled his head closer while he was still crouching, pressing her large and soft breast against his chest as she suddenly stole his lips, sloppily kissing him like she was trying to suck all of the saliva in his mouth, making him widen his eyes in surprise before Psycho coughed from the side, causing Hiruto to panic as he pushed her away. You look like you're enjoying yourself, Hiruto, she said in a dark tone, causing Hiruto feel fear creeping down his back before Shizuka pouted while looking at Hiruto. Do you hate me that much? That's not it. So you like her? Psycho asked as she tapped her fingers on her arm, making Hiruto look at her with a complicated expression on his face as he don't know how to explain himself to her. Hiruto, don't leave me, Heek. Shizuka, you're drunk. I'm not drunk. I just ate chocolate, why would I be drunk? She said before she suddenly looked down on the ground with a pitiful expression on her face, making Hiruto look at her in worry. I am already an old lady, of course you would prefer someone like Takagi or Psycho, she said before she bit her lips, looking up at Hiruto with a glare before she pointed her finger at his face. Why you have to take responsibility for seeing me naked? Heek. I don't mind being the mistress. What the hell are you sayin'? I won't leave until you accept me, she shouted with a pouted cheeks, causing Hiruto to feel a massive headache as he pressed the bridge of his nose with his fingers. "Give me a fucking brie," he said, but stopped as they all heard the sound of a gun being fired from upstairs, making both Psycho and Hiruto to look upstairs with a frown on their faces before another shot was fired. "Hiruto, Busujima-senpai. I need both of your help," Takashi shouted as he ran downstairs, but froze as he saw the half-naked appearance of the two girls downstairs, making him avert his eyes away, but remembering the purpose of coming down here. He immediately looked at Hiruto in the eye. "There's a kid a few blocks away from here surrounded by them. I need your help to save her," he loudly shouted, causing Hiruto to raise his eyebrows before immediately running upstairs where Hirano was staying at, protecting the little girl from the approaching zombies. "Where is she?" Hiruto asked as he barged into the room and grabbed the binoculars at the desk, looking out of the balcony as he tried to find where the girl is. "Hiruto, we need to hurry," Takashi said, causing Hiruto to sigh before Hirano fired another bullet through the zombie's head that was slowly approaching the girl, making Hiruto look around, drawing a small map inside his head before he dropped the binoculars and hurriedly ran downstairs. "Hiruto?" Psycho asked as Hiruto grabbed his clothes that were hanged in the living room, wearing it as quick as he could before he opened the door of the entrance. "Psycho, protect the gate. I'm going out for a bit," he said as he wore the jacket of his school uniform, taking the bat that was beside the entrance before he stepped out of the maisonette. "Where are you?" she said before Hiruto pushed the gate open and ran outside at inhumane speed, leaving Psycho in front of the gate as he hurriedly ran towards the direction of the neighborhood where he found the little girl, jumping on top of a fence to have a better look of his surroundings. "System, upgrade the Supreme Senses skill," he ordered, causing the system to immediately follow his commands without question. Seeing how serious he was. "You have obtained Supreme Senses, medium. 10 system points deducted." The notification rang as Hiruto felt his sense of coordination and balance improve, making him a bit dizzy but quickly recovered since unlike the first time he bought the skill, it didn't feel as foreign as before. He then continued to run from fence to fence at full speed, avoiding all of the zombies at the ground before his eyes landed on top of the house that was being swarmed by zombies, making him grin in response. "Found you," he said before he landed on the ground on his feet, making a nearby zombie to walk towards him as it heard the noise from his landing, causing Hiruto to turn around and deliver a strong hit at the zombie's temple, smashing its head against the wall before he placed the bat on his back, blocking a zombie from biting him from the back as he let it bite his baseball bat. Hiruto then slid the bat from its mouth as he turned around, kicking the zombie a few meters away before he stepped forward and smashed its head with the bat, making Hiruto unconsciously let out a smile of excitement due to the adrenaline rushing in his system. "I really never get tired of doing this," he muttered before a bullet shot through the head of the zombie behind him, making it Hiruto stand up straight and look towards the direction of the maisonette. "Don't come closer!" A little girl yelled in fear from inside the house that was being overrun by zombies while the loud barks of a dog was mixed along her shouts, making Hiruto immediately ran towards the fence of the house, grabbing the top of the fence with his hand before he started to climb and jump over it, making him see the little girl crouching at the corner with her hands covering her ears while a puppy was standing in front of her, seemingly trying to protect her from the hordes of zombies. "No! Stay away!" she yelled loudly, causing Hiruto frown as he landed on the ground, landing between her and the crowd of zombies at the front. "Shit!" Her shouts probably attracted every zombie around this neighborhood. "We'll get outnumbered like this," he said before he kicked a nearby zombie on the chest, pushing it towards the 3 zombies at the front before he raised the bat and hit the 3 zombies hard on the head, crushing a large dent in their skulls before Hiruto ran forward, smashing the zombies at the side of its face before Hiruto held the bat with both of his hand and swung it towards his side like that of a baseball player, smashing the face of another zombie with the bat before its body got blown away due to the force of his attack, sending it crashing against the wall of the house. "Shit, there's too many of them," he said as he gritted his teeth before 3 bullets pierced through the head of the zombies close to the gate, making their bodies fall lifelessly on ground before Hiruto grabbed a nearby corpse and threw it on the 2 remaining zombies. Hiruto then immediately dashed forward as the 2 zombies tripped on the ground, smashing their heads to mush on the ground as their blood splattered on the floor and on his pants, making Hiruto show an irritated expression on his face. "I'll have to take another bath later," he said before he ran towards the gate, kicking the zombie that was trying to get inside on the stomach before Hiruto closed the gate and locked it from the inside, blocking the increasing number of zombies outside that were all attracted to them due to the large shouts of the little girl from before. "Unii-chan!" the little girl called out as he watched Hiruto swing the bat downwards, removing the blood of the bat while he stared at the zombies trying to push the gate of the house down. "Don't worry. Just stay close to me and I'll protect you," he said before he suddenly heard a movement from the hanged clothes to the side, making him take out his revolver from his waist and fire it towards the direction of the noise without hesitation, firing a bullet through the zombie that was behind the clothes, causing them to hear its body fall on the ground. "Papa," the little girl said as she looked at the corpse of her father that was killed by the family living inside the house, making her clench her fist as tears started to accumulate at the corners of her eyes, causing the puppy to rub his head on her legs to comfort her. "Papa's dead, right?" she asked, causing Hiruto to remain silent before he gave her a pat on the head. "He did his best to protect you, so, he was a great dad, he still cared for you even in this hellish place," he said before he walked towards the direction of the corpse, kneeling down on the ground to pay his respect to him before the little girl suddenly burst into tears, making her heart-wrenching cries to each throughout the neighborhood. "Don't worry. Your daughter is in safe hands," he said before the little girl suddenly ran towards him and gave him a hug, burying her face on his chest as her tears drenched the undershirt that he was wearing, making Hiruto gently caress her back to comfort her. "Now then, what will I do with this?" he said before he looked outside the gate, hearing countless groans of zombies outside, telling him that this entire place was now littered with them, making him show a grave expression on his face. "There's too many of them. I don't think they'll be able to come here even if they want to rescue us," he said before the temperature around his right hand started to rise exponentially, making the little girl stop her cries as she felt scorching heat at her side, causing her to look up at Hiruto who had a serious expression on his face. "Unii-chan," she called but received no response from Hiruto whose right hand started to release occasionally flames of high temperature, making the little girl look at his right hand in shock. "I'll have no choice but to use that." Chapter 26, Saving Alice, 2. "What's going on?" Takagi asked as she ran outside the balcony in the upper floor of Masionette, woken up by loud gunfires that were happening at the balcony, making Hirano and Takashi who were observing the fight from below to look back. Seeing that almost every member of their group, except for Shizuka who was drunk, are present. "Hiruto is saving a little girl around the block, and the situation doesn't look good," he said with a serious expression on his face, making Takagi and Saiko both frown before grabbing binoculars from his hand, using it to look at Hiruto who shot a zombie that was behind the hanged laundry. "This is bad. He's surrounded," she said with a frown while looking at the large number of zombies surrounding the gate of the fence, watching as Hiruto crouched down and say something to the corpse laying down on the entrance before hugging the little girl in his arms. "It's going to be hard if we try and rescue him with that number," Takashi commented before Takagi placed down the binoculars and looked at their group with a serious expression. "If it's Hiruto, he's going to find a way to maneuver through that. We need to prepare and rescue him once he enters a safe spot. Hirano, go and support him if..." "Wait! Look at that!" Hirano shouted as he looked through the scope of the sniper rifle. Looking at the scene in shock before the rest of the group looked back, making them see a large torrent of flames suddenly burst out of nowhere, scattering through the zombies at the front as the flames burned the zombies to ashes, making all of them widen their eyes in bewilderment before Takagi looked through the binoculars once again. What the? Did he blow up a fuel tank or something? How can he? She muttered before she saw Hiroto come out of the cloud of flames while carrying a little girl on his shoulder while a corpse hanged on his right hand. Making her look at him intently before she saw flames coming out of his hands, causing her to look at the scene in bewilderment like she couldn't understand what was happening. Hirano. You seeing this right? Takagi asked, causing Hirano to gulp before nodding his head in response. Watching as Hiroto's hand released scorching flames from its palm, clearing the path of zombies in front of him before he continued to run through the streets, making his arms tremble while looking at the unexplainable scene. Takagi-san. Why you know how he's doing this right? Hirano asked, causing Takagi to frown as she herself couldn't explain what was happening. Only seeing sparks in the air around him, telling her that he was burning the oxygen in the air but couldn't explain how he was able to do something like this. What the hell is happening? How can he generate those large flames if he has no fuel nor anything that he can use to start a fire? This doesn't make sense, she said before placing down the binoculars. Watching the neighborhood burst into flames as the putrid smell of burning corpse entered their noses, making her place her hand on her mouth while staring at the scene in shock. The same goes for Takashi, Rei, and Hirano, who blankly watched the scene in front of them. This doesn't make any sense, how can he do that? Takagi said as she started to scratch her head as she tried to come up with an acceptable explanation of Hiroto's power. So the wound from before wasn't my imagination, Saiko said with a serious expression on her face, making the rest of the members to look towards her direction. What are you talking about? When Hiroto lost control back then, I saw his fingers were broken, but when I came down the building to stop him, his wound was nowhere to be seen, like it wasn't even there. I thought I was just imagining it, but it may be connected on how he's doing something like this. What are you saying? He has powers? That doesn't make any sense, Takagi said as she heard her unbelievable story, making Saiko shake her head to the side in response. It's up to you if you want to believe me or not. I'm just telling you what I saw, Saiko asked, causing Takagi to look at Rei's direction since she was there with them when it happened. Did you see the same thing? Well, I didn't really notice it, but I did saw that his hands bled at that time, but like Saiko said, his wound was gone by the time we got there, she said, causing Takagi's eyes to tremble, trying to make sense of what was happening. What is this? Are we in a novel now? There's this killer pandemic and there's a main character that possesses extraordinary powers? What are you going to say next? There's an evil organization that caused this and Hiroto is tasked on stopping them? That sounds hilarious. Then how do you explain how Hiroto was able to do those things? And by the looks of it, it looks like he had this from the start, judging by how he easily controlled it just like that. Takagi and the rest of the group remained silent. Do you think that his powers has anything to do with the pandemic? Takashi asked, making Saiko shake her head, denying his assumption. No, if that was the case then, he wouldn't have reacted like that back then. Hiroto was afraid at the start and just grew stronger mentally just like the rest of us. It is impossible for him to cause a pandemic that almost caused him to go insane. How can you be so sure about that? Because I trust him. I know he's not the type of guy to do something like that. If he wanted this to happen, he could have killed us a long time ago, but I saw him struggle in this crisis, Saiko said in a serious voice, remembering the incident where Hiroto almost lost his mind and struggled to mentally stabilize himself yesterday. But why did he hide it from us? We would have had an easier time back then if he just showed it. A pandemic is spreading, and the government have no way of explaining it. I understand that he'll be afraid of showing it to us since it might scare us. Psycho said, causing Takashi to stay silent as an awkward atmosphere spread across the balcony. Making Psycho sigh in response. I think it's much better if we hear the explanation and his reasons directly from his mouth. Even though he did showed us this unbelievable scene, he is still our ally that protected and struggled with us in order to survive. He could have killed us long ago if he wanted, but he didn't, and even saved a few of us like Takagi, Miyamoto, and Marikawa-sensei. She said before they heard someone open the door of the entrance. Making all of them to look at each other before nodding their heads in response. Walking towards the stairs before they heard the voice of a little girl downstairs. Unii-chan, why did you bring Papa's body with us? I, at least want to give him a proper burial. I don't want him to just rot and get eaten by zombies at that place. He said as he placed the corpse on the ground outside the entrance. Since if he brought it inside, the others might find it uncomfortable being around the body. Nay, Unii-chan. Hiruto asked as they entered the living room. Making the little girl sudden look up at him with sparkling eyes while carrying the puppy in her arms. How did you do that? The fire coming out of your hand. Can you teach me how to do that, Unii-chan? She asked, causing him to chuckle before giving her a pat on the head. I'll teach you if I can, Alice. He said, causing the girl to cutely nod her head in response. It looks like you're back, Hiruto. Psycho said as she stepped downstairs, causing Hiruto to flinch in response. Since he knew that they were able to see what he did back there. Making him nervously turn his head towards Psycho, who had a smile on her face. Unii-chan, who's that? Alice, go and stay at the sofa for a while. I'll have a short talk with the Oni-chan at the stairs, all right? He said, causing the little girl to tilt her head in confusion. Is that your girlfriend, Unii-chan? Yes, she's my girlfriend. He said before guiding her towards the sofa. Making him glance at Psycho while a drop of sweat came down his cheek. Trying to come up with an explanation that he can say to them. I hope you'll tell us the truth about what happened back there. I know. Times skip. Start explaining. Takagi said as she, along with the rest of the group except for Shizuka, all sat down around him while he sat on the bed. I don't think you guys would believe me if I say it. We already saw you spewing out flames from your hand like it's nothing. I think we'll be able to believe you if we saw something unbelievable as that. Takagi said, causing Hiruto to helplessly sigh in response. Contemplating on whether or not he should tell them the truth, since they would eventually know when they arrive at the Takagi estate. If he lied to them one more time, then Psycho would definitely lose his trust in him once he brings her back to his dimension. So he needed to play his cards correctly at this moment. Fine. He said before he looked at them with a serious expression on his face. Deciding to just tell them the general explanation for his abilities, mixing it with a bit of lies. Would you guys believe me if I said, I don't belong here? What do you mean by that? Takagi asked in confusion as she heard his vague explanation. I meant that I belong to an entirely different world, a world that bore a few similarities to this one. He said, causing Hirano to raise his finger before he said what was on his mind. So you're an alien? No, I'm human. Just like the rest of you, but I can travel through different dimensions like this one. What? Takagi asked as she tried to understand his explanation. Making Hiruto scratch his hair as he tried to explain it to them. Think of it like this. There exists several planes of dimensions that all have different power systems, technology, etc. These planes are separate and no one can travel from one dimension to another, that is except for me because I have the ability to do so. He said, causing Takagi to close her eyes as she tried to absorb all of the information that he saw telling them. Then what about this pandemic? Was this caused by you traveling in those dimensions? Takashi asked, causing Hiruto to shake his head in response. Denying his assumption. No, this pandemic was something that I didn't cause. It was already there even before I knew it, and I wouldn't do something that would cause the lives of millions of people. I don't have the ability to do something like that. All I can do is create walls of rocks or soil, and ignite the oxygen around him to cause fire. So you lied to us when you introduce yourself back at school. A bit. I lied about my age. I'm a first year of Section B, but that's about it. Everything else that I told you was the truth. I lived just like any other people in this world. He said, since he can prove that he lived in this world since he inherited all of the body's memories. He remembers the events of this body's life. His loved ones, and even his bitter experiences. He remembers everything, but tries hard not to sympathize with this memories too much, or else, he might lose track of his own identity if he assumed it as his own. Why did you lie about something like that? Because my real name is Kirishima Hiruto, since we'll be working together as a team. It was much better if you called me by my real name. I don't want to be known by the fake name that I have in this world. He said, causing Psycho to lean back against the wall. Are you going back at your world? Rei suddenly asked, causing both Takagi and Psycho to their hearts thump from the thought of him leaving. Making them feel anxious since it was possible that he would leave someday. I will eventually go back, but I can bring a select few along with me, back to my world. I don't know much about my own world, but all I can tell you is that there are a lot more dangerous beings at my world, and I'm just above average. But fights don't usually break out, and the people lived peacefully. The existence of supernatural beings is kept from the public to protect them. He said. Remembering how the system said that there were other system holders that were probably a lot stronger than him. If he wasn't chosen by the system as its host, then he would have remained in the dark his entire life. So you're saying, the thing that you did before, other people in your world can do it too? Yes, but not all of them, only I have that kind of ability, and a lot of them can do much more than I can. He said, causing Takagi to hold her head while closing her eyes. Trying to digest everything that he just told them. So, you can bring a few of us back at your dimension, hey? Psycho whispered before she suddenly broke out a smile. Relieved that there's a way to keep him by her side. So what happens when you go back to your dimension? Time in this place will be frozen in place while the time in my dimension will continue on. In other words, I might not see in all in 1 year, but if I go back here, only a second has passed for you. He said, causing them to suddenly widen their eyes in surprise. Making Takagi smile in excitement before holding his shoulder. Doesn't that mean that you can bring back a sample of the virus here and create a cure for it in your world? Takagi exclaimed, causing Hiruto to shake his head sideways. I can't bring any object in this dimension back to mine. Even though I can travel from dimension to dimension, there are a lot of limitations of what I can do. Like how there are conditions to the person that I bring back to my world. Conditions? Psycho asked in a serious tone. Making Hiruto nod his head in response before shyly scratching his cheek. The condition is a bit embarrassing. He said before he raised his index finger in front of them. That person must be in love with me. Hiruto said, causing an awkward silence to spread throughout the room as they stared at him with a strange expression on their faces. It's not time to be joking around. I'm serious. Cough, but even though I can't help in developing a cure to the virus, I can however make anyone that comes with me grow stronger, and come up with an effective plan since time will be frozen in this world. He awkwardly changed the topic. Looking at them with a complicated expression on their faces, since this could convince Takashi or Hirano to bring them along with his dimension. Though as he said was somewhat right, he can bring someone in this dimension if he managed to complete the continuous quest where he has to seduce a major character in this dimension. Your explanation is Absurd, but there are no other explanation for what you did back there. You're not lying to us, right? Of course not, I'm telling the truth. Hiruto said with a serious expression on his face while looking at Takagi in the eye, making her sigh as she saw that he wasn't lying. Then, I'll believe you, but it is still unbelievable that other worlds exists. It's like we're in a fantasy novel. Yet, Rei said before she saw Takagi suddenly walk out of the room. Where are you going? To sleep. I still need some time to digest everything, but I believe you, Hiruto, it's just that this is too unreal. She said before she walked towards the room next to this one where Shizuka was sleeping. Making Takashi let out a sigh and gave Hiruto a pat on the shoulder. Thanks for being honest with us. I'll go and sleep at the sofa downstairs. I'll come with you, Takashi. Rei said before Hirano bowed down and followed the two of them, leaving Saiko and Hiruto alone in the room. Saiko! He called out, afraid that she would avoid him, but to his surprise, Saiko just closed the door of the room before she walked towards him, sitting beside him on the bed. So this is why you said that I stick with you wherever you go. You, believe me? Why? Were you lying a while ago? No. I'm just a bit surprised that you all accepted that easily. We have already experienced this pandemic that came out of nowhere and saw you generating fire from your hands. Even though the others need more time to accept it. I think I can believe what you've said. Since I'll see it myself once you bring me back to your dimension, right? She asked, poking his cheeks with her finger while a light smile adorned her face. You want to come with me? Of course, are you planning on leaving me behind here? She said before she laid down on the bed, making Hiruto smile before he leaned on top of her, causing her to wrap her arms around his neck. No. But don't regret this later. I'm a bit possessive, so I won't let you go no matter what. That's what I'm hoping for.